for a chance at free chapters. Chapter 110, Battle of Eagle City, Part 1. Through the misty morning fog, Timothy Wimbledon could vaguely see some flags fluttering in the wind at the top of the city's towers that were in front of him. He raised his gaze, trying to identify the emblem that was depicted on the banner. The sailboat with a crown pattern on top of a green foundation undoubtedly belonged to his sister, Garcia Wimbledon. It was the city's largest banner. The second banner had a white background and the image of a snake twisting around a pagoda. This emblem belonged to the Bayer family. When Timothy had first become aware of this flag, a feeling of contempt had risen up within his heart. But even after they coming and seeking refuge under the protection of the Queen of Clearwater, they still had enough pride that they'd hung their banner above the city. They were simply too brazen. "Wait until I catch you. I will make you eat your own flag, Earl Bayer," he thought. Finally, there was the Red Lion Tower, belonging to the equally shameless Sheet family. Outwardly, Timothy appeared expressionless, but inside his heart, he had already condemned Alin Sheet to death. It was also the same for Tom and Bayer. Of course, both of them would get their very own banner to eat. "Sir Niemann, lift my banner, the banner of the Kingdom of Greycastle," Timothy ordered. "As you command, Your Majesty," agreed Knight Linden, and then rushed in the direction of the troops behind them. "Long live the king. Raise the flag." The newly crowned king turned around and saw his banner being raised. The gray flag was waving in the wind. The black pattern on it looked stately and awe-inspiring. It had a huge tower with two crossed spears on both sides depicted on it. This was the emblem of the King of Greycastle. "Under this banner, I will condemn all traitors for their crimes against the throne." The moment Timothy received the news of Garcia's declaration of independence, he had immediately taken action to show her his answer. He had mobilized all of his troops together with the troops of the Eastern Duke and given them the order to attack Eagle City. Although his self-confidence had clearly been shaken by Garcia's unexpectedly fast action. However, on the surface, he seemed to remain calm. This greatly increased the faith that all his supporting minister had in him. He needed nearly a month before his summoned vassals and their troops could be gathered. Then it had taken a week to get to the east. From there, they again needed half a month to reach their destination. It was only yesterday evening, when the sun was already on its way down, that Timothy had finally arrived in Eagle City. Fortunately, the months of the demons hadn't affected their march. The road to the south hadn't been blocked by the snow. His situation was almost the opposite of that in Border Town. The roads had become even stronger thanks to the cold temperature, thereby allowing his carriages carrying the food and his soldiers to move faster than usual. Timothy's team was very large. The forces were put together mostly from his own guards, the Knights of King City, and the special forces from the Duke of the Eastern Border, Duke Francis. Together, they numbered 6,000 men, divided into 3 battalions, of which 1,000 men belonged to the well-trained and well-equipped rank of knights. According to the reliable intelligence he had been able to gather, he knew that the size of Garcia's troops was less than 3,000 people, and most of them belonged to the rank of Clearwater Port's free people. They were usually former farmers and businessmen who had just grabbed the nearest weapon they could reach. They would never really be a threat to his genuine knights. When his finance minister, Sir Arthur Goldes, had become aware of Timothy's battle plans, he had immediately raised objections. So shortly after the end of the months of the demons, the farming operation would become the highest priority. If the farmers were to be recruited into his troops, it would later affect the harvest. Acknowledging this objection, Timothy didn't require his vassals to deploy their serfs. Instead, they had to convene the freedmen in their territory and send them so that they could take over the responsibility for the delivery and logistic. As a result, even if they were to fight in the south, it wouldn't affect the harvest in the fall. From Timothy's perspective, No matter what he had to do, in the end, Garcia could not be allowed to stay in the south of his kingdom any longer. Eagle City wasn't a well-developed city. After all, previously it was only a marketplace situated in the middle of the surrounding towns. But later, just less than a century ago, with the increase of its importance to the surrounding towns, it slowly developed into a city. Because of the previous lord's plans to further promote the importance of its market, he decided to not build any insurmountable walls. How strong could an army of 3,000 civilians together, with the men from 2 earls, possibly be? So the sooner Timothy started his countermeasures, the better were his odds for him to win. If he was to give her even a little breathing space, she would quickly take over the whole of the southern territory, making it very difficult for him to push her back. After a night's rest and a good meal, his troops were now ready to fight. The sun gradually turned from a weak orange into a ball of shining gold, dispersing the morning fog. Soon Timothy could see Eagle City's earth-colored walls. In the eyes of the new king, they didn't deserve to be called walls. At best, they could be called an earthen slope. From the bottom to the top of the slope, it was just a ramp. Even without a siege ladder, his troops would still be able to directly climb it on foot. Furthermore, the slope only had a height of 1 person and just enough thickness to accommodate 1 person on top of it. While this so-called wall was good enough to block refugees and bandits, it would never be able to stop his heavily armed soldiers. It seemed the city walls were only very sparsely manned. Apparently, they weren't ready to defend the wall. "Your Majesty, the cavalry, which was in charge of observing the south gate, have came back to report. They finally saw a group of men and horses moving," reported Knight Linden, who ran back to the king while leading his horse by hand. Timothy turned in the direction of Duke Francis and said with a knowing look, "It looks like she wants to run." Duke Francis took a careful look for himself and nodded. That is most probably true, and can be considered a decisive action on her part. Eagle City isn't suitable for a siege. If she tried to defend this city with her troops, it will only become a clear victory for us. It turned out the same as you had expected during the combat meeting last night. She really did not expect us to react so fast, he laughed. We arrived at just the right time, Timothy said. She was unable to move at night, even if she had wanted to. You are correct. A march during nighttime is a big taboo. If she really had done it, and we then took the initiative to attack, her troops would easily collapse. And once the troops collapse during the night, they will seldom have the chance to gather again. Even if she was able to flee back to Clearwater Port, it would only be delaying the inevitable. So, my dear sister had to wait until the morning to order the troops to retreat. Timothy looked with satisfaction at the castle of Eagle City, which seemed to be waiting for him to take it. It has to be hard on her, after all she has done, yet it didn't turn out as she expected. Garcia was too fond of the symbolic status of Eagle City and the possibilities she felt when she stationed troops here. When holding the mansion of the guardian of the southern border, it would indeed be easier to conquer the hearts of the southern nobility. But the benefits were also accompanied by its own risk. Timothy had intentionally sent a slow-moving diversionary army along the way, while at the same time rushing with a division of cavalry to the east, without any infantry. The needed rations were transported by cart, which were following them. When they arrived at the Duke's mansion, they took the rest of the cavalry with them. From there, they bypassed Eagle City and neared the city from the opposite side. The first mission of the cavalry was to block all roads, reducing the ability for the spies to pass on messages. But such big military activity was impossible to hide forever. Garcia should have gotten the news of their attack 2 to 3 days earlier than their actual approach, so that when they started their retreat this morning, it could be considered as a hasty move. Retreating from Eagle City to Clearwater would take 1 day on foot, so even if they ran on their 2 legs, Timothy could still easily overtake them with his 1,000-men strong cavalry unit and easily kill them. which would naturally lead to the collapse of her ridiculous armies. Unfortunately, as long as she threw her 3,000 troops away, Garcia still had a chance to escape from Timothy's clutches by leaving the city on her own by horse. Like this, staying alive and returning to the port of Clearwater wouldn't be difficult. Even in the case that she was able to flee, I would still have ended this farce, he thought. Your Majesty, according to the previously drawn-up plan, we should separate now, said Duke Francis. You will wait for me in the inner city after you bypass the city and attacked from the south gate, right? And if we run into strong resistance or get cut off, we will take a detour. I still think it's better if I attack from the southwest, Timothy answered. For us knights, it isn't easy to move in the narrow streets, and Garcia may also obstruct our troops from moving forward by blocking the streets with lots of debris. Even if we have to take a detour and fight into the night, we won't let ourselves be prevented from chasing them down and slaughtering them. Then I'm out, Your Majesty. Be careful, Timothy reminded him. Even if Garcia didn't leave any troops in the city, she could still have left behind many traps. In addition, be aware of the narrow streets. There might still be many people left in the houses, only waiting for the right time to ambush you, so slay everyone you find. You can't leave any threat to your safety alive. Ha ha ha, Duke Francis frankly laughed. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I have followed you farther into many battles. I have personally cut off hundreds of heads, and until now I have never been hurt. He waved with his hand and signaled the guard beside him to move. Everyone, attack. The troops behind him got ready, split into several smaller formations that were under the leadership of other knights, and started to move in the direction of Eagle City. The troops in the front line were made up out of the freedmen, followed by the armored mercenaries that were the main force in the siege, while the Duke's knights were fully focused on his commands. When the main force began to hit the walls, Timothy led the rest of the knights and their squires in the southwestern direction. Chapter 111, Battle of Eagle City, Part 2. The first batch of freedmen who served as the human meat shields didn't meet any resistance and were able to successfully climb the earthen slope. On top of the ramp formed from earth's slope, the defenders had built a wooden fence to block the attacking forces. The fence wasn't completely closed. Instead, it had many openings for spears. During the time the attackers were busy destroying the logs of the fence, the defenders could simply stand behind it and use their spears to kill the enemy. However, contrary to Duke Francis' expectations, the defenders, who should have been standing behind the fence, were nowhere to be seen. The entire wall was currently in an unguarded state, so his vanguards carrying their axes were able to quickly open up some gaps in the wall. After the logs were out of the way, the rush towards the city began. A moment later, the wooden gate was also opened. "Let's go," said the Duke, and shook the reins of his horse and led the rest of his troops to the gates. From the beginning of the siege until when the gates were opened, less than 30 minutes have passed, so what the hell was Garcia Wimbledon doing? Frances frowned. Even if she didn't have much combat experience, she should still have known that she had to leave a small group of personal guards or hired mercenaries who had been bought with a lot of money and didn't fear death behind to block the enemy's offensive for as long as possible. Only in this way could she gain enough time for the larger group to flee. The third princess is clearly not a stupid person. Otherwise, it could not be explained why she was able to take over the south so quickly. So why hadn't she arranged for any men to defend the wall? Building a solid defense, even with well-placed traps in it, but with no one to operate it, is only a waste of money. Frances thought, it's decided now, my personal guards will be the first group to step into the city and investigate whether the situation is safe. But later, when the captain of his personal guards came back to report, he reported that even within the city it was still the same situation. They hadn't met any resistance. However, there were indeed some wood and stone obstacles, but after his men had ordered the local inhabitants to work, those were soon removed. Hearing this report, Francis no longer hesitated and began to lead his remaining troops towards Eagle City. He had followed King Wimbledon III on many campaigns during the years and could be counted as a veteran, so how could he let himself be scared off by a little girl? Contrary to what one might expect, the time invested into analyzing the enemy's steps for mistakes was not wasted. Because if he could wait until all the gates were captured, he could directly ride through the city and save a lot of time. When he stepped through the gate, Duke Francis could smell something with a pungent smell. It wasn't the smell of rotting corpses, which often appeared on battlefields, but rather more like a mixture of pine nut oil, tangerine peel, and incense. If someone took a deep breath, they could even imagine it to be a perfume. What is this smell? But when he observed his surroundings once more, he was unable to detect anything unusual. The only thing which didn't seem right was that the ditch for the drainage system was blocked, and the sewage was overflowing out of its channel, slowly flowing along the ground. It had accumulated so much filth that he couldn't tell how long it was that they hadn't been cleaned. But when the sun fell on these dark substances, it reflected in 5 splendorous colors. Probably the smell comes from this pile of sewage. Francis shook his head, clearing it of this unnecessary thought, then began to lead his unit further to the castle district. Since they took over Eagle City, they naturally had to go to the castle and the city hall and look to see if there was worth looting. Of course, it was very likely that Garcia had already plundered the city, so there shouldn't be many gold royals left, but some of the larger crafts and ornaments were also very suitable trophies. Exactly for this occupation, Francis had brought his own food carriages along. Regardless of the condition of the loot, everything would be loaded on the carriages. As for those mercenaries, most probably they were already looting the shops and the surrounding farms. Well, for now, this doesn't matter. It's more important that Duke Joey is already dead, and it's still unsure who will become his successor. So at this time, it's a close battle to decide under whose rule this city will fall. When Duke Francis entered the castle, he thought that he had come to the wrong place. From the outside, it appears to be the castle, he thought. But they hadn't only taken all of the coins, no. They had cleared out the entire basement. They took all of the clothes and didn't even leave behind a single corn in the grain storage. The several frescoes hanging on the walls were also all taken, leaving only blank walls behind. There were no longer any books in the bookcases, and they also hadn't forgotten to take the bed from the Lord's bedroom either. In short, the whole castle had been stripped clean. Was this something that was done in a hasty retreat? Francis gradually became more uneasy. If this hadn't been planned out from the start, the castle wouldn't have been cleared so thoroughly. Right at the moment, he wanted to go to the city hall to see if it was the same situation over there. A thick smoke suddenly began to emerge through the north gate. What's the matter? Is something burning? I do not know, Your Excellency. I have already ordered Molière to go and take a look, the captain of his guard answered. Perhaps it's a fire that has been deliberately set by the enemy. Yes, that must be the case. The Duke's first thought was that this all was a trap, but then he realized that this method of setting the gates on fire was meaningless. After all, they could easily bypass the gates. They only had to cross the slope, and then they were already outside. Setting something on fire without any additional attack was meaningless, after all. An organized team wouldn't need much time to put the fire out. The correct use of this tactic would be to set up soldiers at the inner side of the walls, who would wait until the fire had expanded all over the city, and then, when the enemy's troops started to panic, that would be the time for their own surprise attack to start. If it's done like this, it can easily disrupt the enemy's formation, maybe even force them to retreat. But as he had said before, with no one to operate the trap, it was meaningless. At this moment, out of the direction of the 3 other gates, black smoke also began to emerge. And when he looked back at the fire at the north gate, he could see that it was spreading at much too fast a rate, as if the whole surroundings had been filled with straw. It didn't take long until the first cries from the civilians could be heard, indicating that some of their houses were already lit. This can't be right. Duke Francis thought, the fire is coming from the north gate, but there was nothing with which to feed the fire. There was only an open space. But if there was nothing, how can the fire spread so fast? Wait. Suddenly, a horrifying thought popped up within his mind. Could it be that Garcia Wimbledon had secretly recruited a witch? Francis reassuringly touched the god's stone of retaliation, which hung around his neck, calming quickly beating heart. Hopefully, it is only a fire ignited by a witch. As long as that is the case, I can directly walk through it. After all, with this stone, that demonic fire simply cannot hurt me. And furthermore, each member of my personal guards is also wearing this thing, so this fire can't threaten us at all. As for the freedmen, who have no money to donate to the church, I just don't have the time to attend to them. Regardless of the fact that he possessed such a stone, the city had still become dangerous, so he decided to flee to the war camp at the south gate. From there, he could not only monitor Eagle City, but also wait for the new king to return with the cavalry. When he thought his next steps through, he immediately gave the captain of his guards the command. We will leave the city through the south gate. During the ride, you will blow the horn to gather all of our troops. As you command. Everyone immediately went on their way, but when their group came near the south gate, the flames had begun to cover the whole city, already setting many civilian houses on fire. The heat emitting from the fire became so hot that they were forced to retreat. In addition, the commoners who were originally hiding inside their houses behind closed doors were now on the streets and fleeing from the flames, crowding the whole streets with people. They became so many that even the sword-swinging knights were unable to move forward. There was nothing which would help against this panic-stricken people fleeing to the only open space available, which wasn't burning yet. At this moment, it seemed as if everything would be consumed by the surrounding flames and smoke. Everyone calm down. We have to get to the well. From it, we can draw water to fight this fire. Duke Francis quickly gave some orders. Don't try to save the houses. They are out of control. Just extinguish the burning obstacles on the streets so that we get a path out of the city. Don't stop the horn signal. Let other people know where we are. Sir, shouted a knight who came from the direction of the city center. The knight didn't even wait until his horse had stopped. Instead, he immediately jumped off the horse. When he took a closer look, he discovered that it was the knight sent to the north gate by his captain. Sir, at the north gate we are unable to get the fire under control. What did you say? Francis couldn't believe it, so he had to ask again. You are unable to fight the fire. The flames are burning on this black water, she said quickly. Not only is it not extinguished with water, it is even quickly spreading over it, and now the whole northern city is burning. An immortal fire, Francis murmured. Yes, it has to be demonic fire. And then the Duke shouted, Do not panic. This is Garcia taking advantage of the ability of this evil witches. As long as you wear God's stone of retaliation, you're safe. Even if these flames seem frightening, they simply cannot hurt you. So that's the reason you were so benevolent. Molière subconsciously stroked her chest. Sir, what should we do? With the God's stone of retaliation, we don't need to fear anything. Everyone launch. We will break through. The Duke waved his hand. These demonic fire, as long as we wear the God's stone of retaliation, it will disappear without a trace. He paused. Molière, you will lead the first group of people out. I will stay here and wait for the people who are still coming. The female knight nodded in confirmation. Sir, you have to take care of yourself. Pay attention that you don't. Then she turned around and rushed without any hesitation towards the raging fire at the end of the street. Chapter 112, Battle of Eagle City, Part 3. It seemed as if the king's knights were holding a sharp silver blade when they cut into the rear of Garcia's retreating troops. The crowd broke into chaos, and a lot of people fell to the ground while they were trying to flee, only to end up getting trampled to death by the horses. Occasionally, some of them pulled out weapons and tried to resist the attackers, but against the superior knights, they were soon cut into pieces. Leading this kind of unstoppable flood was an elite knight from the camp in the cold Wind Ridge. It was Knight Naaman who served as the spear point for this attack. Furthermore, his blue cloak, which danced in the wind behind him, was particularly eye-catching. Wherever he went, the enemy would try to flee. Every time after his sword cut down, it would be covered in blood. Timothy Wimbledon instead stood in the distance on a small hill, overlooking the whole battlefield. At this point, the 3,000 people of Garcia's troops were no longer able to hold together their formation. Instead, with every second, they were falling further and further apart, which brought them to almost completely halting their march. They won't last much longer, Timothy thought. The moment when the second of my 3 teams attacks, they will collapse. These people simply cannot resist the assault of Greycastle's elite knights. Most of them aren't even wearing any armor. The moment a sharp blade comes close to them, they immediately start losing their will to fight. Everything happened almost exactly as he had expected. After spending 1 hour to bypass Eagle City, they had turned over and rode through a sparse forest, finally reaching the road. Back on the road, Timothy ordered his knights to start rushing, and finally, 1 hour later, they were able to catch up with Garcia. According to the advice of Duke Francis, Timothy divided his troop into 3 teams of around 300 knights and let them take turns in attacking the different sides of the enemy. Like this, he was able to hold some troops back and was always ready to send in reinforcements when it was needed. In order to avoid the possibility that they might get surrounded, his knights were not allowed to attack the center of the enemy's formation, and instead they should attack its flanks. With short, speedy dashes, they only cut off the leftovers, with each charge killing only dozens of people. This tactic was obviously very successful. After a few runs, the enemy already had more than 100 casualties, while still being unable to even retaliate. They even tried to organize a counterattack with their own cavalry, but the gap between their equipment and training was just too far off. Compared to the Knights of the King, the momentary patchwork of cavalry was nothing more than a group of horseback riding infantry. The moment when they came face to face, those cavalry, made of the men that had been brave enough to charge into battle, were simply killed, or if they were lucky, they were able to scatter in all directions. This unilateral massacre was a great blow to the enemy's morale, and soon Timothy noticed some of Garcia's troops begun to break away from the formation and flee in all directions. The time has finally come for us to launch our main offensive, he thought. When the cold Wind Knight came back from leading his attack, Timothy didn't order him to start the next round of shock tactics. Instead, he signaled him to come over to his side. "Your Majesty, their formation will soon come falling apart." Naaman wiped the sweat from his forehead away, whilst leaving some bloody marks on his face as he did. Naturally, it was the blood of his enemies. Until now, he hadn't received any injuries during the whole battle. Seeing this, Timothy took his own handkerchief and handed it to him. "Well done, you can take a break now. It's finally time to deliver the death blow." Seeing that the next round of shook attack wasn't coming in, Garcia's troops also realized that the decisive moment was coming. Her large group completely stopped their forward march instead. They unhurriedly gathered until they had formed a tight formation. Every outermost soldier was holding a wooden pike and held it up, waiting for the impact. Discovering this, Timothy only scoffed in his eyes. It was nothing more than an already dying man's last struggle. Without barricades, without armor, only with flesh and blood alone, you want to resist the mighty impact of my knights. This can only end in disaster for you. No matter which cards you have left, my dear younger sister, you won't be able to change the outcome. Naturally, it could also be true that you have already departed long ago, leaving this group to die and buying time for yourself to flee. But he soon discovered he had been wrong. Within the crowd, they once again put up the banner of the Queen of Clearwater. Seeing this green banner with the sailing boat and the crown fluttering in the wind made Timothy frown. So he lifted his binocular and took a closer look at the enemy. He soon discovered standing behind the warriors who had raised the flag was the blurred figure of a woman who seemed to be shouting some orders. Even so, he couldn't clearly see the other one's face, yet her gray hair flowing in the wind gave her identity away. Garcia Wimbledon had not run. Timothy took a deep breath. Well, this only means that this farce will come to an end here. I don't have to follow her to Clearwater Port. After waiting for the horses to be fully rested, the new king gave the signal to start the main attack. The cavalry formed from the knights, and squires was around 800 strong, and under the leadership of the king's own knights, started the attack against the enemy. It was once more the cold wind knight who was at the tip of the attack, Naaman Moore. Just at the moment when the attack would finally hit, suddenly on both sides of the horizon, a huge numbers of troops appeared. After sending out strange war cries, they immediately began to rush into the direction of the battle. Timothy couldn't believe what his eyes were showing him. Without raising any flags or wearing any emblems, the suddenly emerged troops didn't resemble any known force of the kingdom. After a closer observation, Timothy saw that they were all wearing different armors and weapons. But with their high stature and weird faces, Timothy knew they could only be from one place, the Sand People from the extreme south. He didn't need to guess any longer if they were friend or foe. Without a doubt, Garcia was able to make a deal with them, leading this group of damn foreigners into the kingdom of Greycastle. Only the thought of what this meant made Timothy burn with rage. He immediately shouted, "Give the signal, break off the attack." But it was already too late. Such a high-speed assault was impossible to be broken up with such a short notice. His knights were directly impaling into the heart of Garcia's troops, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter, with only one goal, reaching the Queen of Clearwater. Timothy eagerly looked into the direction of the flying banner, hoping that it would break. The troops of the Sand People coming from both sides were each around 1,000 men strong, making Garcia's forces 5,000 people strong. This was a size that Timothy was unable to face. Furthermore, the Sand People had a strong build and were always warring against each other, which had turned them into a great threat even to his knights. Only by killing the enemy's leader, cutting off their flagpole and breaking Garcia's forces, would he have still a chance of winning. However, even so, the flagpole swayed a bit, but it was still standing straight. Finally, the Sand People were able to close the circle, blocking the knights' last way out, and started joining the battle. Without these reinforcements, Garcia's 3,000 desperados would have been defeated long ago. But at the moment, they were still persisting, and just like a swamp, swallowing one knight after another. Hearing the horns blowing to retreat, the knights who were closer to the edge were trying to free themselves came rushing back to the king. But many of them had ridden too deep into the enemy's forces and were now trapped, including the cold wind knight. Currently, he was fighting against a 9-feet-tall warrior of the Sand People while breathing heavily. The other side was waving around a wooden stick as long as 2 men, causing a small area to open up around their fight. Unfortunately, Naaman's mount had already been crushed to death, and it was only thanks to his extraordinary reaction and agility that he was able to stay alive. But without a mount, his heavy armor led to a rapid consumption of his physical strength, and when he once more stepped sideways trying to dodge, his foot slipped and he was hit by the stick in the middle of his chest. The strength of the attack that came hitting against his armor was so huge that it broke into 2 pieces. His blue cloak swayed once more through the wind before he finally disappeared in the crowd. Half an hour later, the knights who were still left fighting had become less and less, and when the Sand People turned in the direction of Timothy's hill, he grit his teeth and gave the order to withdraw. His entire group of people began their retreat northward. Compared with the huge force he had previously led into battle, the new king now merely had 300 people still left around him. Chapter 113 Warning. Since the end of the month of the demons, it has only rained for 2 days in the west. All the other days had been sunny days. Apparently, this was compensation for all the snow during the winter. The musty air in the office had also been swept away, becoming fresh and clean as nature. And when he opened the windows, the sweet-smelling fragrance of spring would sometimes float into the room. At this time, the road between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold had nearly been restored to its former quality. But with each passing day, Roland would become particularly more concerned about the matter with the stronghold. Every year after the return of land traffic, there would also be merchants coming to Border Town selling their fresh goods. But until today, he had yet to see any merchant coming in from Longsong Stronghold. Lightning was by now flying 2 times a day to Longsong Stronghold to ensure that they would have an early enough warning to be well prepared for the enemy's arrival. Over the past week, the First Army has entered the comprehensive exercise stage, which included setting up the defensive line in order to welcome an enemy's attack, and also trained in how to pursue and attack an enemy. For the former, they heavily relied on lighting to always inform them of the distance between them and the enemy. The artillery and gun teams would shoot according to her orders, making it much easier, regardless of whether it concerned giving orders or acting on given orders. For example, shooting solid shelling at 800 meters and 500 meters, while using canister shelling when the enemy approached 300 meters, and firing with firearms at 50 meters, and so on. As long as they saw lightning raising the corresponding flag, the team leader would then give the signal to his team to attack. The key for the victory on the battlefield laid in the pursuit and attacking stage. According to Roland's plan, when the enemy was defeated, they would turn around and retreat to Longsong Stronghold, for which they would also need to use 3 days. Even if the Duke fled on his own, leaving his militia and the hired mercenaries behind, he would still need 2 days for the journey, so he had to stay for at least 1 night out in the wild. This gave the First Army the perfect chance to chase them. The whole process of monitoring would be done by lightning, while the First Army would always be out of the enemy's scouting distant, but ready to catch up at any moment. The artillery and ammunition would be transported by the town's civilians. When the enemy had established their night camp, it was time for the First Army to completely encircle them, and at dawn of the next day, they would start the attack, completely annihilating the opposition. Even though the plan didn't seem complicated, it was almost impossible to coordinate the 2 troops because of the absence of any modern communication devices. Roland could only hope for the witches to make up for the lack in communication. How the final result would end up, even he himself was unsure. Another critical point was that his gunpowder reserves were running low. Because of this, the First Army was unable to use live ammunition during their comprehensive exercises. However, the main goal of the training had been to increase the gunner teams and artillery teams' collaboration, as well as the coordination between the First Army and the witches. Roland has sent people to go further down the Shishui River to Fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to find new sources of saltpeter. If I'm unable to replenish my reserves of gunpowder, I am afraid after 2 more fights, the guns in the hands of the First Army could only be used as spears, Roland thought. Roland wrote a number of items he had to procure on paper, which included saltpeter, grain, seeds, and other supplies. He intended to send one of Barov's apprentices to the king's city to try his luck. That place had sufficient merchandise. It especially had enough saltpeter with the summer approaching. The king would surely have started to gather saltpeter by now. As a city filled with wealthy aristocrats and also wealthy merchants, when the weather started to get hot, the consumption of saltpeter would become staggering. He hoped to find a stable supplier who could provide Border Town with a stable stream of the raw materials needed to produce gunpowder. Prior to this, he had already sent out 2 of his personal guards, one to implement the plan called Gathering the Witches, and another to work on the Finding the Fruit program. The former had posed as either a traveler or a businessman and spread out through the streets and lanes, pubs and other places, the rumors of Border Town being a safe haven for witches. Of course, it hadn't been said that the host was the 4th prince himself. Instead, he news that spread had been that they had been able to find the Holy Mountain, and that the Witch Cooperation Association was now looking to recruit new members. The other had gone directly to Clearwater Port and purchased some peculiar crops from the fjords from across the ocean. Of course, when he found any particular seeds in any of the cities on the journey, he had also sent them back. Having finished with his purchasing list, he handed it over to Scroll, allowing her go to the town hall and hand it over to Barov. After Scroll left, Roland stretched out his hand to drink some water, but only to discover that his cup was empty. Just as he was about to get up and take the kettle off from the fire, Nightingale was already bringing over the pot to the table. More than that, she even smiled while she filled up the cup, and when she put the kettle back, Roland slowly sipped his tea while trying to think of what would have happened to make her smile like this. Recently, the attitude of Nightingale was somewhat off. In the last few days, she had always had a smile on her face, and even more, she was now even taking the initiative to serve him tea. Does she secretly want a raise in her wages? Previously, she would only sit on the sofa while holding a pot of dried fish and gnawing on some for the whole afternoon long. Although Roland had already asked her what had happened, she only laughed and refused to answer. He simply had to let the question go. Could playing Gwent really make people so happy? Later, when he invents poker and mahjong, he could just open a casino and the money would come in on its own. Stop. Roland shook his head, pushing the thought to the back of his head. Now wasn't the time for pleasure-seeking. He still had to consider what he would do after achieving his victory against Longsong Stronghold. Should he perhaps relocate his office to Longsong Stronghold? Roland had considered this point for a long time. Moving to a more prosperous land would seem to be quite tempting, but it wouldn't in fact be a very good choice. Longsong Stronghold had more than 100-year longer history than Border Town did, so there were many different forces that were struggling for power, while the other nobility also took a lot of power. The territory was supervised along the principle to divide and conquer. Even as the Lord of Longsong Stronghold, it was difficult to handle matters in the territories of his subordinates. In the case that Roland would want to grasp all of this power for himself, it would be very hard to achieve without causing a revolution. Even more, it was a territory where the fish and dragons were mixed in together, so his own safety also couldn't be guaranteed. He did not want to walk in the streets while always having to fear that a radical aristocrat would attempt an assassination. Compared to this, Border Town was completely different. Here only he had the final say. The surrounding land was vast, so he wasn't in an urgent need to expand his territory. Most of the people were either miners or hunters, or all from the same social rank, and with his success during the month of the demons, his reputation among the people has greatly risen. Most importantly, after the integration of the First Army and their propaganda, most of the people have accepted the existence of witches. When compared with Longsong Stronghold or other cities where the church had a lot of influence, Border Town was much easier to turn into the witches' safe haven. Therefore, Roland decided to use Border Town as his core area. As for the fortress, he decided to let others manage it on his behalf, and that he would only be there to provide support from afar. After all, as long as they provided him with a steady flow of workforce, as well as paying taxes, he would be satisfied. What he was missing the most of at the moment was people and money. So Roland's consideration for Longsong's stronghold was that they would provide him with the coins and the people for the continued construction of border town. Like this, the gold royals from the defeated nobles would return back to the hands of the commoners, who would then use it in the markets of Longsong's stronghold, from where he would get the money back in form of taxes. In addition, maybe he could through a number of preferential policies to convince some people with special skills to stay for the long term in border town. But all these were still only some rough plans. Things such as who would administer Longsong's stronghold in his stead, or the specifics of the taxation system, would have to wait until the end of the battle to be considered. At this moment, a figure in yellow suddenly flew through the window only to stop beside the prince's table. This figure was Lightning. "You've worked hard. Have a drink first." Roland took his cup and gave it to her. She took the cup from him, but she didn't drink. Instead, she only shouted, "Your Highness, they are coming." Chapter 114 Thunder. The vast amount of Longsong's stronghold's allied forces were on march to border town. The front of the force was comprised out of the 6 knight families in the stronghold. From the various armors that the knights were wearing, it was easy to determine how strong each family was when compared to the others. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching amongst them were Duke Ryan's knights. Their horses were a branch of the king's breed of short-tailed horses, which were exceptionally good at long-distance running and had a larger body than that of other horses. Yet, even with how amazing the horses seemed, the knights sitting on their backs seemed even more powerful. Their armor was created by the famous Longsong stronghold, Hammer and Dragontooth, blacksmith, which gave them a unified look. On their thick breastplates was carved a huge and shiny silver lion's head, while on their shoulders were pictured 2 wolves, which seemed to be opening their mouth to let out a roar. Their cloaks, which were waving behind them in the wind, was embroidered with delicately decorative designs, and around their waist, every one of them had also tied a red band. These knights were not only eye-catching. Each year after the end of the months of demons, it was exactly these knights who were responsible for cleaning up the remnants of demonic beasts and ensuring that it was once more safe to travel through the land. Every one of them had accumulated a wealth of combat experience when fighting one-on-one. They weren't much worse than the knights of the king were. They were just less in numbers, of course. As a duke, being able to support 150 elite knights was already an amazing feat. So when Duke Ryan looked at his knights, he always had a very satisfied expression, never doubting for a moment that there was no one in the West who had enough strength to stop him. Walking in the middle of the retinue were the mercenaries. Their equipment, when compared with the knights, was much worse. The majority of their attire was some out-fashioned mail or plate armor, lacking either the gloves or helmets. There were even some people who were only equipped in cheap leather armor, and they were also wearing all kinds of different weapons. While walking along the road, they didn't hold to any formation, but were rather always walking in small groups of 2s or 3s, oftentimes even laughing as they went. Seeing this, one could have the feeling that they weren't on their way to battle, but instead seemed to be going out on a hike during the spring. At the end of the line, walking behind the mercenaries, were the freedmen who had been pressured into service by the lord, dragging a single wheel cart behind them, which was loaded with food and tents. Due to the difference in the movement speed of the 1,500 people, which resulted in a very slow-moving retinue, the knights riding at the front would have to stop from time to time and wait for the troops behind them to keep up. "Sir, Count Elk," Halger Medela pulled the reins of his horse so that he could directly ride side by side with the Duke. "We are half a day away from the border town. If we continue at this pace, we should arrive there by 4 p.m. at that time. It would be the best if we let our troops rest for the night. Then tomorrow morning we will start the attack. Or do you perhaps want to attack the prince's castle immediately? It seems you want to sleep in the wild too." The Duke laughed. I myself would prefer to sleep in the castle's bed rather than the wet mud. Of course, we still have to give the royal family a little respect. So, when we arrive at border town, I will send messengers to persuade the prince to surrender." Count Honeysuckle, riding slightly in front of them, turned around and said, "The cavalry has already spent a whole day out in the field. The people and the horses are tired, so starting a direct attack wouldn't be very appropriate, right?" After all, even though he only has miners and hunters, it is still a fact that Roland Wimbledon was able to spend all of the months of the demons inside border town. I think it would be for the best if we remain a bit cautious. Haha, I can understand that others don't know it, but that even you don't know the truth about the demonic beasts. My old friends. They are really scary when met in the wild. They move fast and nimble and have astonishingly strength. In other words, they are deadly opponents. But if you're standing behind a wall, then they are just stupid beasts. The Count of the Elk family shrugged. I was more surprised with that he could build a wall so quickly. But with that alone, he cannot resist the might of our knights, correct? They aren't mindless idiots. That is exactly the case, and I have also received a message from the north. Duke Ryan casually said, "This year in Hermes, they'd had to deal with an unusually large force of demonic beasts, almost resulting in the fall of the new holy city." So thinking about this logically, it seems that this year's demonic beasts were mostly directed in their direction. And here at the west border, we'd only had to deal with the few that have slipped through the net. As the lord of the whole western territory of the kingdom, his eyes were not only concentrated in this remote place. Through these years, he had placed many eyes in all of the major cities who continually passed him all the newest information. But at the moment, the tragic war in the north wasn't the place where his main focus laid. A few days ago, he had received a secret letter from Steep Cliff City, which informed him that the new King Timothy Wimbledon and the Queen of Clearwater have held a fierce fight within the southern territory of Eagle City. According to the news, Timothy's team should need a month to return from Eagle City. The letter hadn't mentioned the result of the fight. In it had only stood that, after Timothy had come back to Steep Cliff City, he had lost thousands of troops, which had made it impossible for him to keep up the blockade against his sister. It also seemed that Eagle City had become a victim of the fire. The black clouds of smoke had almost covered the whole sky. This spectacle had all been witnessed by the residents of the surrounding towns. Without a doubt, regardless of whether the Queen of Clearwater had died to the hands of Timothy or not, such a painful loss of soldiers was a serious blow to the new king. The content of the letter had made Duke Ryan so restless that he had on that very night sent out many trusted aides to King's City and also into the Eastern Territory, hoping to learn more about Timothy's circumstances. Perhaps this large battle between the two monarchs would give him the opportunity to destroy the still unstable regime of the new king. He absolutely did not mind throwing a torch on an already prepared bonfire. If he wanted to become an independent king, now was the best chance he would ever get. The soldiers of the north were buried under the feet of the new holy city. The south has just experienced a war and was still lying on the ground while licking their wounds. The east border lords and the new king weren't in a better situation either. But he was afraid that in a few years they would come back into power. As long as he got some people to attack the north, it could easily tear the kingdom of Greycastle in half. By then the territory and population under his rule would be comparable to that of the kingdom of Eternal Winter in the north. With the two biggest cities in the southeast under his control, his strength would be comparable with everyone else's in the kingdom of Greycastle. And he, Osmond Ryan, would become the first king in this new country. After he thought everything through, the Duke smiled in satisfaction. He wanted to end this farce with the prince today, and tomorrow he would immediately go back home. Fortunately, 3 days later, I will be able to welcome my trusted aides back to the castle. Hopefully, they will have some good news for me. As the sun gradually went downwards, approaching the top of the mountains, Duke Ryan could finally make out the outline of Border Town. And outside of the town, he saw a number of densely packed silhouettes. "Father, Duke," Renee, who was in charge of the leading the front, came back to report, "The people in front of us should be the guards of the fourth prince. They are all armed, clearly showing that they don't intend to welcome us." "Well, at least we don't have to bother with going to the castle to ask him to surrender," the Count laughed. "Inform the knights they should slow down and should stop at a distance close enough for a charge." "Yes, father." After receiving his orders, Renee turned around and left. Duke Ryan raised his view and looked at his opponents. The guards in front of him all looked very strange. They were also holding strange weapons. They stood side by side in two lines. If you were to call their weapons pikes, that would mean that the pikes did not have the correct ends, and the grip was also too short. Moreover, his counterparts adopting the disposition of trained troops was also against any common sense. Their line of defense was so thin. Weren't they running with open eyes into their own death? This made the Duke a little confused. Even if the prince has no common sense or any battle experience to speak of, he still has some knights, and also his personal guards by his side. Aren't they able to prevent him from making such a mess? Thinking about for a moment, the Duke decided that he would let the mercenaries lead the charge, while the cavalry would stand aside and remain ready to start their charge at any moment. Of course, he would still send out a messenger to try persuading the prince. "Go over and tell the prince that I don't have the intention of hurting him," Duke Ryan said, "but I still have an obligation, the new king's order. They won't be harmed if they put their weapons down without resistance. On his way back to the king's city, I will treat him according to the treatment of nobles." Getting his army into formation was a very slow process. First was the cavalry. They went one after the other onto their positions, while the mercenaries were slowly taking their position at the fore. But at this moment, Duke Ryan suddenly saw 4 short flashes of fire in the enemy's camp. First came a flash of light, then there appeared some smoke. He frowned, thinking that there might be something wrong. He even thought about taking out his binocular, but then suddenly a series of thunder-like noises exploded near to his ear. Chapter 115, War for Border Town, Part 1. When the enemy finally entered his field of vision, Vanner immediately noticed the heavily armed knights, who were riding on huge horses, wearing bright and dazzling armor and slowly riding towards Border Town. It was usually the case that the rank of a knight was much higher than that of the common townspeople, and when he was suddenly confronted with about 100 of these, he had to take some deep breaths to calm himself. Vanner felt how his palms became sweaty. It was just like the time on the wall when he had to face the demonic beasts for the first time. But this time he faced creatures that were the same species as himself, the joined forces of Longsong Stronghold's nobility. No, that's wrong. He angrily spat out and threw his former thought aside. You think they're the same as yourself? When have the nobles ever treated you as if you were of the same species as themselves? He asked himself mockingly. The only goal of their trip is to snatch Border Town away from us and bring the Northern Slope mine back under their control. More importantly, they even intend to drive His Royal Highness out of the Western Territory. As a member of the First Army, I cannot simply allow this. During yesterday's pre-war lecture, His Royal Highness had made it clear that Timothy Wimbledon, the brother of His Royal Highness, had conspired against the throne, and in the end, even killed his own father King Wimbledon III for it. Originally, these happenings between the royalty and aristocracy hadn't mattered that much to him. Is there any difference for me if the king was to change? But now that Duke Ryan wanted to grasp this opportunity to take His Highness's territory away, this he now found totally unacceptable. When he thought about it, just how had his life been before His Highness had come to Border Town? If he was remembering correctly, the former lord was actually a count who had rarely shown himself. The acquisition of the furs was done by his personal guards, who often used their weapons to lower the prices. And when the months of the demons arrived, they would all flee to live in the slums of Longsong's stronghold and end up suffering during that whole time. But today, under His Highness' control, the life in Border Town had become better and better, with changes being visible for everyone to see. Vanner thought, for example, when the miners had achieved a higher output, they would also receive a higher payment. And even after His Highness put this black machine into the North Slope mine, the additional output had still counted for the miners' work. Whether it was when building the walls or mining gravel, everyone was paid on time. During this whole winter, there wasn't even one person who had frozen or starved to death. Of course, the biggest change was the implementation of the militia. No, now it's called the First Army. Having them guarding the town, we commoners don't need to huddle together in these wooden sheds, begging for others to give us food. If the prince isn't here any longer, would the Duke still allow for the First Army to keep on existing? Vanner took another deep breath and wiped his palms against his clothes. No, he certainly would not allow it. The nobles of the stronghold don't care for the lives of us commoners. It is exactly as His Highness had said before. Only an army composed of the commoners will be willing to fight for the lives of other commoners. Vanner raised his head so that he could keep the left part of the sky inside his field of view. There in the distance, he could see a small black dot circling around. When one was only taking a casual look, anyone would think it was actually just a large bird. But in truth, it was the artillery intelligence commander Lightning, who was using the trees growing on both sides of the road as cover while constantly observing the enemy's movements. When she flew back, Vanner also noticed that as long as she did not take the initiative to fly over open areas, the people on the ground would only be able to see tree branches if they were to look upwards, so it was nearly impossible for them to detect that there was a witch that was flying over their heads. After a quarter of an hour, Lightning flew closer to their frontal position while flashing a green ribbon. This was signaling to them that the enemy had entered a range of 1,000 meters and that they should prepare to start shooting. Vanner didn't know how far the distance His Highness called 1,000 meters was, but when he saw the green signal, he just subconsciously followed the rules of the comprehensive exercise, giving the command to load the cannon and adjust the angle. It didn't take the 4 groups of gunners a long time to complete their tasks. The cannon angle was adjusted to the 3rd setting, while the gunpowder and the solid artillery shell were also inserted into the cannon's barrel. He had thought that after he had stood on the wall and fought against the demonic beasts, he could regard himself as an experienced fighter, and also thought that he was talented. But today he came to discover that there was still a huge distance between himself, Iron Axe, and Brian. During the afternoon assembly, he'd had great problems trying to calm his heart. But these 2 men, when they led their groups to the appointed area, they not only looked as if there was nothing special about today, no. He could even hear from Brian's voice just how eager he was to fight. But he himself, until now, was unable to calm himself. With a bit of shame in his heart, he had to acknowledge that even the Rodney brothers seemed to be acting better than his own performance. This thought made Vanner feel very depressed. He nervously licked his lips and checked Lightning's position once again. But at this moment, the enemy's movement slowed down by a lot. "What are they doing?" Rodney asked. "That's currently unknown," Cat Espaw answered. "For me, it seems like they are adjusting their formation, but they still look a little chaotic." "They are waiting for the other troops," explained Jop with a slightly trembling voice. "It's impossible for knights to fight alone. They always need a large number of people to follow them." "How do you know all this?" Nelson wasn't convinced. "I have already seen it. A knight will always take along at least 2 squires, while there will be another dozen serfs who have to handle their foraging." He began to count it off on his fingers. "First, there is the Duke. As the lord of Longsong's stronghold, he has at least 100 knights. Right, then there is the light cavalry, who are at least 300 people. Plus, the counts and viscounts who have their own territory. Many more. And don't forget the mercenaries, they have all already tasted blood themselves, so they won't even blink as they kill you. They will do anything for money, while we only have 300 people. Actually, less than 300 people, Vanner corrected in his mind. We only have 270 soldiers armed with weapons, according to His Highness's explanation. It is because we lack in the area of production capacity. Now those who did not have guns of their own were sent to the artillery teams. They were to handle preparing the ammunition for the 4 cannons. When Vanner discovered that they were a lot slower than his own group, he also felt a lot better. "The mercenary, they're coming," Jop cried out. Vanner looked towards the enemy. There he could see a group with various kinds of armors taking the front in their battle formation. They did not ride, nor did they march in line. They just walked in small groups of 2s or 3s to the middle of the field. While the knights scattered to both sides, it seemed as they were giving up their position for the mercenaries. After a quarter of an hour, the Duke's allied forces were finally ready. At this time, a knight came riding out of the enemy's camp into the direction of border town. Vanner became so nervous he almost gave the command to fire. What should I do? Vanner looked once more at the sky, but he was still unable to discover lightning, while the enemy was constantly coming closer while waving a white flag. "He is the messenger sent by the Duke," Jop muttered. "He should be coming over, trying to persuade the prince." "It's none of our business." Rodney squatted down behind the cannon and aligned his line of sight with the center line of the barrel. "Leader, we need to adjust the cannon. Most of the knights have left the impact zone." During their previous practice with live ammunition, they were repeatedly taught that the cannon attack range was represented by the center line of the barrel, so if they wanted to hit their target, they had to make sure that the target overlapped with the barrel's center line. So the 5 men began at the same time to turn around the cannon until the cannon once more pointed in the direction of the knights. The messenger, who had come in alone, was then escorted by Carter to the back of their defense line. But Vanner knew that this move of the Duke was just a waste of time. The prince would never agree to surrender. Suddenly, Lighting abruptly flew in the direction of the defensive line, wildly waving a yellow flag in her hands. The yellow signal meant that the opponent had entered the 800 million range. At this distance, they had the chance to hit the target with a solid projectile. It also meant that as long as the gunner captain didn't prohibition firing, the gunner teams could fire at will. His other team members also noticed the signal, so they all looked into his direction, and after he nodded once, he took a deep breath, then shouted, "Fire!" Chapter 116, War for Border Town, Part 2. It was not the case that the knights could charge from the beginning at their fastest speed. After all, horses were limited by their physical endurance, so they were only able to maintain their fastest speed for a short period of time. At 1,000 or 800 meters, they would begin to gradually increase their speed until they reached 500 meters away from their mark. Only when they came within 200 meters they would start galloping. While in theory, the 12-pound Napoleonic cannon had an effective range of up to 1,300 meters if it used solid shells. Maybe because it only had half the diameter than normal, Roland's cannon only had an effective range of 1,000 meters. As a result, the furthest distance his artillery group were allowed to open fire at was at 800 meters. At this distance, reaching the target area could be guaranteed, while at the same time, the cannonballs would also bounce forward after hitting the ground, resulting in line damage with a high chance to kill multiple targets with a single shot. In order to let the mercenary attack first, Duke Ryan had ordered his knight to step to the side, letting them wait in an absolutely safe area, meaning an area where bows and crossbows were unable to reach the knights. But this distance was still close enough for an effective night charge to be launched. Knowing of the low efficiency of the mercenaries, the knights were always ready to pull the horses' reins, waiting for any resistance in one place. However, like this, they became an almost fixed target for the artillery group. But the Duke certainly did not realize that, by the time he ordered his troops to step aside, that they had already stepped onto Roland's prepared battlefield. While the middle of the road might have been flat and spacious, both of its sides were crammed with leaves and with other vegetation. What seemed from afar to be just ordinary grass was in truth actually thick vines covered by a knee-deep layer of weeds. It was like a road plastered with natural tripwire. If the cavalry wanted to start a flanking assault on the defensive line, they would only be able to move forwards with a very slow degree of progress. The 1,000-meter distance was clearly marked on the ground. It may not have been visible for the people on the ground, but to lighting flying in the sky, it was clearly visible. The battlefield was precisely divided into several segments, and every differently colored mark represented a different distance. The enemy was now just a ruler moving about on a chess board, which permitted the artillery group to shoot without having to calculate the barrel's angle. They only had to go through the steps as they had implemented them during their training. The cannon of Vanner's group was the first to roar with fury. A large amount of gas generated by the detonation of the gunpowder pushed the projectile outwards, and at the moment it flew out of the muzzle, it had already reached a speed of more than 400 meters per second. So, after 2 seconds, the shell had already almost reached the knights, directly flowing through the group of knights and boring itself into the ground beside the road, splashing soil and gravel into every direction and creating panic amongst the horses. One knight reacted a little too late and fell from his horse. The following next 2 shells also missed their target and only created a lot of dust. But the last group was able to get a lucky hit. Originally, there was no one in its flight path, but a knight who was unable to gain back the control over his frightened horse happened to pass right into it. In front of this huge amount of kinetic energy, his armor existed in name only. The cannonball simultaneously pierced through the thin iron and human flesh, and after it bounced off the ground, it then hit another knight, cutting off his calf. Furthermore, it ended up penetrating through the horse's chest under the knight's hip and spreading its internal organs all over the ground. If the knight were in their normal phase of attack, the artillery group would need to adjust the angle of their shot, but the sudden blow had apparently shocked the whole coalition of the Duke's forces. They didn't know what had hit them. How could they? The shell was too fast to be seen with the human eye. So the knights didn't receive the command to attack. Instead, they were still pacing back and forth in their original location, trying to appease their skittish mounts. It was once more Vanner's group who was the fastest to complete the reloading process, starting the second round of shelling. The new weapon exposed just how fragile and soft the human body really was. Once hit by a passing iron ball, could cause injuries which were unable to ever be healed. But when the rider was directly hit by it, in addition to him losing several limbs, it would also splash blood everywhere. Only when they were hit by the second round of artillery shells were they finally able to make out a vaguely black shape, while it was taking the lives of their companions. After the second round of shooting, the Duke was finally able to connect the fire and roaring sound in the enemy's camp with the indescribable strike against his unit. It seemed the other side had gotten its hands on an incredible weapon, with a range much farther than a crossbow, almost like one of the stronghold's trebuchets. Realizing this, the Duke immediately gave the order to sound the horns, thinking that as long as they were able to come into close range, these long-distance weapons would also become useless. The knights, however, when hearing the horns, showed several kinds of reactions. Some of them really rushed into the direction of border town, but others were still fighting with their own horses, while a small part of the knights was retreating toward the rear of the battlefield. Together with the mercenaries swarming around, the whole scene quickly turned into chaos. When the attacking knights returned to the road, the artillery group suddenly became frantic. In addition to clean up the barrel and reloading its ammunition, they also had to adjust their cannon. At this time, Lighting flew once more in the direction of the defense line, holding a red ribbon in her hands. The red signal meant that the enemy was approaching the 500 meters line. At this distance, the artillery hit rate would reach more than 80%. Vanner shouted, "The shooting angle is correct. Quick, light the fuse, light the fuse." When the deafening roar could be heard once more, he didn't even look to see if they had hit anything. Instead, he immediately turned toward the ammunition distribution staff and shouted, "Canister, send in the canister shelling." During the artillery training, His Royal Highness has repeatedly stressed the point that when the red signal was hissed, even if the barrel was already loaded with solid shells, they should immediately shot and then reload with canister shells. In case that the barrel wasn't loaded, they should immediately fill it with canister shells and then wait until the point where the enemy reached the 300 mark. The canister shells looked like a tin filled with thumb-sized balls and sawdust. To produce the canister shells, they first bore a hole into the tin, then they filled it with balls and sawdust, and then they stopped it with a thin piece of wood. When Lighting finally showed the purple ribbon, the 4 artillery groups fired almost simultaneously. This was also Vanner's first time using the canister shells. According to His Royal Highness, the wounds induced by canister shells were very difficult to heal, so they only practiced the loading procedure. So today, it was also his first time seeing the amazing killing potential of these special shells. Because of the huge pressure difference, the tin fractured into many pieces after it left the muzzle. The small iron balls inside of the tin fell like raindrops on the enemy, placing the knights 300 meters away into the middle of a deadly metal storm and turning the people and the horses into a bloody mist, resembling the falling wheat as it was cut down. Some iron pellets, after penetrating the knights' bodies, still had so much kinetic energy left that even the knights standing behind them weren't able to escape either. The knights lucky enough to survive the storm finally entered into sprinting distance, while only having one thought in their mind. That was to break through this thin line of defense and massacre those cowards who were only able to hide behind those cruel weapons. Only a short amount of time was needed to cover the last 150 meters. The knights were already lowering their bodies, pushing the horses to reach their highest speed. However, this seemingly short distance of 150 meters turned into an uncrossable distance. The last round of firing of canister shells completely destroyed the last bit of their fighting will. In the range of 100 meters, the solid iron balls were able to penetrate through as many as 2 to 3 people, turning the area in front of the cannon fire into a field of death. From the 20 knights riding at the forefront, almost none had been able to survive. The only difference between them lied in the amount of iron balls by which they had been hit. The knights' assault had completely collapsed. Because the fear created by the collapse of the knights' assault was so huge, the knights following attempted to turn around their horses, wanting to flee the battlefield. When they saw the knights scatter, the mercenaries weren't willing to take another step forward. They had always only been working for the money, but they immediately turned around when they saw how much they would have to pay. Now, at the moment of their retreat, they ran even much faster than they had during their attack. When the wave of their crushing defeat swept over the dukedom's allied forces, the situation soon became impossible to control. The crowd had only one thought left. They had to flee. There were people who fell and were trampled to death. No one took the time to care for others. They only hated themselves for not being able to grow another pair of legs. At this moment, the melody of the guerrilla warfare song resounded through the battlefield, and the lines of the infantry began to march in step, sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 117, Chase, Part 1. It was Carter's first time that he's seeing a battle. A lineup of more than 300 knights was unable to even scratch the edge of their defensive line. Instead, they had been totally crushed. Until the end, they had failed to even enter into a range of 50 meters. It was the hunter team's fire line. Only when the enemy had come closer than 50 meters were they allowed to open fire. The 4 cannons had brought the enemy's assault to a complete halt at merely 100 meters. Along the range of 150 to 100 meters, laid an orderly row of 20 bodies. It was as if they had run into a wall. And these men, like himself, belonged to the strongest category of fighters, knights. Otherwise, they would have never been able to control their horses under the sound of gunfire. In the end, Carter was glad that he wasn't one of them. He felt a faint hunch that the battles in the future would become very different, and it was only a matter of time until Roland Wimbledon, the master of such a powerful force, would aspire to the throne and aim for kingship. When the members of the First Army saw the bloody battlefield, they became dizzy and began vomiting or had other adverse reactions. But this wasn't the reaction they would show if they had personally killed the enemy during close combat. The sense of deterrence brought on by killing someone over a long distance was much less when compared with killing someone with a knife. Their reaction couldn't be counted as critical. Carter picked a set of people from his own team to pick up the severed limbs and put them back with the dead bodies, while still searching for the living people. The sun gradually fell behind the mountains, and when Carter looked at the blood-red sky and the distant woods with its crying crows, he was suddenly hit by a dull and dreary feeling. The era of the knights was over. Even until now, Duke Ryan was still unable to recover. He couldn't understand how it was possible that he had lost, even more to a line of defense as thin as a slice of onion skin. Normally, it would have been enough to poke it with just a finger to run through it. But today, it was his knights who fled like they had come face to face with the devil. In truth, he couldn't even blame them because the assault was under the command of his elite knights. His personal guards had even to chop down several people so that the blindly fleeing mercenary didn't come close to the Duke's position. But he was unable to do anything else. No matter how much he shouted, he couldn't unite the defeated men once more. In desperation, even Duke Ryan had to retreat with the flow of fleeing people, and their mindless escape only stopped after they had crossed nearly 10 miles. When the night came, the Duke chose a place close to the river bank to camp. Even after setting up torches to lead the separated knights and mercenaries back to their camp, most of their people were still missing. To make matters worse, the freedman had without any hesitation left in the carts with the food, so tonight they had to slaughter a few horses to serve as rations. The 5 nobles huddled together within the camp's largest tent, looking with a fearful expression towards Duke Ryan. However, even he wasn't in any better constitution. Who can tell me what kind of new weapon it was that they had used? They are far better than crossbows, and they don't seem to be throwing the stones like with a catapult. The Duke began to speak, while glancing at René. You also stood at the forefront. Tell me, what did you see? My lord, I couldn't see anything clearly, René answered. I only know that every time this roar was heard, our men would fall in batches, especially when it sounded for the last time. It seemed like the rushing knights had been hit by an invisible wall. Furthermore, I also saw how their heads and arms were split from their bodies. It was just as if, he thought for a moment, we were like an egg dropped from the height of a city wall. Was it the power of a witch? Count Earl whispered, frightened. No, answered the Duke. My knights were wearing a god stone of retaliation, so the power of a witch couldn't have hurt them. We weren't attacked by witches. In front of those stones, they are nothing more than an ordinary woman. Oh, that's right, sir. René suddenly spoke up, as though he was remembering something. Before I heard the loud bang, I saw how carts which stood in a row, they had a huge iron pipe. It emitted a red light and a cloud of smoke. An iron pipe? What red light and what smoke? Doesn't that sound like the ceremony barrel? Count Elk asked with much doubt in his voice. The Duke, of course, knew what a ceremony barrel was. Previously, they were only used by the king at the beginning of major celebrations, but today nearly every lord would use them. Even he had 2 ceremony barrels made out of bronze in his castle. They were used to light up snow powder. But that sound, when compared with today's breathtaking, thunderous noise, couldn't be further apart. The ceremony barrels would never be able to kill knights. Count Honeysuckle said, no matter what the prince used, it was powerful enough to defeat us all. So what should we do next? Hearing this, Duke Ryan glared in his direction. The sound of the word defeat was especially ear-piercing. We haven't lost, he insisted. A battle alone doesn't decide a war. We only have to reach the stronghold. There, I can put another force together, while at the same time, I will also cut off trade from the Shishui River. Without any food supplement, Border Town wouldn't be able to survive for another month, and as soon as he dared to bring those villagers out, my knight will rush at them from all sides and in the end, defeat him. Eventually, the victory would become his, just as had he wanted, but the loss he had already suffered couldn't be made up with just such a small town. His dream of taking over the north turned out to be only a bubble. Damn. If I will ever catch that Roland Wimbledon, I will have to make sure to cut him into 1,000,000 pieces. But my lord, the fleets crossing over the Shishui River aren't only coming from us. There are also ships from Willow Town, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and Redwater City. If we cut everything off, wouldn't? Count Honeysuckle clearly wasn't convinced. I will buy everything. It doesn't matter to whom they sell. As long as they receive their money, they will be satisfied, said the Duke with a frosty voice. Now everyone should head back to their own tents and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we have to rise early and ride further down the road with the knights. Everyone who doesn't have a horse will stay behind to lead the mercenaries. No one is able to march during the night, even if the 4th prince intends to pursue us. He can only start at dawn. The first enemy he will encounter will be the mercenaries, he thought. Even if that group of trash collapsed on the first encounter, I still have many people left who will fight for me. During the whole of next day, the Duke didn't receive any news of the 4th prince having caught up. In order to confirm the news, he sent his trusted aides to expand the search range, but they all returned with the same news. This finally let him feel a little relieved. Most probably this new weapon has the same problem as our trebuchets. They are too heavy to be transported and can only be used in defense. Relying on only his bunch of miners with their sticks, he doesn't dare to act so reckless. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Duke had ordered his knights to stop for the day, waiting for the people behind him to catch up. Close to dusk, the mercenaries and freedmen were finally able to catch up with his remaining 66 knights. And they then all became busy setting up a circle of hastily erected tents. He only had to survive for the night. Tomorrow he could rush and reach Longsong Stronghold. Then he would finally be safely behind his 30 feet high limestone walls, his hundreds of guards, and the naturally formed moat. Even if the other side could use their new long-range weapon, he could just use the trebuchets placed behind the wall to counterattack. Against all this, the prince couldn't win. But all day long the Duke had a constant feeling of discomfort. He constantly had the feeling that someone was staring at him from afar. Most probably it is just an illusion, he thought. I might just be a little too nervous. The next morning, the Duke was awoken by the sound of gunfire. When he rushed out of his tent, he could see people everywhere who had covered their heads and were trying to sneak away like rats. Yet, from time to time, he could still see a fountain of blood or sail splash into the sky. When he looked to the west, he could see the enemy lined up in their strange uniform, quietly standing outside his camp. At the moment, there was only one thought in the Duke's head: how had they caught up to us? How come they weren't detected by the knights that I've sent out yesterday? My lord, you have to flee, shouted a personal guard who was leading another horse at his side. This awoke Osman Ryan from his blanked state of mind. He immediately jumped on the back of the horse and followed his guard to the east. However, not long after they had left the camp, they saw another lineup of this strange force. Wearing the same kind of leather uniform, holding the same strange short stick in their hands, and also standing in two neat rows, even their facial expression was nearly the same. Then, the Duke once more heard that cheerful tune with its extremely rich rhythm. At the same time, the prince's troops began to march at a neat pace, directly towards his direction. Chapter 118 Chase, Part 2. Even though Roland had let the first army train for 2 times a day, he had never let them march during the night. It was dangerous for an army to march during the night. They wouldn't be able to see the road. There was also the change that they could get attacked by wild animals or snakes. It was easy to get lost, and if they used a torch, they would become a natural target. So he had to wait until dawn the next day before he could let his army march, trailing the Duke's forces. In order to ensure the smooth succession of operations, the prince decided to follow the first army on the battlefield. Of course, compared with riding on a bumpy road and getting a sore bottom, he chose to rather take a ride on Little Town. After half a month of training, Hummingbird was now able to lighten and transport a 12-pound cannon for a fixed distance. Roland also took into account that the heavier the object the longer was the enchanting longer the process would take, so he arranged for her to begin with the transformation at dawn. He also had to take into consideration that the first cannon had to be enchanted for the longest, and the remaining cannons would be enchanted in a descending duration order to ensure that the 4 cannons would lose their enchanting as close together as possible. Thanks to Hummingbird's ability, Little Town was now capable of carrying 4 cannons in one go, as well as the corresponding members of their artillery teams. The huge cement boat was now full of people. In addition to the artillery team and Roland, there were also Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Leaves, Echo, Hummingbird, and Lord Pine on the boat. Lastly, there was also Wendy. She was responsible for providing the power, and Brian acted as steering man. It could be said that with the exception of Scroll, Soria, Lily, and Mystery Moon, who were all witches who couldn't fight, almost the whole nest had come out. Originally, it hadn't been necessary for Anna to join them on the battlefield, but under the firm will shone in her eyes, Roland couldn't find it in his heart to let her stay behind in Border Town. 6 troops of the First Army's gunner team were under the leadership of Carter and Iron Axe, following the marks created by lightning, who alone was responsible for keeping track of the enemy. This group of people was quietly marching behind the enemy, always keeping exactly outside of the scope of the enemy's scouts. At the moment Lightning became aware of the enemy's scouting activities, the army would immediately stop its forward motion. Along their road, they were also able to capture a lot of scattered mercenaries and freedmen, but at the moment, they weren't able to deal with the surrender of the enemy. So they had no other choice than to disarm them. So now there were other guards who didn't belong to the gunner team following together with them on the road. This was Roland's first time to guiding his army on mission of conquest. He was standing on Little Town's bow and feeling the morning breeze, while at the same moment also feeling enormously proud of his own success. "What are you laughing at?" Anna suddenly appeared by his side and was directly looking into his eyes. She asked. Roland quickly put his smile away. "Nothing. Really?" She took out a handkerchief and gave it to him. "You have saliva on your face." Roland had the sudden impulse to jump into the water. "Thank you." When Lighting reported about the enemy's camp, the sun was already set. According to the information she gathered during her investigations, the enemy apparently showed the signs of walking away from a heavy defeat, which resulted in the drop of their morale to the freezing point. When they set up their camp at dusk and sent their knights to scout, they couldn't wait to end their investigation and return to the camp, out of fear of not finding their way back in the dark. Roland's troops were stationed on the shore 2 kilometers away from the Duke's army. All along the road, they didn't meet with any enemies, so the plan to wipe out the enemy was already halfway successful. Now, he only had to wait until the first light of the next day, and then, while the enemy was still in the preparation phase, their siege could begin. This was Roland's first time he was spending the night in the wild, and he was more inclined to sleep on Little Town than to meet all the reptiles which would run through the camp. The cannons parked on the ship and the inventory in the shed had already been emptied out and brought into the camp, so that Little Town could become the temporary residence of the prince. In addition to Roland, the other witches also stayed on board for overnight. The floor was covered by mattresses, and everyone was lying down shoulder to shoulder. Roland wanted to show modesty, but in the end, the witches were much less concerned about this matter than he was. With the exception of Anna, they had all faced a lot of hardship during their life, fleeing from place to place, so sleeping in the wild had become common for them. Soon, everyone was able to fall asleep. Only Roland and Anna had difficulty sleeping. The former was so used to a soft bed that he had some difficulties adapting to the deck's hard surface, while the latter didn't know what she should think. She ended up just turning to the side and watching Roland. However, when the prince turned his head, Anna would always quickly close her eyes, pretending to be asleep, but in the moonlight, Roland could still see her eyelashes slightly jitter. If he wasn't afraid that the others would wake up from the noise, Roland would really want to pinch the tip of Anna's small nose, forcing her to open her eyes and then afterward hold her in his arms. In this manner, they both ended up being unable to sleep for very long. When the sky was still not light up, Roland began his plan to encircle the enemy's camp. He divided his army of 270 into 2 teams. Each group of them would be supported by 2 cannons. One of them was sent to the rear of the Duke's camp, around 1 kilometer down the Duke's path. Lightning was still responsible for monitoring the Duke's movements, but in addition to this, when the cannons were set in position, the little girl also had the instruction to inform Roland. The moment he received the signal, he would send Carter out together with the rest of the First Army to start storming the Duke's camp. To prevent the cement ship from drifting away from the correct route, Nightingale would step into her fog. After all, her black and white vision could also be used as night vision, so with her instructions, Brian was able to maneuver the ship as if it was still the middle of the day. This process had been repeatedly practiced, and now everyone was able to do their part, even with closed eyes. Wendy was once more in charge of the powering the sails. Under her effort, it was almost as if Little Town had become highly ambitious. In merely 1 hour, all the troops had been placed into their positions, and Iron Axe had taken over command of the interception team. Seeing this, lightning flew above Carter's team and showed them an orange flag. At this point, the first lights of a new day could be seen. And now, the plan of encirclement and annihilation had finally stepped into its final part. Since Carter's team was only responsible for protecting the 2 cannons, they didn't need to move forward, so Echo was assigned to work under Iron Axe's command. When Carter's team reached the camp, they quickly moved the cannons into position and directed them towards the enemy's camp. At this moment, most of the enemies were still sleeping. With the typical roaring sound of the cannons, solid shells crashed into the enemy's camp. This woke the knights and mercenaries who came rushing out from their tents, but they were already awaited by Carter's team, who were all quietly standing there in formation. With their former days' experience of defeat, no one even dared to challenge this seemingly thin line of defense. They only flocked together and tried to flee towards the east, directly into the arms of the already waiting Iron Axe. When the enemy appeared his field of vision, the final stage for the moment of the Duke's annihilation had been set in motion. Echo began to play her music, and under the sound of her drums, the 2 neatly arranged lines started their move forward to the enemy. In order to put some pressure on the Duke, Iron Axe had to take the initiative to attack and intercept the Duke. If they just stuck to their former place, the enemy would likely spur their horses and bypass them, then escape into the woods. Duke Ryan had fallen into despair. He was unable to understand how the others were able to catch up and even overtake them. Should I just confess my failure and surrender? He wondered what Roland Wimbledon would do to a duke who dared to draw his sword and attack a member of the royal family. Would he imprison him? Would he send him into exile? But more than likely, he would just send him directly to the guillotine. No matter what, the future of Longsong's stronghold would certainly have nothing to do with him. Seeing how the enemy had came closer step by step, as well as how from time to time the roaring sound and red fire of this fearful weapon would once more spread terror within his men. He knew, if he didn't flee at this moment, he would never again have the possibility to escape. He only had 30 people left, so this really was his last chance. "They cannot stop us," the Duke shouted. "As long as we cross the road, they won't be able to catch up with us. After all, they only have 2 legs. Furthermore, we are only half a day away from the stronghold." The Duke then began to push his mount forward. Unfortunately, not everyone had such a desperate spirit as himself. In the end, except for his personal guards, only some other people followed his assault. The music stopped. The other side stopped at exactly the same time, as well as standing in a neat line like a wall. He then saw how the other side began to rise their strange sticks. When there was only around 100 steps remained between the Duke and the human wall, he could hear one banging sound following after another. He then felt a piercing pain in his chest and abdomen, giving him the feeling like he was hit by a warhammer. Then came paralysis and the feeling of helplessness. His body began to fall backward, finally falling down from his horse. While falling, the Duke opened his mouth trying to say something, but no clear sound came out. He was only able to cough twice. Then a strong, sweetly smell entered his nose, and his throat was blocked by a sticky liquid. Then darkness began to surround him. Chapter 119, Ransom, Part 1. Petrov Hull sat in front of his desk subconsciously. He was playing with a piece of parchment he held in his hands. It was the weekly delivery of the theater's afternoon program. If this were peaceful times, he would have chosen a good drama and let his housekeeper pay the deposit, afterwards sending an invitation to Orlaia. But he was unable to read even one word that was on the parchment. Today was the 7th day of the expedition. If everything had gone smoothly, his father should have already come back yesterday alongside the retinue of the Duke. Perhaps they were delayed during their journey. Perhaps the horses had gotten tired and they'd had to rest, or they might have taken an extra rest day in border town, right? He tried to comfort himself, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart was slowly groaning. The 4th Prince Roland Wimbledon had left a deep impression on him. Petrov couldn't understand why such an outstanding prince would have received such a terrible assessment by the king. Bad character, dandyism, incompetence, ignorance, and without having any learning or skills. Any of these evaluations didn't fit the prince that he knew. Because of this, his anxiety only became stronger. He feared that the Duke would lose against the prince. "Master Petrov," his housekeeper shouted, "there is a letter that has just arrived from the stronghold." "A letter from the stronghold. Bring it to me," Petrov ordered. Even before he had opened the cover, he was already stunned by the identity of the sender. This letter had been written by the 4th Prince. Duke Osman Ryan used military forces to attack a territory under the king's rule, trying in vain to start a rebellion. Furthermore, the Duke was already executed on the battlefield, and now the Longsong stronghold is once more under the rule of the kingdom. Had the Duke lost? His heart sank when he began to read further. With exception of the die-hard members of the Duke's Guard, the most of the others had pleaded guilty. Normally, treason against the royal family would be punished by death, But because of the His Highness kindness, only the leader was put to death for his evil crimes. However, the others still cannot be pardoned. So the rest of the rebels will be handled in accordance with the war customs and will be held until their freedom can be bought. The Longsong Stronghold's castle will be used as exchange point. The following people on this list's freedom can be bought. The document was extremely awkward phrased. It was not written with the diplomatic turn of phrase, but it was still able to express its meaning clearly. The Duke's rebellion had failed, and if they wanted to free the prisoner, they would have to offer money in exchange. When Petrovs read the names on the following list, he saw that his father's name was impressively written in the first line. "Hetty," he shouted the housekeeper's name, "prepare the carriage. I'm going to Stronghold's castle." The territory of Count Honeysuckle laid to the east of the stronghold, so when Paul arrived at the castle area, it was already half an hour later. The Lord's castle was full of the members of the militia, who he had never seen before. They weren't wearing any shiny armor, neither were they wearing any cloaks or bands. Instead, they held a strange baton in their hands, with a kind of spear on the top. They just stood there in two neat and tidy rows, with their heads high and their chests out, simply expressing their power in their imposing manner. After he identified himself, Petrov was allowed access to the gardens, and he was then led by a guard towards the castle's grand hall. This was a place he had already visited many times before, but when he entered it today, it was like he was entering a completely new territory. All the guards standing in the corridors were ones he had never seen before. No one smiled at him after he greeted them. They just stared back blankly. He was stopped by a knight before the entry door of the hall. "State your name." "Petrov Hull," Petrov answered slightly unhappily. He didn't like the other one's interrogatory tone, and so he emphasized, "For you, it's Lord Hull." "I see." It seemed like his counterpart didn't accept that statement as being the truth. Instead, he just looked at the parchment in his hand. "Shalafi Hull, Count Honeysuckle is your father. I'm Carter Lannies, the chief knight of the Fourth Prince. Please come with me to the side room first. We need to check if you have any weapons hidden on your body." After a thorough search, only Petrov's god's stone of retaliation was taken away by the guards. "That's not a weapon," Petrov reminded. "Of course not," the knight nodded. "We will return it to you after the meeting." He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say another word. "They really will give me the stone back." His god's stone of retaliation was one of the strongest kinds, with a worth of at least 50 gold royals, so he couldn't believe that the other side wouldn't replace it with a defective stone. "That isn't important," he thought. "I will just take it as part of the ransom." When he finally entered the hall, he saw the fourth prince sitting on the throne writing something down. When the prince raised his head, he had a startled expression on his face, but then he laughed. "We met once again, Mr. Ambassador." It was still the familiar face and tone, letting Petrov feel a little more relaxed, so he gave him a bowing salute. "I present my regards to you, your Royal Highness." "Sit down," said Roland, raising his hand to offer him his seat. "In all likelihood, you want to know what happened. I can tell you that your father was not hurt. He was the first to surrender." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," Petrov said quickly. "I do not know how much ransom Your Highness will want. As long as my father can be let out, I will immediately send all of our money to you." "I do not need money," Roland shook his finger. "I want livestock and people." It was normal to want livestock, and even 50 years ago, when the conflict between the lords had ended, most of the time the loser had to pay for cattle and sheep. Stories like this was something he had oftentimes read in books. But people, what would that mean? "Your Royal Highness, cattle, sheep, horses of those the honeysuckle territory has a lot of. As for people, very simple. I'm in need of bricklayers, masons, carpenters, farmers, serfs, and so on." The prince handed him a scroll. "You can pay us according to the numerical conversion above. As long as you can reach the total number of 3,000, it will be enough." He smiled. Conveniently, it was this count from whom he had caught the most knights, so he also had to pay the highest ransom. Petrov spread the scroll at the table. Written on it were the names of all kinds of domesticated animals and the profession of people, followed by a number, such as cattle 3, sheep 2, mason 10, and the like. He immediately understood the meaning of all this. A value of 3,000 was the same as a herd of 1,000 cattle or 300 masons were only enough to redeem his father. Of course, his territory wasn't able to provide so many cattle and masons, but with this paper, he had so many possible combinations of items, so many choices. As a noble who had to work daily with trade, Petrov instantly realized how much finesse had been put into this list. Just a few days would be enough to calculate the optimal solution for the minimum costs for his territory, which would still meet the requirements of 3,000 points. Your Royal Highness, I can. One day, you only have one day. Roland stretched out his index finger. This only means that you have to make your choice in one day. After all, you can't gather so many people and animals in 3 to 4 days. But I can't always stay here. At most, I will stay here for a week. Then I will leave. One day it is. Petrov suddenly got so shocked that he stared at Roland with large eyes. Wait, you just said that you want to leave? What does this mean? If the prince didn't lie in the letter, then the duke has already died on the battlefield. With this Longsong stronghold now belonged to his highness. But now, he was actually saying that he wanted to leave. Why would he want to return to that small and broken-down border town? No, that was beside the point. The key point was that if his Royal Highness went away, who would manage this magnificent city? His mind became a stormy sea. Would one of the Duke's children inherit the throne? When he thought through everything that he knew, this didn't seem to be a possibility. After all, it would only be a question of time until they build up a new force to avenge their father. In addition to the Ryan family and the other 5 noble families, were there any others who could take over? Yes, Roland nodded. I'll take the ransom and then I will return to Border Town. Petrov's mind was suddenly filled with an outrageous idea, and the moment he had thought of it, he was unable to suppress it. Your Royal Highness, Petrov began, then he had to swallow and was only able to whisper. Excuse me, is there also a numerical value which can redeem Longsong Stronghold? Chapter 120 Ransom, Part 2. Hearing this question, Roland looked at Petrov in interest, and then laughingly said, You're the first person to ask me that. He then took his cup and drank from it, afterwards stated explaining in a casual tone, There is no doubt that Longsong Stronghold belongs to me. It's still mine, even while I'm not here. But I do need a man or a family to supervise the stronghold for me, so you should not be asking for a ransom, but rather for a representative's fee. Representative. Petrov was no stranger to this word. As a sharp-eyed businessman, they would always fix their aim on increasing the output of their territory. But all the peddling nobles didn't really have the time or would express disdain for this sort of work. So in the end, they could look for others to sell their goods to. In order to obtain that right, the merchants had to pay a sum in advance, as a deposit. How many gold royals would you want? After asking, he took a deep breath to trying to calm himself down. This would be a long-time deal, so it wouldn't be over with just one payment. Roland paused. Every month you have to pay 30% of the stronghold's tax revenue, as well as a material worth of 1,000 points. Everything else would be for yourself. That doesn't sound excessive, Petrov thought, as long as I could get complete control over Longsong Stronghold. So it seems that even the prince can be fair. But first, I have to confirm that the prince isn't actually joking, that he really is willing to go through with this. This would really be a golden opportunity. Petrov was completely hooked. I and the prince aren't mortal enemies, since the duke has completely failed. His children will also be deprived of their right of inheritance. Even the coalition of 6 noble families can't defeat the prince, who can prevent him from taking over the Western territories. To join the stronger side is one of the basic principles of the continuation of one's own nobility. If I can gain the approval of His Highness before the other 4 families even know of it, House Honeysuckle will become the strongest family within the Western territories. Your Royal Highness, why don't you want to stay in Longsong's stronghold? The castle has so much more to offer than Border Town does. What you really want to ask is why I don't want to manage Longsong's stronghold myself, right? Roland looked slightly embarrassed. There are many reasons. For example, the power structure would get so entangling that I would have to spend too much time and effort trying to straighten out the relationships between each of them. Furthermore, don't forget the Prophet. As a local nobleman, I think you or the others would know better than I do how to really govern this territory, so this would become a win-win deal. Besides, there are plenty of other reasons. You may start thinking about it when you go back. The prince played with the silver cup in his hands. Oh, that's right. In the case that I would select you as a representative, I also won't have to fear that you will come to build a force trying revenge the Duke, right? Of course not, Your Royal Highness. Although the last question came a little unexpected, Petrov was still able to answer it immediately. Since the Duke is gone, the first thought in the other 5 nobles' minds will be how they can come to take over his territory, regarding matters such as revenge. Who cares? But Petrov also knew the reasons the prince had given him weren't his actual reasons. The power structure would be too complex. It would be difficult to straighten them out. In face of his overwhelming force, he could just use his power to destroy any idea of building a resistance. But even so, in just 1 or 2 years, all the other nobles will already have forgotten the loser's name. The same will happen to Duke Ryan. But during this period of 2 years, it's absolutely impossible to transform Border Town into such a big city like Longsong's stronghold. His Royal Highness must have a deeper intention. That's good to hear. Then the city. I am willing to act as your representative, Your Highness, blurted Petrov out, but not much later his expression became hesitant once again. But, King, no, I mean your brother does not necessarily agree with this result. In case he assigns a new duke to this territory, I won't be able to fight against the king. There is no need for you to fear a confrontation, Roland said, and threw 2 letters in front of him. Look at this. This documents I'd found in the former Duke Ryan's study. When Petrov quickly swept his gaze over the content of the letters, he couldn't help to gasp in shock. The first letter looked like was sent to the Duke by a spy. It seems like the new king and the Queen of Clearwater have fought a big battle in and close to Eagle City, and the result ended up as a major loss for the king. The second letter was even more horrifying. Even so, it was only half written. It was still clear that Duke Ryan wanted to annex the north. The idea of becoming independence was clearly revealed. The letter wasn't finished, and it was furthermore unknown to whom he wanted to send it. But Petrov still understood immediately what His Highness wanted to tell him. There was no need for him to resist, because the new king had already enough problems on his own. Otherwise, the Duke would have never dared to declare his independence. With his elite knights, he was already invincible in the Western territory. The only difference to the king's knights laid in their numbers. The secret letter could have been forged, but the second parchment was indeed written with Osman Ryan's handwriting, so unless the prince found a witch that could mimic the writing of others. For a short moment, he thought about this possibility only to immediately dismiss this speculation again. The prince had no reason to try to deceive him. Implementing someone as his representative wasn't one-sided. If his representative was unable to rule over the stronghold, the prince would also not profit from the deal. Moreover, every duke assigned by King Timothy would become an enemy of the prince. If he wanted for House Honeysuckle to stay above the other 4 noble families, he had to rely on the support of the prince, and on the other hand, in order to ensure that everything was handled in his interest, the prince would also have to make sure that the Hull family wouldn't get challenged. When he had thought everything through, Petrov slowly stood up and bowed towards Roland. "The whole family is willing to serve you." "Well," the latter nodded, "but it's not up to you to decide. I'll have to ask you some questions first." "Your Highness, please, what are you going to do with those who are against you? How much do you estimate the monthly tax revenue will be? Also, how would you guarantee that you can pay 1,000 points each month? In the case that I request you to expand the trade and commerce sector, what would you do?" Petrov had thought that His Highness would take this opportunity to gather as much information about the other lords of the Western Territory. He had never expected that the other side would ask such weird questions. In the end, this were almost all only questions about his policy, means, and his general business knowledge. After he having all of these questions asked of him, Petrov put his mind into answering them one after another. Along with his answers, His Highness' expression also became more and more satisfied. Finally, the prince clapped his hands and said, "Well, that will be enough for today. When you have calculated how to redeem the value of 3,000 points, you can come back and free your father. Rest assured, during these days I will properly entertain him." "Your Highness, that representative will be announced another day." Roland gave one of his knights the signal to see him out. When Petrov left the hall, he had much to think about. He got his god's stone of retaliation back from Carter. It was still the same brightly shining blue stone. It seems the value of 50 gold royals wasn't much. "What can you tell me?" Roland turned his view to Nightingale, who stand beside him. "Oh, basically everything he said was the truth," she shrugged. "He was much more sincere than the several ladies and gentlemen you have previously talked to. That said, is it right to tell everyone the same story? Furthermore, showing them those letters, all of them are confidential." "Not to everyone." The prince looked down at the list in his hands. "They were all from the 5 noble families. Only those big nobles are suitable to manage Longsong's stronghold in my stead. If their power is not strong enough, even if I was to give them this position, they wouldn't be able to run this stronghold. In the end, there would only be a lot of infighting." As for the news that Timothy Wimbledon was defeated by Eagle City, that's not really a secret, so to say. Sooner or later, the news would spread through the whole kingdom of Greycastle. For me, it's even better that it spreads a little faster. But the content of this news was just perfect for me, he thought. If the second prince wasn't defeated, I'm afraid that I would have to spend a lot of time to hold him back. And even if he tried to use force, the results may not have been so beautiful. So, will you choose him? If nothing else happens, Roland said with a smile, he was the first one who took the initiative to ask by himself. The subjective initiative has always been the most important quality of the employees. Furthermore, I would never expected that there would be someone within the 5 families who is so well versed in the field of administration and trade. I have thought that they would only know how to ride and kill. When he found the name of Petrov Hull on the list, he gently scratched a circle around him. Chapter 121, Looting. When he had talked to all of the 5 noble families, Roland felt slightly relieved. When he leaned back into the chair, Nightingale took the initiative to step behind him, putting both her hands on his shoulders, and began to massage them. From the moment of defeating the Duke, up until he had taken over the Lord's castle, had needed merely 1 day. Things were going much smoother than he had initially thought. The moment after the Duke had died, most of the people had chosen to surrender. For mercenaries, it was more usual to change their sides during the war, so they just kneeled on the ground, saying that they were willing to fight for the prince. So the mercenaries became responsible for guarding over the surrendered knights and nobles, while the First Army was responsible for guarding the mercenaries. Like this, the big group moved further towards to the east, and in the afternoon at 3 p.m., they finally arrived at Longsong's stronghold. When the guards saw the head of the dead duke and the other captured nobles, they had immediately opened the gate, letting the 4th prince into the city. Roland didn't wait until all the nobles were gathered, giving them the chance to welcome him with great fanfare and to declare him as new city lord. Instead, he immediately left for the lord's castle. The castle was placed in the middle of the city and looked like a city within the city. When he entered the castle area, a small skirmish broke out. Nightingale had to use an explosion cache to blow open the entrance to the flower garden. Within the garden, more than 20 guards loyal to the old duke tried to stop Roland from stepping in, but they all were quickly killed by the First Army. However, the guards had still been able to use their hand crossbows, resulting in 5 injuries, of which 2 had been seriously injured. Fortunately, Nana had come along with the military operation and had quickly been able to heal them. In the meantime, 10 personal guards used this opportunity to take the rest of the Duke's family to flee through the back door, but they were still spotted by lightning and were captured soon afterwards. The Duke's wife and her 2 sons' hands were tied and were waiting to be judged. Even now, they were still in the dark, ignorant of the fact that the Duke had been defeated. When Roland gained control over the Lord's castle, Border Town's First Army immediately swarmed out and took over the castle district. When comparing the Lord's castle in Longsong Stronghold with the castle in Border Town, Roland had to admit that the Stronghold's castle had a much more magnificent shape. It had a hexagonal outline with 6 watchtowers on its wall and a 5-story high tower in the middle. During this era, it was really rare to build places that were this high. Within the castle grounds, there were also the residences of the castle's inhabitants, warehouses, stables, and everything else they needed. The Duke even had his own personal prison under the castle's basement. He put the valuable prisoners, like the Duke's family, into this exact prison. The civilians were all freed, while the mercenaries had their weapons confiscated and placed into the castle garden or its free rooms. At the same time, he also picked out some leaders and paid them to keep watch themselves. In Roland's eyes, the Northern Slope mine would be the best destination for these opportunistic people, but at the moment, he still had more important things he had to do. Until now, he had still to do the most important task after a battle, which was commonly known as looting the corpse. Roland, together with a witch, kept looking over everything over and over again inside of the castle. He hadn't even let go of the god's stone of retaliation he had found in the vault. After they had searched through everything, the gain was really impressive. Just within 2 boxes they had discovered in the basement, he found already more than 10 gold royals alone. Within a hidden chamber in the bedroom, Nightingale discovered several scores of eyeball-sized gems. Echo found another chamber hidden behind the fireplace, which wasn't only filled with a variety of gold crafts, such as the scepter, the crown, etc. There were also many pieces of dazzling jewelry, neatly hung on the wall on a wooden frame. This were all the Duke's personal financial resources. When Roland saw all this great wealth in front of him and compared it with the 500 gold royals he had gathered in the last 2 seasons, his heart was filled with myriads of regrets. He wasn't prepared for how alluring the feeling of looting was. If he didn't come from a highly developed industrial era, he most probably would have kept everything for himself. But now he could only sigh with sorrow. He had to think of the greater picture. In the foreseeable future, the working population in the border town would increase substantially, and before he could develop his territorial agriculture, he would need to import large amounts of grain from other sources. So all the treasure was stored into boxes and were lightened by Hummingbird. Then, under the protection of Iron Axe and several personal guards, they were brought back to his own castle storage in Border Town. With the time included to enchant everything, the delivery would take around 3 days. Because of this, after the 2nd day, Roland no longer took in gold royals as ransom. Eating the Duke had brought him many benefits, and now he only needed more living people and animals. "Your Highness, do you really only want to stay here for a week?" asked Nightingale. "What?" Roland had closed his eyes, enjoying the tingling burst coming from his shoulders. "This is the largest city in the West, right?" she whispered. "Compared to Border Town, why don't you want to stay in this more prosperous place? The power structure in Longsong's stronghold is tangled and complicated. It isn't suitable for doing what I want to do. And with my plan, we would keep the status quo, what isn't so bad. If I want to change it, the resistance I would encounter would only become larger. And if I would use cruel ways, they would lump together, trying to sweep me away." Roland smiled and said, "Of course, the most important part is that the people here in the stronghold are deeply affected by the church, so it would become difficult to get the people to accept you. I have once said that I hope that the witches will be able to walk freely through the streets, and in Border Town, this is now possible." "Yeah," Nightingale said softly, "you have already fulfilled your promise." Early on the third day, Petrov brought in his list in a hurry, and as usual Roland received him in the hall. "Your Highness, I have made my decision." "I will take a look," said Roland, and received the list from him. And just like he had expected, on top of the list with the biggest amount of needed points were serfs with the value of 2, about 800 people, also 100 cattle and 300 sheep for a total of 900 points. The rest were paid with all kinds of craftsmen. "Your Royal Highness, is this acceptable?" Of course, you only had to scrap 3,000 points together. Roland returned the list to him. "By when will you be able to gather all these people and supplies?" "Today will be possible, at least in the case of the people, and other properties they will stay in the honeysuckle territory. But Your Highness, if you want to bring them back with you to Border Town, it may take about 2 weeks' time. It's up to you to organize the transport to Border Town," said Roland, tapping the table. "As a merchant, you should have the experience of organizing a caravan." "Yes, sir." Petrov hesitated for a moment. "Then my father—" "You can take him back with you today," said the prince laughingly, and handed him a parchment scroll. "If you think there is no problem with it, just sign it and imprint your thumb onto it. This is the representative's contract." Petrov only had read the beginning, and then he spoke agitated. "Do you really promise to grant the right to govern over Longsong's stronghold to the Honeysuckle family? Please wait for a moment." He spread out the scroll and began to read the contract carefully. Seeing that Petrov showed caution, Roland nodded with satisfaction. As a collaborator, paying attention to the contracts is the most basic requirement. After a while, Petrov raised his head. "This contract and what you told me yesterday is basically the same, but there is one thing." He pointed to the end of the contract. "Your Royal Highness, shouldn't I write my father's name here? The Count is after all the representative of my family." Roland smiled. "Of course not. It was you, not your father, who talked with me about the post as representative, so it's naturally to write your name at the end of the contract." For a moment Petrov became startled. He couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked, "Your Highness, you don't mean that?" "Yes, you will take over the place of the Duke and rule over the stronghold." Roland nodded. "If you're able to fulfill the contract, you can continue to rule over the city even after I became the king." Here he paused and smiled. "But if you break the contract, you will meet the same end as the Duke. Since I was able to break into Longsong's stronghold once, there is no problem to do it for a second time. Let's work well together, Mr. Ambassador." Chapter 122, Father and Son. The dungeons of the castle were not so dark and wet as the prison of Border Town. Maybe the Duke didn't want to turn his basement into a haunted house, or smell the nauseating stench as soon as he descended the stairs. Generally speaking, the dungeon was still relatively clean. The cells were also differently decorated accordingly to its grade. Some were empty. Some were not only decorated with a bed, they even had a wardrobe. A desk and chandeliers were also readily available. Probably the cells were also a place for the Duke to keep some of the nobility, so the basic etiquette had to be guaranteed. Roland also found a special cell in the corner. Within it stood a large bed taking more than half the room. There were also chains hanging down from the ceiling, but the chain for the neck and hands were wrapped in layers of sheepskin, and on the wall hung a variety of whips. It seems that Duke Ryan had also done conducted research in some areas. He thought, "It's a pity that I have to leave in a few days, so I cannot analyze it carefully." As the most valuable prisoner, Lord Hull was naturally in the best cell. If someone didn't focus on the external iron railings, they could think this was a luxury bedroom. Furthermore, he also had to share the room with Count Maple Leaf, Viscount Wolf, the eldest son of the Wild Rose family and the second son of the Elk family. Together with the Ryan family, these were the 6 ruling family of the Longsong stronghold, of course. The Ryan family had been destroyed by Roland, so his wife and his sons were kept in a cell next door. When the other people saw that the prince had appeared in the dungeon, the nobles stood up, not waiting for them to start their questioning. Roland began first. "I will take Count Honeysuckle with me, so you can come out. As for the rest of you, we are still waiting for the ransom. The moment they pay, I will let you out." "Father," shouted Petrov at the moment when he saw him. Then he glanced at his friend, and then to Roland. "Your Highness, I didn't see the name of Count Elk on the list. If he died on the battlefield, the eldest son of the Elk family should be now the head of the family. But at the moment he isn't at home, so there is no one who could take over this job, and René cannot be redeemed. But if you let him out, he could go home and organize his self-redeeming. I am willing to give a guarantee for him." "Do you mean the eldest son of the Elk family, Jacques Med?" Roland shook his head. "He already came back. Not only did he come back to the stronghold, no, he even came to the castle yesterday, but I don't believe he will pay the ransom." Hearing this, René dashed to the front of the cage. "Why?" "He said since you didn't protect your father on the battlefield, it was the same as you being his executioner." "Why did he say this? The one who killed our father?" René immediately closed his mouth. Roland didn't take his outburst seriously. "What you wanted to say? That it was obviously me who killed the Count, right?" He went in front the cage. "Previously to the months of the demons, your father sent intruders into my castle, trying to burn my food reserves," said Roland. "And now he followed the Duke onto the battlefield, taking his knights to attack my territory. I merely started a counterattack to repel the invaders. But now I'm the murderer. Shouldn't it be Duke Ryan who had ordered your father to act be the one who gets condemned? In addition, if it were not for Hills's statement that you did not know anything about the attempt to burn my food, you would already be a dead man by now." René was left speechless. "Your Royal Highness," Petrov asked, worried, "if his brother doesn't pay the ransom for him, will you kill René?" "No, that won't be the case, after all. I'm always kind," Roland grinned. "Most probably I will take him with me to Border Town. There he will work 20 years in the North Slope mine to redeem himself." "How much is his ransom?" "As a second son, he has no chance to inherit the title. The price for him is much smaller than for Count Honeysuckle. As long as someone pays a value of 1,000 points in materials, he can go." Roland looked at him with interest. "How is it? Do you want to pay the ransom for him?" "What value?" 1,000 gold royals. Count Honeysuckle interrupted their talk. "Your son will inform you later of what it means." The prince gave them the signal to move. "Come on, there is nothing for us to do down here. Since he is the second son of the Elk family, there is no need to rush it for a while yet, so you can go back and then slowly consider it." The entire group finally left the prison. When they came to the gate of the castle, the Count suddenly stopped. "Your Royal Highness, I know Duke Ryan acted sinfully, and it's unforgivable, but his wife and son are innocent." "Perhaps," Roland couldn't deny his words. "I did not intend to sentence them to be exiled, or to hang them and so on. I will just take them with me to Border Town and place them into the prison there. Until the day I ascend the throne," he thought. Now it is not the time to be benevolent to a woman. Even if they aren't guilty, he would get no benefits if he was to release them. Furthermore, he would only bring another source of problems to himself, after all. The eldest son has had legal right of succession. What did you just say? Asked Shalafi Hull, disbelieving, and stared with open mouth at Petrov. His Royal Highness doesn't intend to live in Longsong's stronghold, and furthermore, he even wants you to govern the stronghold for him. When they were back to Count Honeysuckle's castle, Petrov immediately told his father everything that had happened during the last 3 days. When the other one heard about the representative's contract, the Count couldn't bear to wait for another confirmation. He jumped up and walked through the study in circles, obviously feeling a very complicated emotion. "Father, are you all right?" asked Perrault worriedly. "So it seems that our opponents are mainly elk family. Compared to them, the other 3 have neither the heritage nor the strength, so they shouldn't be a problem for us." What? He couldn't follow what his father meant. "You're such a disappointment," said the Count. "You really let me down. His Highness gave you such a good chance, but even now you haven't figured out who your opponents are. Aren't you surprised? You mean the fact that the prince insists on going back to border town. Of course, I also think it's strange." The Count grasped his beard. "But his reasons have nothing to do with us. For us, it's only important that the contract is true." This is indeed the case, Petrov thought. I cannot believe that His Highness would go through all this trouble only to make fun of me. As for why he loves to live in border town, later I will have enough time to find out the true reasons. But I would never have thought that my father's ability to accept the new circumstance was this strong. Did I hear it right? Is that Mead boy your friend? Shalafi suddenly stood in front of Petrov. "Tomorrow, you will go over and redeem him." "You agree that I spend 1,000 gold royals to redeem him?" Petrov got startled. "Think about it. Count Elk died and the eldest son doesn't want to redeem the second son. And during the battle, with the exception of a few knights, they had almost no losses. Once Jacques Med took over the title, he will try to hinder your success in the future." "No," said the Count. "Why Jacques didn't want to redeem René is because he is afraid that the other will be a threat him." All right, it turns out this was the true reason. Perrault smiled in his heart. But he also knew that his father was correct. René had grown up with swords and spears. Furthermore, he was much closer to the knights within their territory, unlike Jacques the eldest son, who doesn't have the body and air of a lord. Instead, he preferred the debauched life of a noble. Although René had repeatedly shown that he wanted to be a knight, but that was the time where he had no chance to inherit. But now that the Count was dead, who could guarantee that he wouldn't ask for the help of the other knights, who could kill the eldest son for him? So why redeem a person who would later become a problem to himself? Jacques' decision was very simple and ruthless. "My friend would never do that," he assured. "Perhaps, but after you have redeemed him, Jacques will get a headache, whether he has any intention of doing so or not." Shalafi further explained, "As for the materials worth 1,000 points, we can just choose some more craftsmen. When I prepared the ransom for you, I have already transferred some of our craftsmen, and in the case, I will now transfer even more. We won't have enough craftsmen in our own territory. Do not worry about it. You know that the north has become quite a mess," explained the Count confidently. "Most of the 4 kingdoms' forces were killed at Hermes, so everywhere the lords have forced the people into their armies, there is now a large number of refugees. We can just take this opportunity to eat a little more. Like this, we can even save some of our monthly payment." Hearing all these explanations, Petrov discovered that his father was also an expert businessman. At least his business ability was much stronger than his ability on the battlefield. Chapter 123, The Invitation of the Church. It was already the 4th day since Roland had taken over the castle. Today, nearly all nobles in the surrounding areas were gathered inside the castle grand hall. Although most people already knew of the news, Roland still felt that it was necessary to tell them personally that the Western Territory now had a new ruler. After he informed them about his intentions to move back to border town, and that the eldest son of the Honeysuckle family would now rule in his stead, everyone had suddenly started to discussing the news. Of course, no one was willing to take the lead at this time to stand up and object to it. After all, the Duke's head was still hanging above the city gate, and news that King Timothy had suffered a great loss and couldn't send any external forces was now also known to everyone. Furthermore, all the knights of the Honeysuckle family had already been redeemed, while at the same time he hadn't accepted any ransom for the other knights, so that the knights, together with the mercenaries, could all come back with him to Border Town. In Roland's plan, the mercenaries would be sent to the mine, where they could work to earn their freedom, and the knights would get a job offer in case they showed their repentance and had good manner. After all, most knights were literate and could thus also be used as teachers. Of course, for the rest of their life, they wouldn't ever be allowed to ever use a weapon again. If it was handled like this, the Honeysuckle family should have enough power to hold the other 4 noble families back, and they should also have enough troops to defend Longsong's stronghold and their own territory as well, Roland thought. As for the invisible stirring undercurrent, it's a problem that Petrov will have to worry about on his own. In the past few days, he also took the time to send some border town residents back, who had rebelled during the winter, where many people had died out due to hunger and the cold, including the former finance minister, Ferrero. They would all face trial in Border Town. His only regret was that the mastermind behind the attempt to burn his food and the death of Greyhound, Count Med, had already been killed on the battlefield. Today, the traffic between the Longsong stronghold and Border Town has finally been restored, which meant that until the end of next week, many ships would sail upstream to Border Town to deliver the gathered supplies. Roland guessed that Barov would be very busy for the few next weeks. He had not only received a lot of looted gold coins, he also had to organize the resettlement of the large number of immigrants. Also, it was still unknown whether Carl had built enough wooden sheds. Thinking of these problems, he could not help but want to return to the border town as soon as possible. In addition, the great farming operation also needed to start soon. After entertaining all the nobles to lunch, Roland intended to take a nap, but then one of his guards announced a special guest, the high priest of the church in Longsong stronghold. Hearing this, Roland suddenly had no thought of sleep left. Longsong stronghold was completely different from Border Town. Here the church had already been rooted for a long time. They not only had a church, they have even dispatched a high priest to this place. This was also the prince's main reason that he had decided to further develop Border Town rather than staying further in Longsong stronghold. Here the people were already under the influence of the church for a long time, and any of the civilian could become their eyes. Here his plan to manipulate the people's view would become complicated, and the risk that the witches would be discovered would also become much higher. Unless he completely unrooted the church, his reforms would never get a chance to work. Paying attention to the replacement of the ruler of Longsong's stronghold is a normal thing for the church, so Roland wasn't too surprised that they would send him a representative to come into contact with him. However, the identity of the person they send was a bit special. As the high priest of the church, he belonged to the most influential people of people. The area under his jurisdiction was of a similar size to that of a duke. Once more, he decided to use the Grand Hall as the meeting place. The high priest Tylo seemed to be around 40 years old. He was dressed in the typical church style with a white underrobe and a blue robe above it, giving him a very neat appearance and a behavior that was just like a courteous aristocracy. If he wasn't a member of the royal family and allied with the witches, Roland believed that holding a conversation with such a person would have been a pleasure. As the high priest, he had to be in possession of a high-quality god's stone of retaliation. So, in order to avoid any accidents, Roland specifically told Nightingale before the meeting that she should stay away from him during it. After Tylo gave him a salute, Roland invited him to sit at the table and ordered some tea. No matter what he thought, He had to at least show a welcoming atmosphere on the surface. "Your Royal Highness, I'm here as a representative of the new holy city," Tylo said with a smile. "You have become the veritable master of the Western Territory. May God bless you." "Thank you," Roland said in a relaxed tone. "You do not seem to care at all that I've gotten rid of Duke Ryan and taken over Longsong's stronghold. We rarely intervene in secular disputes. As long as the people can live a good life, he has to be a good ruler." So, in which family he was born, or if he belonged to the royal family, it is not important to the church. In fact, I think the church is much more open-minded in this respect. Previously, I was only a farmer's son, and now I have become a high priest, he smiled. "Excuse me, my lord, but I don't believe that a mere farmer could become a duke, right? If he launched an uprising to overthrow the royal family, he can even become the king." Roland thought, so he never spoke it out. Instead, he went straight for the topic. "So why did you come today? Was it only to deliver the blessing?" "The blessing was only part of what I have come for. I also want to offer a cooperation between us." "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation?" "We would help you with whatever you need to expand your territory or your forces." "Hold on," Roland frowned. "You just said that the church rarely intervenes in secular disputes." "Rarely intervention doesn't mean no intervention," said the high priest, still casually. "I have said that as long as the people in this world have a smooth and peaceful life, we will not intervene. But the struggle between your brother Timothy and your third sister Garcia has resulted in widespread poverty throughout the South. In the beginning, we thought that Timothy deserved it and would become a respected king, but now we think he isn't any longer worthy. You are such a man." Roland got a thoughtful look. "It seems the church has the desire to help me fight for the throne." He subconsciously asked, "Why?" "You lead the people of Border Town to resist the demon beasts and spend the whole months of the demons with them in Border Town. This all proves your courage and ability. And from the large amount of food you purchased from Willow Town, everyone can see you do not want your people to starve, which shows your kindness. With this, you have the 3 grandeur characteristics a noble should have. Furthermore, you are even of royal blood. All this are the reason why we chose you." Roland didn't believe one word the high priest said, but at least it proved that, even if Border Town was at the edge of the country and was an independent island state during the winter, they were still under the close watch of the church. "How would you help? Would you dispatch an army of judges to fight for me?" "Even though we want to quell the warring state in the South as soon as possible. But if we were to do something like you suggested, we would arouse the resentment of most of the nobility. So we can only help you materially." The high priest took 2 pills out of his pocket. One was black, the other was red. On both, the sigil of the holy city had been etched. "This is our equivalent to the drugs produced in your alchemy square. The red pills will temporarily make your men stronger, while the black pill reduces the feeling of pain and coldness, and instead increases their endurance by several times. With these drugs, your army should become unstoppable, and the church would only charge you the production cost." For a moment Tylo paused. "1 gold royal. These 2 pills can be presented to you as a test product to prove that my statement is the truth." "What is the reward you are hoping for?" "Expanding the reach of the church and building churches in every territory." "Of course this would make us happy, but our main intention is to end the war. As long as the people can have a peaceful life, they will naturally come into God's arms." Roland accepted the offered pills. "This sounds amazing, but for the time being, I have no intention of competing for the crown of the Kingdom of Greycastle. Both Timothy and Garcia are my close relatives, and I do not want to hurt them." "I can understand your point." The high priest smiled reassuringly. "But sometimes the bonds of family cannot stop the temptation of power, especially when you become only a stumbling stone on the road to power for others. These pills will only be the beginning. There are still many other possibilities of how we could help you. If you decide to take that step, You can always come to the church to find me." Having said all of this, he stood up, bent down in salute. "With this, I have already informed you of the church's intentions. May God be with you, your Royal Highness." Chapter 124, Return to Border Town. "I have probably never seen you lie as much as you have today," Nightingale said as she stepped out from her fog right after Tylo has left. "How was it for the church's high priest?" Roland asked. "Could you tell if he was lying?" "No, my sight was blocked by his god's stone of retaliation. At the place where he was standing, I could only see a mass of darkness. Unfortunately, he couldn't treat the high priest the same way that he has all the other nobles." Roland thought full of regret. He then placed the 2 pills on the table. "Tell me, do these pills really have some kind of miraculous effects?" Reducing the pain, the same could be done by morphine. As for increasing the strength, it sounds like it increases the rate at which the adrenal gland releases hormones. The problem is, how did they manage to extract these substances and make it into these pills? If the church had such a high technical level, they should have conquered the world long ago. Wait a minute. Roland suddenly thought of a possibility. Could they have done it with magic? "You are able to see the flow of magic, right?" He looked at Nightingale. "Can you see any traces of magic in these 2 pills?" Nightingale took the pills in her hand and gave them a close observation, but when she gave them back, she could only say, "There is no magic to see, but for me, they resemble the god's stone of retaliation a bit." "God's stone of retaliation?" Roland asked in confusion. "Well," she nodded, "you were with me in my world of fog. It's only black and white, but the darkness of the normal black and the darkness of the god's stone of retaliation are different. From the latter, I sense a feeling of emptiness, as if it was trying to swallow the world around it. I do not know how to better describe that feeling." Nightingale hesitated. "Rather than speaking of a black hole, it's more like there is nothing there at all." "Nothingness." "That's right, they give off a feeling of nothingness," she nodded, acknowledging. "The 2 pills give me also a feeling of nothingness, but only very subtly. And also it's not a round hole, but rather a section of flowing, thin black threads." "Can this nothingness affect your ability?" Nightingale grabbed the pills once more and suddenly entered the fog, only to reappear soon afterward. "They seem to have no effect on my ability. I think it's still better to take prisoners with a death sentence and let them eat these pills to try out their effects." Roland wrapped a piece of paper carefully around the pills. Only then did he put them into his pocket. "I would never have expected that the church would have such a good impression of you," Nightingale said after she sat back by the prince's side, giving off a depressed feeling. "If the high priest didn't wear his god's stone of retaliation, I bet of the 10 sentences he had spoken 9 would be lies." Roland said in disdain, "In the end, the most important point is that what they are offering and what they are asking for simply don't add together." "Why?" "Look at what they want. More churches, more believers, a prince or king who only gains power with their support, and will henceforth spread their divine propaganda. A stable country is more conducive to the development of believers and the development of their power. Otherwise, under the chaos of war, the church and the monastery would be reduced to refugees and become the target for robbing nobles. But can't they just have taken a fancy for you, because you can bring the people a peaceful life?" "I don't think so." Roland shook his head. "Stability stems from unity or equilibrium. Even if the king idles away, only seeking pleasure every day, the people would still be better off than those who are living within the countries that are at war. So if they were to support the second prince, it wouldn't be so surprising. It would also not be strange if they were to decide to support my sister Garcia. But what is strange that they would come to me and offer their support, especially now, after Garcia has just won against Timothy. If the church was to now fully support Garcia, I am afraid that the eastern territories of the kingdom would be swallowed by her in less than 6 months. With that, around 40% of the country would fall under the rule of the Queen of Clearwater. and the pressure I would have to face would start to exponentially increase. Yet they don't support the strong, but instead they chose the most vulnerable candidate from their point of view. This situation seemingly has to be advantageous to the church. Assuming I was to accept their support, the already complicated situation in this country with two kings would then become even more chaotic. The direct consequence of a three-sided war would be a sharp drop in population, a rapid loss of wealth, and since the war would spread over the whole country, its unifying it would only be delayed even more. What advantage is there to the church in this? Needless to say, they won't get more believers. I'm afraid that even the churches built in all the cities will all be torn down until nothing is left. It seems you don't understand the nobles' way of thinking. They are always twisting and turning, Nightingale sighed. Well, Roland replied laughingly, I don't belong to them. Nightingale narrowed her eyes, staring at the prince for a long time. Strange, why wasn't this a lie? 3 days later, Roland had finally cleared out the castle and the stronghold's library, and was now sailing back on Little Town while very satisfied. Along the Shishui River, near Border Town, the river scene has changed its appearance during the last few days. In the areas near Border Town, which had been burned open by Anna, there were now many people who were very busy, seeing their dresses. They should be the first serfs who had been transported to Border Town. And in the area near the impassable mountain range, there were erected a number of simple wooden sheds. Within the sheds, Roland could also faintly see some activity. He thought it should be the serfs' family. These people were tied to the land for generations. Their children would also be born as serfs. Because of this, they couldn't see any hope, ending in living a life filled with numbness. Their motivation to work the land came not from their hearts. Instead, it came from the slavers' whips. The resulting low productivity was simply a great waste of human resources. There was no doubt that slavery was the enemy of industrial production and was a system which had to be abolished. But Roland did not intend to let them all turn into free hands, but he wanted to provide them a road out, so that they could see the hope of promotion to becoming free people. Even if such a kind master was to give his slaves the possibility to get rid of their slave status, was to be a precedent. This kind of compromise on handling serfs wouldn't arouse much attention even if the news was to circulate. At most, the other nobles would think that he was just a kind person, nothing more. He only had to wait until the time was ripe in the future, then he would fully abolish slavery. By that time, the resistance he would face would be much less. The area near the pier was crowded with sailboats, making it clear that the small pier was unable to handle all these ships. Fortunately, Little Town was more of a light craft, so it didn't need a dock to land. It seems that I also have to put the task of developing the pier on the schedule, Roland thought. When he was finally back at the castle, he couldn't allow himself any time to rest. Instead, he immediately went to his office to call Barov, letting him report about Border Town's actual situation and its materials. The assistant minister has already been prepared for a long time now, so he only had to take out a roll of parchment out of his pocket and spread it out on the large wooden table. Your Royal Highness, the amount of materials you sent back to Border Town really scared me. That said, the upturned corner of his mouth still gave away his mood. 12 of my apprentices needed a whole night to count all the coins, which were more than 14,000 gold royals. This is equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary city's. To accumulate all these gold royals, the Duke probably needed more than 20 years, Roland thought. Most probably it comes from the plunder and exploitation of the people in the Western Territory. I have to turn them into food, steel, and machinery as soon as possible. Those jewels, how much worth are the jewelry and handicrafts? I haven't had the time to convert them yet. By conservative estimates, they are also worth around 10,000 gold royals. If they were auctioned in King's City, their price would be even greater. But for now, They are only stored in the basement of your castle. Barrow paused. However, this means that the original storage room isn't big enough for all the food, so I suggest that you will increase the castle's area, building further storage warehouses to store other supplies. Chapter 125 Municipal Development. What can you tell me about the people they've sent? Roland asked. That's right, please take a look below. The assistant minister pointed to the bottom of the parchment. Until now, 100 people were sent to Border Town. Most of them belong to the ranks of serfs, in accordance with your request, have all been held outside of the town. The 35 craftsmen have been placed under Karl's command, and their homes are all located in the New Civilization District. Barov spoke these unusual mouthful of the terms. But Your Royal Highness, is this really okay? I thought that area had specially been prepared for the witches. The people I have sent out to spread the news about the safe haven haven't returned yet. Their progress is slower than I would have imagined. So, the first houses will be used for the craftsmen and their families. We can still build more afterwards. Roland's plan was to renovate the whole border town. The wooden houses and mud cottages would be converted into brick houses, while at the same time leaving enough space for wide streets between the houses, rather than the alleys just wide enough for two people to walk side by side that they had now. Understood, Barov nodded. Your Highness, I've heard that there will also be cattle and sheep being shipped here. Ah, that's true. But not now. I deliberately let them come a few days later. They will come together with the shepherds. They will be sent to the grasslands between the western city wall, the concealing forest, and the impassable mountain range. That should be a good area to turn into a pasture. We should reopen the destroyed part of the city wall and use it as an exit, after all. The wall is only useful during the months of the demons. For now, they finally had enough people and money to break through the bottleneck and allow Border Town to develop further. So Roland was finally able to use all of his otherworldly knowledge. He called one of the guards into his office and ordered them. Go find Karl and tell him to meet me in the executive office. I guess if he isn't at the mine, he will certainly be at the new area outside the town. Half an hour later, Karl walked into the office and bowed in greeting to Roland. Your Highness. It has been nearly 6 months since he had seen the mason for the first time, and since he had been recruited into the staff of the town hall. He could be regarded as the busiest official in the last half-year. First, he had to preside over the construction of the city walls, and then there were the houses in the new district, and the temporary wooden sheds for the new inhabitants of Border Town. Now, on his 35-year-old silhouette, he revealed the first few strands of silver, and his skin has also started darkening from always being outside. But the spirit Roland had seen burning in him at their first meeting was still burning as strong and hot as ever before. That a new environment could quickly change a man was true. Only 6 months ago, Karl was still carefully trying to hide himself, clearly busy running away from trouble. But now, as an experienced project commander who had personally been in charge of several people, even his gestures showed some hints of him feeling in power. But what Roland appreciated the most was that he was always still willing to accept the thoughts of other people. Roland acknowledged his greeting with a smile. Please sit, and come take a look at his. He handed him some sketches that he had previously drawn. You see, I need you to build something new for me. This building looks like a warehouse. Well, building it with its base placed on stilts, it would be safe against incoming floods. Karl quickly swept over the first sketch and then turned to the second one, and after looking for a while he asked, Is this supposed to be a furnace? Yes, I need you to build more than 5 of these furnaces near the North Slope mine. They will be needed to calcine the cement and to burn clay bricks. So, you have to find an empty spot which still has good transport channels, and the area should be spacious enough so that we can still later build some more furnaces there. I understand. Karl now turned his view to the last sketch and immediately frowned after he saw it. This seems to be sewers. No, there is also a roof and walls, and the area behind it looks like a pond. Your Royal Highness, I seem to be unable to make sense of this. Roland laughed. This is a toilet, and will also be your construction project of the highest priority. A toilet, Carl thought about it. Your Highness, where do you plan to build them? For this, you already have chamber pots placed in your castle, and your attendants are responsible for cleaning them on a regular basis. Most of the villagers don't even use them. Instead, they are doing it directly outside of their houses, Carl explained. The same is also true for the serfs, which can directly discharge their filth into the Shishui River, and the river will then take their filth away. So, that was the strong smell I smelled today at the dock. Roland shook his head, trying to erase these unpleasing thoughts. If that is the case, we need to change this bad habit as soon as possible. Bad habit? Carl still didn't seem to understand what the prince's meaning. For a commoner who was accustomed to urinating at any place, it was naturally hard for them to understand how beautiful a casual stroll could be without having to fear stepping on a landmine, Roland criticized privately. Anyway, you only have to follow these sketches. I have already roughly marked their size, so you only have to use this distance. Within the vicinity of the wooden shed district, you should build at least 4 toilets, always 2 side by side. In addition, the wall in the middle of the ditch should be built out of brick, while the outside walls and the roof have to be built out of wood. Like this, you can save a lot of cement. Your Highness, you want to build them side by side. That, said Carl slowly, evidently, he thought that talking about this dirty theme with His Highness was clearly degrading the royalty's dignity. But what should we do when they don't use them? I will issue orders which they will have to follow. You just have to build them. I will take care of the rest. All right, if that's the case, Carl said, nodding his head. There is another matter I want to discuss with you, Your Royal Highness. You may speak. The Masons' Guild was forced to disband, and now there are many people like me, who all chose to leave King's City. I would like to write a few letters to those Masons who already know where I went and try to recruit them to Border Town. They all have their own area of specialization. For example, for the furnace, Lesia would be the best at it. However, Your Highness, I do not know. That's no problem at all, Roland said immediately. I will recruit all the Masons you're able to attract, and they will be paid according to their experience and skills, and they will also have the possibility to enter the town's hall. Thank you for your generosity. Carl bowed once more, then he left. When the Mason had stepped out of the hall, Roland began to write down his plan for the managing the serfs and how he wanted to disband the slavery system. Border Town's population had already started to rapidly increase with no end in sight, but as long as they had to dependent on importing food, the town would be in jeopardy if a natural disaster was to occur or the road to the other cities was cut off. Therefore, in addition to increasing and developing industry, development in the area of agriculture was an even higher priority. Border Town had to achieve the level of self-sufficiency as soon as possible. The prince believed that as soon as he was able to implement his ideas, the serfs could be turned into farmers, and combined with Leave's improved seeds, the area around the Shishui River would soon become a golden wheat ocean. Regarding the high priority of the toilet, it also had to do with the development of the agriculture. With enough people, land, and seeds, the last thing he still needed was the right kind of fertilizer. Roland certainly knew how troublesome it was to produce fertilizer out of human and animals' excrements. They had to regularly clean the storage pond, but they also had to rely on human manure. In the end, it was clearly inconvenient. But for now, he didn't have any clue of how to produce it on industrial level. So for the present, he had to rely on this pure natural and organic fertilizer. At least human-animal manure had already been used for a long time. Even during the 20th century, some of the rural areas were still using this traditional fertilization. Many people only had very little knowledge about fertilizer. The vast majority of them just thought that a stool was a dirty thing, and that they should never believe that besides of spreading nausea, it could ever have any useful effects. Thus, to cultivate the fields each year, the farmers were still using the 3-rotation system. For it, a piece of arable land would be divided into 3 parts, taking turns for spring sowing, sowing in autumn and resting phase. All this was done to avoid the depletion of soil fertility due to constant use. Chapter 126: Wheat Transformation. For villages and small towns, it didn't matter whether or not they used the rotation farming system. However, for big cities where the surrounding land was scarce, this system wasted a lot of land. For example, Silver City, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and King's City were such places, so every month they had to import a large amounts of grain from other cities. The first step in using fertilizer was to collect the manure. This was also the reason why Roland decided to establish the public toilets as soon as possible. With the toilets, he could reduce the spreading of disease and even beautify the living environment. It was such a simple action, but it offered so many improvements. His goal was for the toilets to already be constructed by the time the rest of the new citizens have been shipped over. As for teaching them how to use compost and cultivate the arable land, Roland decided to select a small group of experienced farmers during the next few days and teach them the system first. After all, the land was still in its cleanup phase, and it would still need at least a week before it would be usable. After finishing all the work at hand, he decided to go meet Leaves at the back garden and take a look at her experiments. Since Leaves improved all categories of seeds, there could be seen many different kinds of crops in the garden. She has also followed Roland's suggestion and divided her farming area into several small blocks, which were all given a number. With this, she could compare the developments of 2 groups of test crops. When Roland stepped into the yard, he was stunned by the picture of golden and dazzling wheat swaying in the wind in front of his eyes. "Your Royal Highness," when Leaves, who was squatting beside one of her fields, became aware of the prince, she immediately stood up and bowed in greeting. "Are these the results of your improvements?" He waved his hand, trying to stop Leaves from going through the ritual greeting, went then to pick one of the wheat plants, feeling the caryopsis with his fingers. Previously, he had no idea what the wheat would look like, but in contrast with the wheat fields in the prince's former memories, those were not only smaller than the ones in his hand, they also had a lot fewer grains. Leaves nodded in acknowledgement. "I let the wheat grow with my magic, then I harvested the ripe seeds, and then planted the seeds once more. What you have in your hands is the result I got out of it. However, I repeated this process several times, but after 2 or 3 rounds of planting, it became difficult to grow the wheat as long and large as before, and I just can't understand where the problem lies." "Unfortunately, I cannot help you with that," Roland thought. According to his own pitiful junior high school biology knowledge, it was probably because of self-intersection defects. In the southern area, there were only rice seeds, which were poles apart from wheat. So, in order to raise the output, they always had to purchase new seeds. But even with only 2 generations of planting, it still had a practical value. After all, 1 wheat plant can produce more than 130 seeds. And if he, the let Leaves, first transform the generation of seeds, and afterward let the farmers uses those seeds, he could still use the seeds for 2 years. "Why is this one empty?" Roland asked when he noticed a field with only a few dry straws. "This is the area where I planted first, but perhaps because I had planted here too many cycles." Leaves was clearly unsure. "I can only let the plants grow when I cast my magic, but when I remove my magic, they will wither soon after." It seems that even when she used her magic to let the plants grow, she still used up the land's supply of nutrition, and without the nutrition, the plants could not survive. Roland went to the last flower bed. There the planted wheat had a very strange shape. on an arm-thick stalk of wheat with several blue grain ears, and the center stalk even had several branches which were with green leaves. So, the volume of grains per plant were very large, but on the whole field, there were only 2 plants. This was the area Roland has asked Leaves to create new plants like a wheat tree. He had envisioned to turn a wheat plant into something similar to a banana tree, where he could harvest the fruit from the branches, with the possibility of a regular harvest, thus eliminating the need for sowing. And if they could grow even larger, they would get more green leaves, improving the photosynthesis and reducing the land requirements. But at present, the thick and solid wheat stalks together with its branches took a lot of space. Furthermore, the grain ears would only grow on the top of the stalks and branches, which weren't what he had originally imagined. Perhaps, should I ask Leaves to transform them in the direction of grapevines? Roland thought, after all, Leaves had never seen real banana trees. But grapes were not a rare product within the kingdom of Greycastle, and as long as she had an image, it should be easy for to imitate. The seeds of these 3 wheat plants cannot be used for sowing, Leaves explained. I tried already, but the seeds wouldn't germinate after they were planted. However, they can still be harvested several times. You see, the grains are the second batch. Can't germinate means that every plant would be a unique wheat tree, and that Leaves would have to personally create every tree. So for the current situation, it doesn't have any true value. You have done a great job. The wheat plant with the big grain ear will be called Golden One. I will create a test field for you south of the Shishui River. It will be surrounded by fences and clapboards to hide it from the view of other people. There I hope we will soon harvest a batch of golden ones. As for the garden, you can continue to use it to improve and create new wheat varieties. I also came up with a lot of new ideas, not only for the wheat crops, but also for the grapes, said Roland. Unfortunately, Leaves only has a macro-level understanding of the characteristics of a crop, so she can only change it to get more fruits, sweeter taste, denser branches, and so on. If she could understand it on a micro-level, she wouldn't only be able to manipulate the genes, wouldn't she also be able to fine-tune it? Such that the plants could even absorb light other than from the visible spectrum, such as ultraviolet, X-rays, and even ionizing radiation for photosynthesis, getting a direct output of starch, glucose, sucrose, and other energy storage substances, so that we could directly harvest what is needed. During the evening, the 4th prince lit a bonfire near the Shishui River and let Carter and his guards gather all the serfs together. A huge cauldron with more than 128-liter capacity was brought over and placed on the frame of a new simple mud stove to cook congee over the fire. With the fire at his back, the serfs could only see the narrow image of their new lord, and the moment they became aware of him, they would fearfully lower their heads. Only some of them were bold enough to secretly glance at the prince from time to time. Roland, who stood in front of the bonfire, began to announce his new rules to the crowd of more than 1,000 people. I am Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince of the kingdom of Greycastle, the lord of Border Town, and the ruler of the Western Territories. Today you were all summoned here. The day that you came to my territory was your lucky day. As long as you work hard, you can break away from your current status and place. That is right. I will give you a chance to get rid of your status as slaves, becoming free people. Hearing this within the serfs, an uproar broke out. The serfs clearly knew what a status as a free person meant. They could no longer be cruelly abused by their owners, without any rest, always forced to carry on farming endlessly. And they would no longer have to turn over the crops they produced on their fields to their owners. Their sons and daughters would no longer be turned into the next generation of serfs. Roland waited for a moment to let them calm down, then he continued. From tomorrow onward, each of you will get a fixed field assigned to him, and at the same time, someone will guide you in the process to get a better harvest. In the first year, 30% of your harvest will belong to you, while the other 70% will belong to border town. The people who get the best harvest results will be promoted to free people. After becoming a freeman, your family will be exempted from slavery, and then you can decide if you want to continue farming or if you want to find another occupation in the town. It will be your own decision. If you choose to continue farming, 20% of your harvest will belong to border town as rent, while the other 80% will belong to yourself. Later, you can buy the land from the Lord, and then you will no longer have to transfer any food to the castle. After his last word faded away, only the sound of breathing could be heard until someone shouted, "Your Royal Highness, was what you said was really the truth?" "Of course," Roland answered, stressing every word. "As a lord, I would never deceive my own people. His Royal Highness is merciful." Some people couldn't help themselves from saying out loud. Then the sound quickly became louder. "Long live His Royal Highness the Prince." Suddenly, the first serf in front of him kneeled down, followed soon by the second person, then the third person, until the whole mass of people kneeled in front of him, still calling his name, getting louder and louder, until the thousands of voices turned into the same rhythm, "His Royal Highness the Prince. Long live the Prince." Hearing the crowd so clearly understanding his intent, there was no need for him to drag things out for any longer, the prince thought to himself. He clapped his hands, then said to the bodyguard behind him, "Bring the meal." Chapter 127. Wendy. When Roland fell asleep, Nightingale emerged out of the fog, stepped to the side of his bed, and gently straightening the quilt, covering an exposed arm. Then for a moment she quietly stood beside the bed watching the sleeping Roland. She then quietly slid through the floor, back to her own room. "You're not already asleep?" Seeing Wendy sitting on the bed and reading, Nightingale was slightly surprised. "I'm afraid you would do something stupid." Wendy glared at her. "His Royal Highness is not a child. Is it really necessary for you to take care of him until he finally fell asleep?" Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volare Translations. His Royal Highness has sent people to other towns to spread the news that the Witch Cooperation Association is here, so I have to be at his side in the case. Someone heard the news of the witches and now wants to harm His Highness. Nightingale picked up a wet towel and cleaned her face with it, followed by unlocking the red belt around her hip, taking off the bands of her leather wrist and body armor, then finally slipped out of her white clothes. This dress was His Highness' newest creation. With a pure white hood coat, she wouldn't gather too much attention, and thus it was the right clothes for an assassin. At least it was what he thought. Nightingale carefully hung up her clothes, the smoothed out every fold. Afterward, she wrapped her sexy and curvy body within a piece of light muslin. On her flat stomach and thighs, not even a single trace of fat could be seen. "There is no possibility an accident could happen," said Wendy, putting down the book. "There are sisters within the castle and their guards outside patrolling, and furthermore, didn't you yourself put a stone under his pillow? I can never understand how you can touch such a thing." "Well, I'm still responsible for ensuring his safety," Nightingale said while sitting down on the edge of the bed, taking off her boots and revealing her young and slender legs, then laying down and turning in Wendy's direction. "Didn't you listen to what I said last time?" Wendy sighed. "Veronica, we are witches." "I know, Wendy," Nightingale nodded. "Yes, we are witches. And His Royal Highness said that he will marry a witch." This came out of his own mouth, and it wasn't a lie. Of course, this information could not be told lightly. It could only be used as a last resort, so Nightingale didn't give it away. Within her heart, she said sorry to Wendy and then changed the subject. "What's your impression of the church? Why would you suddenly ask this?" Hearing this question, Wendy clearly became startled. "When I was at His Highness' side in the Stronghold's castle, the high priest paid him a visit and offered to support him in conquering the throne." "How did he answer?" Wendy's voice became strained. "Or did he order you to leave previously to the start of the conversation?" Nightingale smiled and shook her head, softly saying, He just asked me to avoid the range of the other side's god's stone of retaliation, and His Royal Highness didn't wear that thing himself. Wendy, His Highness did not agree to the invitation of the church. He refused their offer. The latter clearly felt relieved. Then she said with a bit melancholy, "Unfortunately, our help to His Highness is limited, unlike the church, whose forces cover the entire continent. If His Royal Highness took their offer, I'm afraid he would soon be able to sit on the throne. Only God knows." His Highness said the high priest spoke only a mouthful of baloney, that no one should trust him. Nightingale paused. There was another important matter. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volare Translations. Taking out the red and black pills, in the fog, the pills have the same color as the god's stone of retaliation. This is inconceivable. Both of us know that the sisters who were discovered to be witches would swallow the god's stone of retaliation, which is no different from committing suicide. The high priest said that the pills were produced inside the prayer room in the holy city, and I remember that you used to live there in a monastery. Did you have ever heard of such an organization? Wendy had helped Nightingale to leave Silver City, and during their run, she had set up traps for the bounty-hungry villains who were following them. At the same time, it was also a kind of revenge. One method was to force them to swallow their own god's stone of retaliation. After swallowing, the villain would soon die. The whole body would roll up like it was suffering from dehydration, and would look like a fish exposed to the scorching sun. I never heard of something like that. Wendy closed her eyes and began slowly to tell. Since the first moment I can remember, I've lived in a monastery in the old holy city, surrounded by high walls with no view of the sky beyond. Everything was taught to us with hospitality by the nuns, things like reading and writing or the understanding of maps. I still remember the name of my teacher, Faria. She once gave us a book to read. It was the special introduction about the old holy city. There were churches in the city, monasteries, libraries, memorial halls, and heroic walls, but I have never heard of a prayer room in the city. I lived in the monastery for more than 10 years, until the accident happened. Wendy had already previously mentioned to Nightingale that the monastery was one day attacked by a witch, and many people also died during that attack. Taking advantage of the whole chaos, Wendy was able to get out of the monastery. Also, I don't know which witch had so much courage to dare to challenge the church alone, but she saved you at least. No, Veronica, the witch came from inside the church. Wendy shook her head. She was, like me, a member of the monastery. What do you mean? The girls living in the monastery could be divided into 3 groups. One group consisted out of people like me, who stayed from early age in the monastery, not knowing their own origins. One were orphans who lived on the streets and were adopted by the local church and afterwards sent to the monastery. And the last group consisted out of girls sold to the church by their own parents. We were all separated by age and placed into different quarters, and even the teaching wasn't the same. From an early age onward, we learned how to recognize the words. From 10 to 14 years old, we studied carols, and after 14, we were schooled in etiquette. The early classes were called the literacy class by the nuns, and the older classes were called the choir class and the ceremony class. Once we became adults, we would be sent away from the monastery. This was the first time that Nightingale heard the others speaking about this before. Wendy had never elaborated on her experience during her life in the monastery. During the first few years, I could often hear other girls screaming during the night. The screams came out of the direction of the choir classes and ceremony classes. I didn't understand what was going on until I was old enough to get into the choir classes. Then I found out that during the nights, higher ranks of the church would visit the dormitory, always dragging a few girls out of their beds, and only at daybreak the next day would they be sent back. But sometimes, not all of the girls would come back again. Nightingale clenched her lips, of course. She clearly knew what Wendy meant. This kind of thing would happen once or twice a month, frequently even 2 days successively. Then, it was the day that I was selected. It was Feria who pulled me out of the room, whispering all the while into my ear that I should just bear with it. Everything would become well. I was dragged by her into the corner of the garden, where a room was built halfway underground. The room was brightly lit. At one side, I could see how the females of the ceremony class being tortured. There were 4 to 5 men. Her voice slightly shook. When they came over to me, one of the women suddenly broke out from her shackles, grabbing the man closest to her, grabbed him by the neck, and killing him just like he was a chicken, easily twisting his neck. She had awakened. Reading anywhere else than Volare translation, you're stealing the translator's livelihood. I do not know, Wendy shook her head. Those men had taken off their clothes, but they still wore their god's stone of retaliation around their necks, but she was still able to kill one after another. One of them she seemed to want to skin alive, tearing one limb off after another, while he was still living. The last words he said before his death were, "An extraordinary." The screams of the men alerted the guards and Feria who stood outside of the room. They immediately opened the iron gate and rushed in, but the scene in front of them rooted them on the spot, while the other woman directly rushed in their direction. Was she a witch? Asked Nightingale, thrilled. Were the guards also not an opponent for her? The gap was simply too great. I later learned that those guards belonged to the army of judges. One of them blew his whistle while the other drew his sword. However, when the first one stopped blowing his whistle, she had already stepped in front of him and penetrated his chest with her arm. In front of her, their armors were nothing more than a thin piece of paper. Chapter 128 Pill Test. Then, she picked up the judge's sword, stabbed Farasa, and split the other judge into 2 halves, even cutting the guard's sword in 2. However, the whistle had alerted the whole monastery. Many guards carrying oil lamps were on their way to us. She then peeled off Farasa's clothes and wore them herself, then took another man's weapon and walked in the direction of the rushing guards by herself. I sat in the room full of a bloody mess for a while before I finally recovered. I discovered that one of the dead men was in charge of the keys to the entrance of the monastery, so I went over and dug out the keys from the scattered clothes. At the same time, I also stripped the stones around their necks. I didn't know what effects they had. I only thought I might be able to sell them for a little money with their crystal clear appearance. The nuns of the monastery, the guards, and the judges were all attracted by that other woman, and so I could get to the hidden back door without being noticed. There, I had to try several keys before I finally found the right key to open the door and flee from the monastery. Later, I was only able to sell 1 stone because the rest of them were snatched away from me. Thus, I had to rely on the 10 silver royals I'd gotten for the 1 stone during my journey. 2 years later, I reached the Seawind region and had to stop. It was also the time of my awakening. Wendy paused for a while. That's my whole story. Nightingale just silently held Wendy's hands for a long while until she asked, what happened to the other women in the church? Perhaps they all died, or they were able to escape just like me. I had asked around, but I only learned that the church had said that there was a fire in the monastery and that they had to shut it down. Now one knew it, and even more. No one cared what had happened to the girls. They had all just been abandoned. Nightingale used a soothing voice while holding Wendy in her arms. Now you have us. Everything will become well, so sleep, Wendy. After a long time, she finally heard a gentle, "Ah." The next morning, Roland entered his office while yawning. There he saw Nightingale as always sitting by his table, but this time she had a serious expression on her face. "Well, what happened? Have you ever heard of something called an extraordinary?" she asked. Seeing the prince shaking his head, Nightingale repeated the story she had heard yesterday from Wendy. If she hadn't had her awakening, I can't imagine a young woman who could so easily decapitate a heavily armed judge. A witch who isn't influenced by the god's stone of retaliation. After listening to Roland, thought for a while about what she had heard from Wendy. He started thinking about his own categorizing of the witch abilities. Maybe she belonged to the type of self-enforcing witches. What type? Roland took out a piece of paper from his drawer and handed it over to her. I made a basic classification of your abilities based on the way you use your magic. A self-enforcing type, which constantly consumed her magic power and strengthens herself. Although all witches gets their physical fitness improved due to their magic, the self-enforcing type, which is much more powerful in this aspect. If I have it right, then Scroll should also belong in the category of extraordinary in the eyes of the church. Scroll? Nightingale couldn't believe it, but she is not good at fighting, true. Roland finished her sentence amused. This classification doesn't judge the personal strength of a witch, and also isn't necessarily correct. They are only my personal thoughts and speculations. As a self-enforcing type witch, she really could cause a lot of trouble to the church. Without the protection of the god's stone of retaliation, she could easily kill a squad of judges, or single-handedly destroy the church of a small town. But in the end, a person's power is still limited, and the ratio of witches awakened to a self-enforcing ability is much smaller than the other two types. Otherwise, it would be witches who would be hunting the believers of the church. Though he had spoken with ease, but when thinking about the red and black pills, he still had a vague feeling of unease. There were clearly only a few extraordinary class witches. During the last hundreds of years, there can't be more than a dozen, right? As long as there were 2 or 3 self-enhancing types, they could easily cause great chaos for the church. For example, they could easily take advantage of the annual months of demons. During this time, the church would focus all of their energy on defending Hermes, so they could attack the church's facilities in other cities such as churches, priests, nuns, and then kill all of them. So after repeating it for several years, the church's number of followers would have been greatly reduced. However, in addition to Wendy's encounter with the extraordinary, Roland had never heard of a witch counterattack the church. Moreover, the home during Wendy's childhood was set on fire, and the whereabouts of all the nuns and women were unknown. The church would never sit still, he thought. Perhaps they have already discovered a means against the extraordinary class, and maybe those 2 pills were part of it. No matter what, he had to test those pills first. Coming to this conclusion, Roland called for one of his guards, sending him to the jails and get one of the prisoners together with Carter. He placed the test site outside of the city walls. Just in case, Roland transferred over 4 members of the First Army to surround the test site, fully armed and always alerted. In addition to him and Nightingale, there was also Anna and Nana on station by the wall. As long as the other one didn't have a god's stone of retaliation, Anna's wall of green fire would be enough to guarantee their own safety, while Nana could provide the most efficient kind of treatment. You won't have any problem, right? Roland, leaning forward over the edge of the wall, asked Carter, who was standing at the bottom of the wall. Don't look down on your opponent. Your Highness, my rank as a knight isn't only for show, Carter said before placing a helmet on top of his head. Furthermore, my opponent only has a wooden sword. He can't hurt me at all. The test subject was a murder and robbery, and for this sentence to death, even so, Roland didn't like to use him as a test object. So, he bluntly offered the prisoner that in the case that he took part in the test, his family would get 5 gold royals as remuneration. The other side hesitated for only a moment before he immediately agreed to the condition. Carter had hoped that the other side would also put on an armor and would also pick up an iron sword so that he could have a fair contest, but Roland had refused without any hesitation. If the murder had a sharp weapon, the danger would be multiplied, and if he was to cut off Carter's head, even Nana would have no way of saving his life. As for the reason that he wasn't wearing any armor, it was to test if the black pill really enhanced tolerance to pain. The prisoners swallowed the 2 pills, and the expression on his face quickly changed. The veins on his forehead and arms all turned blue, while his skin turned a deep red and his breathing started to race. He grabbed the wooden sword, calmly waiting for the knight to react. Then suddenly, he dashed forward. His speed was comparable to a running wolf, and every time he stepped on the ground, small pits would be dug into the soil. Seeing this, even Carter was clearly shocked, but he still unhurriedly stepped to the side, while at the same time delivering a cross cut. This move forced his enemy to change his direction, otherwise, his rib cage would be cut open. However, his opponent was still just a very vicious murderer. He hadn't undergone any combat training. So, he was caught by surprise, getting a deep cut in his chest area, out of which a huge amount of blood started to pour out. Such injuries were enough to affect the activity of half of his body, but he still didn't show any sign that he cared about it. He just turned into the knight's direction. He tried the same tactic as before, yet this time he changed it a little. The moment they passed each other, the prisoner stretched one arm towards the knight's sword hand. In this awkward position, he was unable to use much power. But the moment Carter swept out with his sword, he could only see the shadow of the murderer. He subconsciously moved the sword into a parrying position and was immediately hit by a strong force, which pushed him 2 steps back. The moment the wooden sword crashed into the iron sword, it immediately shattered into many pieces. That only took a little more effort of me. Carter shook his numbed hand. Give him another sword so that he can come again. The prisoner did not take the offered sword. Instead, he suddenly turned around and directly rushing in the direction of the concealing forest. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of Carter's reach. His speed was comparable with a galloping horse, and he was unable to be caught by an ordinary person. The murderer stretched his arms in front of himself, running directly into the body of a soldier who was prepared to shoot, and pushed him to the side. The soldier let out a wretched cry and was sent flying. At this moment, the other soldiers were finally able to pull the trigger. The prisoner was clearly hit and also left some blood behind. But his speed was still not reduced in the least. He quickly broke out of the encirclement, and after a few seconds, he had already covered a distance of several tens of meters. "Do not let him run," Carter shouted. "Get me my horse." Before Carter had even the chance to jump on his horse, the prisoner suddenly stood still and stared with an incredulously look at his abdomen. There a horizontal cut had cut his abdominal cavity wide open, and his intestines started falling out. He slowly turned his gaze to his back, only to see a woman completely in white standing behind him, holding a silver dagger in her hands. He had no idea where she suddenly came out from. "Tien, I changed self-strengthening into self-enforcing." Chapter 129, the evening course starts again. Nana quickly healed the injured soldier. Something like a fracture was easy for her to heal. Afterwards, Roland let the first army return to the camp. Only the chief knight, the witches, and several guards were still left at the scene. With a gloomy face, Roland went to the side of the dead murderer, commanding Carter to cut out the bullets. The wounds he had to cut were half a finger deep, and the lead balls he found were fractured, indicating that people taking the pills would suffer the same wounds as ordinary people. "Carter, what do you think?" Roland asked. Carter seemed to be a little upset. Most probably, he had never expected to be outmaneuvered by a person who had never received any training in swordsmanship. He just became stronger and faster. It doesn't seem he realized everything that he could do. "I could have cut off his head with the first strike. And if your opponent was a knight, this would," Carter thought. "If it was against the kind of knights the Duke had, I could just barely handle them. But against the king's elite knights or the knights of the cold Wind Ridge, I wouldn't have been able to parry even one of their strikes." Roland didn't comment, but he thought, the great experts always think the one with the better skills will win the fencing duel. And perhaps Carter's perception was right, but if they had the same equipment, the situation would have dramatically changed. Assuming that the prisoner was also wearing heavy armor, with a helmet and a two-handed sword, Carter wouldn't have necessarily won so easily. The pills didn't only bring a large power upgrade, they are much more multifaceted. They can even carry stronger heavy armors and weapons, can burst out, run faster, and have a much longer endurance on the battlefield. Roland felt he had to correct the assumption he had made during his time in Longsong's stronghold, similar to adrenaline. No, this pill was much more terrifying than adrenaline. Hormones only stimulated the body's own potential. But this red pill had clearly allowed the prisoner to break through his limits. Especially the speed and momentum he showed as he tried to flee. It was almost comparable to that of heavy cavalry. The black pill was just as effective. His rib cage was nearly cut open, but he didn't show any sign of it hindering him at all. If he was only a normal person, he would have long since lost his will to fight due to the extreme pain. If a civilian with only a strength upgrade and pain reduction was already this powerful, then what would a group of trained knights using it look like? Roland had a feeling of uneasiness when he thought back to the offer the high priest had made. "Your Highness," exclaimed Nightingale suddenly, "look at his skin." The skin of the prisoner's hand had turned from its former red to ash-colored, while at the same time it had a large number of folds, looking just like a snake after it shed its skin. When Roland poked against it with the handle of his knife, he discovered that the skin was no longer solid like a muscle. It was rather totally empty to his touch. After cutting the skin, he saw that the subcutaneous fat had completely turned into mucus, and it followed with the muscle atrophying. It looks just the same as when someone swallows a god's stone of retaliation. Nightingale turned to look at him with a serious expression on her face. The pill is made from the same components as the stone. It's unlikely that just swallowing a stone would result in such a growth of power, Roland thought. So how were they able to do that? It seems that the pills have very strong side effects, and until now it's unclear if it's permanent or if it can be restored. Roland himself was more inclined to the former. If it was the latter, this enhanced version of a drug out of morphine and adrenaline could be called the god of war. As long as they were able to recover and took it in batches, it wouldn't be surprising if the world was dominated by the church. Even if the pills only lasted for a short time, and even if the pills have side effects, it's still better to be on the alert, Roland thought. If the church begins to support Timothy or Garcia with these, I would have to face an army of drugged fighters. Even more disturbing is that the church was even willing to take out such kind of drugs. They didn't seem to care what happens after the reunification of the kingdom of Greycastle. How should the new king help them after exploiting this kind of pills? Greycastle's troops would only become cannon fodder, so the new and old holy city would have to send out more of their own troops. And with every continuing fight, the army of judges would gradually become worn down, unless they have an even stronger card held back and just don't care if something like this was to happen. Coming to this conclusion, Roland could only sigh. With his attack on the Longsong stronghold, he had intended to end his problem of population and capital shortage in border town. Afterwards, he could start focusing on developing the education level, the production, and the farming process, turning border town from a town into a city in a very short time. As for him developing a new weapon systems, he had planned to put it on hold. But now, it seems he couldn't stop the development of the First Army, expanding the First Army, increasing the flintlock production, and developing new weapons was now back on top of his priority list. For example, a breech-loading rifle with a new kind of bullet. The mechanism of a breech-loading rifle was actually quite simple. The cachet for the bullet was also quite easy to produce. He could make it out of paper or a very thin copper case. Only to find for the right powder mixture, Roland still did not have even a trace of a clue. He only knew that the ingredient was called mercury fulminate. According to its literal meaning, the raw materials must have nitric acid and mercury. As for the need to mix it with other materials, he couldn't remember it. Furthermore, it had a special temperature and humidity requirements, so the chance was relatively high that it would explode in one's finger if handled carelessly. So, he decided that it would be better to spend a lot of money to recruit a number of alchemists and give them their own laboratory in a secluded corner of border town, where they could ponder over the right mixture. After the dinner, Roland took Anna and Scroll back with him to his office. Now that border town financial situation was like a bulging purse, Roland would soon place more than half of his assets into compulsory education, even if it only yields slow results. An industrial society needed a base of educated civilians rather than the brute force of illiterates. Without universal education, the rise in population could only change into a burden for the population. Taking this in consideration, Roland intended from this day on to take some time each evening to start teaching. Only waiting until Scroll had a basic understanding of natural science, while at the same time, the town had almost completed its first batch of literacy tasks. Since Scroll would become the future education pioneer and all-round teacher, Roland naturally taught her everything he had learned during his whole life, while Anna was just added in because of his own preference. Even so, Anna wasn't gifted with an extraordinarily retentive memory, but her desire for knowledge and her self-initiative to learn was the strongest of all witches. He could often see her going through the books in his bookcase, 6 months down. He was afraid that there weren't any books left that she still hasn't read. In addition, her acceptance of new things and her logical way of thinking was also rare in this era. Taking the primary mathematics and physics textbook from Scroll, Roland began to talk about today's teaching content. At the beginning, when Roland taught addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, to a slightly more complex equation calculation, Anna's ability to understand was significantly better than Scroll's. But when they changed to physics, Scroll showed that she could remember Roland's prior explanations word for word, and now only needed to slowly understand it. And Anna as well would also raise some questions from time to time. For example, how elementary particle looked like, why the elementary particle that formed all living things had nothing in common with each other, and so on. Some of the questions Roland could answer, some of them he couldn't. For example, in the end, what is magic? He could only tell them his own speculation that he had previously come up with. That magic may be a kind of energy, similar to electrical energy or thermal energy, but which was only be accessible by witches. But it couldn't be ruled out that after storing this kind of energy, it could be even used by ordinary people. Hearing this, Anna had a thoughtful expression. While teaching women, especially such outstanding type of women, time would always fly by fast. Unconsciously, the candles had already been replaced twice, and the new ones were also nearing their end. Suddenly, Roland heard a subtle snore, and when he turned into its direction, he could see Nightingale lying unconscious, asleep on the sofa. Perhaps this kind of lesson is just like a lullaby to her. No longer sheltered by her fog, her completely inelegant sleeping posture was exposed to the three of them. The prince shook his head, dumbfounded, decided it was now time to end the class. He took off his coat and gently covered Nightingale, blowing out the candle and with a smile on his face as he led Anna and Scroll out of the room. Chapter 130, Evolution. After the lesson, Anna returned to her own room. She threw a cluster of green flames into a big bucket filled with water, heating the water to a comfortable temperature. When the water was finally hot enough, she stripped naked and lowered herself into the bucket. Every witch that wanted to clean their body would first come to Anna to ask for her help with heating the water. After all, getting hot water from the kitchen up to their rooms was a very troublesome procedure. When His Royal Highness got to know of this arrangement, he was quite surprised. It seemed it was difficult for him to accept that they would repeatedly use the same water. Remembering the expression he made back then, Anna still had to let out a laugh. For the civilian population, it was already very hard to clean their bodies for even once a month, and even then, they would still use the same water several times. It seems he hadn't even noticed how much our lives have already improved since he accepted us witches and gave us a new home to live in. Anna shook her head. His Royal Highness, Roland Wimbledon, seems to be well learned in many areas, but in other areas, he is just clumsy. From the stories she had read in her books, shouldn't a prince have participated in every kind of banquet, social activity, and walked through a sea of flowers since his childhood? As a prince, he is allowed to be without learning or skills and can be cowardly and timid before a fight, but at least he should be good at his communication. However, this kind of thought unexpectedly made her feel at ease. His head seems to be filled with a lot of wondrous knowledge, such as the creation and usage of machines powered by steam, and how to calculate the right size of stone that is able to float on water. There was also today's course, where he taught us that the world was actually composed of numerous tiny balls, which are all so small that you would need to magnify them thousands of times before you could see them with the naked eye. Because they are all so small, they are everywhere, whether it is a solid material, gas, liquid, people, flowers, or stones. When decomposed to their smallest state, they are all made out of the same material. That's just incredible, Anna thought. How can it be that His Royal Highness knows of these things? Instead of wiping her body dry, she just used her own flame to vaporize the water droplets on her body. She then put on her clothes and took a place at her desk. In the middle of the table, there laid a textbook that was written by Roland. Taking advantage of Scroll's ability to create illusions of books for a period of time, Anna had borrowed a copy of his textbook every night so that she could read a little before she went to bed. Within it was all kinds of information. It began with the simplest phenomena in life, like a step-by-step instructional on how to strip an onion, which was in some places even accompanied by some lively and interesting pictures, to the unheard of novelty knowledge at the later parts in the book. So, the moment Anna opened it and read the first page, it was nearly impossible for her to stop. But in front of the content is also more obvious. The further she came to the end of the book, the harder it was for her to understand. For example, in one section, he had written that even the temperature of objects, in other words, whether they were cold or hot, was decided by the activity of these small balls he had talked about today. The higher their energy became, the more actively the balls would become, and the more heat they would release. If what His Royal Highness had written was right, then it means that my own green flame gets amplified by the motion of these small balls. Over the time, the candles were gradually burned down, then reaching their end, the flame just shook twice before they went out. At the same moment, the illusion of the book also reached its time limit. The pages and the writing gradually turned transparent until they disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the whole room was engulfed in darkness before a green flame came to life on top of Anna's fingertips, dispersing the surrounding night. Seeing the empty desktop, a feeling of loss emerged within Anna's heart. She raised her right hand, looking at her magical green flame, which stood motionless at the top of her fingertips. Suddenly, she felt the urge to try it out, testing whether everything really was formed out of these small balls. If that was the case, then could her fire get the same characteristics as those small balls? She closed her eyes, trying to form an image how her flame would look like if it was created by the accumulation of countless small particles. Slowly, the flame in her hand began to change. It changed from its water droplet-like form into a string, becoming thinner and thinner, but at the same time longer and longer until it looked like a long hair. Anna could feel these changes, but it was still far from enough, she thought, comparing a hair to these balls. It was still much too large. I can still make it finer. Even though her mind wanted it, It seemed incredibly hard to change the green flame any further. The light of her flame became dim, like a shivering long and slender light ray. Perhaps not as a cluster, but instead a series of connections. His Royal Highness had said that between the balls that there is a fixed distance between them. Perhaps I have to reshape its shape. The flame in Anna's mind fluttered, and she could hear a sound like something becoming broken apart. Afterward, the flame particles were no longer closely linked, but instead were scattered like the stars. The slender green flame on her hand had also disappeared, but in her consciousness, the flame still existed, but it had no longer its initial appearance. In the boundless darkness, most of the stars had perished. The rest of them slowly reunited. One by one, they formed a row of swath, until a filament of many stars was formed. The temperature is equal to activity, she thought. The moment she formed this thought, the line began to swing, like someone had pinched into a corner of it. It began to gently flicker. The moment it began to swing, the swinging of filament could no longer be stopped. One ripple followed after another. It seemed as if she was within a world of ripples. There were no longer any clear outlines between objects. Around her, everything was excitedly rippling, and there was no end in sight. The same could be said about magic. She could even feel it. When she extended her finger, pulling at one of the ripples, it was just like her own magic. But when she opened her eyes, everything was calm. Her green flame had disappeared, and she needed a while until her eyes could adapt to the dark room, the desk, wardrobe, candlestick. Their shapes emerged one after another out the shadow. Light blue moonlight fell through the window on the floor, giving everything a light grayish color. Everything seemed to be the same as always. There was no change. But in her eyes, the world has become completely different. A black filament appeared in the air in front of her. However, Anna naturally knew that she couldn't really see it, that it was only in her own perception. She took one of the ingots she had always trained with and which laid still on her desk, and placed it in front of herself. The black filament wrapped itself around the ingot in accordance with her will. She then quickly pulled it together. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, her filament went through the iron ingot with ease. In Anna's comprehension, the temperature produced by the filament was several times higher than that of her green flame, but was limited to a very narrow range. The iron ingot was quickly cut into two parts, and when she took one of it into her hands, she saw that the cut line was very smooth, and she could only feel a little heat when placed her finger against the cut line. She then erected the iron ingot on her desk, placed her black filament on top of the ingot, and let it spread out until it was a completely flat string, perpendicular to each other. This was the mathematical knowledge taught by His Highness, using a point as the center, and then use a quill connected to a string, and then go one time around the center. They will be able to draw a precise circle. The area of the circle is equal to the length of the string multiplied by itself and multiplied by a fixed constant. Anna controlled her horizontally spread filament and bended it downwards at the ends at a right angle, letting it penetrate through the ingot until it reached the top of the desk. And then she let it gently rotate around the point at the center. Compared with her green flame, where she could only adjust the temperature and whole body, the black flame, composed of many particles, could be turned into any shape, and the temperature of each part could be controlled separately. After one revolution, she had cut out the form of a cylinder. Because the cutting line was so small, Anna needed to use a great effort to get the cylinder out. Like before, where she had cut the ingot in two, the entire wall of the cut-out cylinder was also very smooth. In the moonlight, she could even see the reflection of her own face in it. Chapter 131, The Manifestation of Magic. Early at dawn of the next morning, Roland was woken up by Nightingale, who had stolen his blanket. He remembered that the last time he was woken up this way was when Nana's father had discovered that his daughter had become a witch. So, he sleepily asked while rubbing his eyes, "What's going on? Did we discover a new witch in town? No, Your Highness. Nightingale was totally excited. Anna, her ability has changed. Roland, who at this point wasn't completely awake yet, asked, wasn't she already a grown-up? Our ability can change even after we become an adult, but until now, I have never seen such an amazing kind of magic. It's just like a completely different entity. Nightingale went to the wash basin. Even Scroll and Wendy have never heard of something like this. Make haste. You have to see it. The others are already waiting for you in the office. Roland casually washed his face, threw some clothes on, and went with Nightingale to the second floor and into his office. When he stepped into the room, the eyes of 11 witches immediately focused on him. One of them was Anna, whose eyes were completely swollen, giving the impression that she hadn't gotten any sleep last night. Who can tell me what happened? The first one who opened her mouth to speak was Nightingale. Early this morning, I passed by Anna's room and saw her laying her head on the table and sleeping. On the table were also a pile of iron lumps. When I approached her to wake her up, I discovered that the magic within her body had turned into. She paused for a moment, seemingly having to think about a way to describe it. It fused into a fixed shape, like a constantly rotating cube. Roland went to Anna and stopped directly in front of her. There, he carefully examined her all over, but other than seeing that she was clearly tired, he couldn't detect any differences. Then, he noticed the lengthy cylinder standing on the table. It seemed to be made out of iron, but its gray surface was very smooth, and the top was also cleanly cut off, dazzling Roland's eyes. This was created by Anna, explained Nightingale. She made it with her new ability. When a witch awakens to her power, her body will begin to gather magic. At the beginning, the gathered magic looks like a cluster of fog. However, after a few years, it will turn into a colorful whirlpool. For example, Wendy's magic is white, while Leave's magic is green. Previously, Anna's magic reservoir was already very large and condensed into a dark green whirlpool on her day of adulthood. But now, the magic within her body has become fist-sized, solid, and completely opaque. She picked up the quill on his desk and began to draw its outline. It's almost like that. Although Nightingale's painting skills were very rudimentary, Roland could still distinguish that it had the form of a cube. Roland turned in Anna's direction. What happened last night? Hearing this question, Anna began to recount everything from last night. When she finished her story, the other witches were wearing a confused expression on their faces. They were totally unable to understand what these things that were coming out of her mouth, like small balls, vibrations, and connections, had to do with the change to her ability. Only Roland's heart had begun to beat faster. In his opinion, magic was a kind of energy, and the witches were its outlets. Magic could endlessly be transformed into different kinds of abilities, and in the end, the witch herself would decide what kind of effect her magic had. It always depended on how the witch manipulated it, or more precisely, it depended on the witch's own imagination. If his guess was right, imagination could have a far-reaching impact on the developing of their abilities. In short, for a person who had never seen an airplane, it would be difficult to think of the idea that a huge iron bird could fly in the air. A person who had never seen the universe naturally didn't know how wide the world was. The height of their own imagination and the breadth of their knowledge limited their use of magic. Each further understanding of the nature of the world had brought great advances in science and technology. So why wouldn't that also be true for the witches' abilities? The deeper their understanding of the world became, the closer their magic and their effect would come to the origin. "Let me see your new abilities," Roland asked, full of curiosity. Anna spread out her arm, and on top of her fingers, a black flame appeared out of the thin air. Even when taking a closer look, there was still no difference between the appearance of her flame and that of an ordinary flame, with the exception that it was black and didn't create any light. So, Roland asked further, "Can you change the shape of your black flame?" Anna nodded, and under her control, her flame moved down to the top of the desk. Then her naturally shaped black flame turned into a cube. Not giving anyone the chance to react, the block began to spread out and turned into a black sheet-like cloth, covering almost the entire desk, then gathered at the center, gradually changing into a thin, upright line. Roland could not help but touch, only to discover that this long and slender object, resembling a hair, didn't move a single jot. This was simply inconceivable. It seemed to be as hard as steel, but moments later he could easily bend it with his fingers. She could decide if it was flexible or absolutely rigid. A true body didn't exist. "Can you make it even thinner?" "Yes, but then you cannot touch it anymore," said Anna, "or else it will easily cut into your hand. But you can still freely control its temperature." "Right, and compared to my previous green fire, I can now control it to such a degree that different parts of my flame can have different temperatures." Roland could now somewhat understand what Nightingale meant by completely new ability. Compared to her former green and warm fire, her ability at the moment had become completely different. Describing it as flame like before wouldn't be appropriate. When Anna accepted the idea that the universe was built out of microscopic particles, her control of the temperature had also achieved a completely new stage after connecting it with particle motion. It was certain that Anna wasn't manipulating the particles the same way she had manipulated the flames before. No matter if it was her original flame, her green flame she got on her day of adulthood, or now her black flame, they were her form of expressing her magic. Although she converted her magic into heat in both methods, the true effect was very different. "She is truly a genius." Roland couldn't stop himself from sighing. Anything else than genius, he could not think of a more appropriate adjective. In the same evening of learning new knowledge, she was immediately able to fully comprehend it and apply it to create a new ability. Only very talented people could have this absorptive capacity and way of thinking. Anna's changes also made him more interested in exploring the true nature of the world. "Unfortunately, I don't have my own magic," Roland thought. "This is definitely my biggest regret after crossing over." After all, within the hearts of most people, there is the dream of becoming a superhero, accidentally gaining an incredible power, and walking down a unique path. How much fun would that be? "I might know why Anna's ability has changed," Roland spoke aloud, pushing back his regrets and coming back to reality. "How has she achieved it?" the crowd asked. "Through studying." "Do you mean something like yesterday's teaching class?" Scroll unsurely muttered. "That is exactly what I was talking about." Roland began to explain his own speculation again. "The understanding of the world can help you improve your ability or even completely change it." "I can also change?" Mystery Moon timidly asked. "Of course." Roland reassuringly patted her shoulder. "If there wasn't a limited number of steam engines, and I hadn't found the rubber, I would have been unable to produce wires, so her ability to create strong magnets would have become very handy." The original purpose behind his action of imparting his knowledge to Scroll was to avoid forgetting what he had learned in his ordinary memory. But now, he had accidentally discovered that knowledge played a big role in forming the effect of the witch's abilities. So, it became necessary that all the witches partake in his evening lessons. Of course, he also understood that not everyone had Anna's outstanding talent. For example, he didn't have the tiniest piece of hope for Nightingale, who always fell asleep during his lessons. He didn't know how many of the witches would cross the difficult path of simply remembering something to completely understanding it, then understanding it to actually using it. "Last night you didn't get any sleep, so it would be the best if you got some rest now," Roland said to Anna. "I'll take another look at your new ability in 2 days." "All right." Anna nodded earnestly. "As for the rest of you," he looked to the other witches, "from today on, you will all come together in the living room after dinner to start with the basics and learn how to read and write on Mondays to Fridays." Scroll will be your teacher. Author note: if you like this work, you are welcome to help me with your vote. Your support is the greatest motivation for me. TN. If you want to support the author, you can use this guide for it. Many thanks to CK Talon and Etvelair who created this guide. If you want to support the translation, please vote, add it to your reading list, or write a review on Novels Updates. Chapter 132, The Night of the Elk Family, Part 1. Prius had already been locked up for 5 days, although it couldn't be called a cell. After the transformation, there was not much difference between the former house and a cell. The original wooden doors were replaced by wooden railings. All the furniture had been removed from the house, and only a few blankets were left. The only advantage compared to a cell was that the room was clear and that it had neither holes for draft nor rain. In addition to Prius, there were 4 other prisoners. 3 of them belonged to the house of the former Duke, the other belonged to the Wolf family, and Prius himself belonged to the Elk family. "What the hell? He really wants to lock us up in here," shouted one of the Duke's knights, who belonged to the oldest people who have taken part in the battle. "The wheat on the fields in my territory haven't even been sown yet, and my woman doesn't know how to manage everything." "Your territory?" asked the young knight of the Wolf family, with a lot of contempt in his voice. "Do you really believe that the prince will let you keep your rank as a knight? Even letting you keep your horse, armor, and weapons so that you can start your revenge whenever you feel like? Really, as long as he doesn't send us to the gallows, he can still be considered as a kind person." "What did you just say?" The old knight stared furiously at him. "To tell you the truth," the young knight explained further, "the Duke did indeed plan to start a rebellion against the throne, in doing so becoming a first-rate convict, taking all of his elite knights with him, and only letting a few stand by the side of his son. As for us, we would naturally be forced by the Duke to follow him onto the battlefield. I see that you would really like to die now." Hearing him talk like this, the old knight suddenly went over, picking the young knight and lifting him up, while at the same time clenching his right hand into a fist, already going through the motion to hit him, but suddenly his hand was firmly grasped from behind. "Stay your hand. Halon, do you want that the guards come over?" The fist was grasped by a young, handsome knight. What he said is right. We were knights under the command of the Duke, so if we are to be convicted, we are likely to be sentenced to a heavy punishment. Just look at the knight of the Elk family. He is waiting calmly for the result, and now look at how you are acting. Do you think you're showing the right kind of demeanor? Prius could immediately recognize this man. He was the star of all of the Longsong Stronghold's knights, Ferlin Eltek, also nicknamed Morning Light. He had captured the hearts of many aristocratic families' young ladies. However, after coming around, he finally settled down and married a civilian, creating a lot of heated discussions. After being mentioned, Prius decided that now wasn't the time to stay quiet, so he said to them, "I don't know what will happen to your territories, but I'm certain that the prince won't kill us." "Oh, why's that?" "If he had killed us all in the stronghold, he would have achieved a deterrent effect, but after spending so much effort to bring us to border town, why should he kill us here? To impress the civilians." Prius shook his head. "During the battle, we weren't even able to set 1 foot inside the town. As long no one attacked them, burning down and looting their houses, the townspeople naturally wouldn't have any extreme hatred against them. Therefore, since the prince didn't kill them during their stay in the stronghold, he also wasn't likely to kill them here in border town." After thinking about this for a moment, the knight called Eltek nodded in confirmation. "What you said makes sense. May I have your name, please?" "Mr. Prius Dissau. Thank you for your encouraging words, Sir Dissau." After he expressed his thanks, Ferlin grasped Halon by his arm and took him back to another corner. The young knight of the Wolf family also sat back down and leaning against the wall and began to hum. He really doesn't seem to be afraid of it, Prius thought, but my staying calm isn't anything other than a facade. Prius knew that he wasn't made out of the things needed to be a knight. He did not inherit his father's bravery, nor his mother's wisdom, and instead of training with the sword, he had always preferred to take care of their territory. Raising chicken and ducks, fishing in the pond, or doing anything else similar to this. As a knight for the elk family, he was really a helpless case, not to mention killing someone. He didn't even like to participate in hunting. So, during their charges against the defenders of Border Town, Prius had always kept as far to the back as possible, never expecting to come into a situation where he had to retreat for his life. Hold on. When he thought about the battle, he got the feeling that there was something wrong. As the star of the Duke's Knight, why was Eltek still able to stay alive? Shouldn't he have been the first line in leading the charge? His Royal Highness wants to see you. A guard suddenly shouted by the door. Serious Dolly, you're the first to come with me. Hearing his name, a young knight jumped up, waved once to say goodbye to the others, and left the cell. Hey, we also want to go. Seeing that one of them was allowed to leave, Halon also chased to the door, only to be stopped by the blunt end of the guard's weapon. After locking the door, he turned once more into the direction of the prisoner and coldly said, "Do not worry, it won't be long before it will be your turn." Knowing that it was soon time for his own trial, with each passing minute Prius became more and more tense. Damn it, previously the day of the trial couldn't come along fast enough for me, but now that the day has finally arrived, I've become afraid, Prius thought angrily, but he couldn't stop his body from shaking from time to time. Every few moments he would look towards the door, feeling the same as if his first child was soon to be born, feeling hope and panic at the same time. Fortunately, the waiting time wasn't all that long. Probably only half an hour had passed before the guard responsible for escorting the prisoners came again. Prius Dessau, it's your turn. Panic-stricken, he jumped up, but his feet accidentally tripping about one of the blankets laying on the floor. But Eltek, seeing that, just took a step forward and supported him, stopping him from falling down. Thank you. Prius pressed the words out of his parched throat. It's nothing much, said his helper with a soothing voice, taking away a lot of Prius' tension. He nodded once more thankfully in Furlan's direction and then followed the guard out of the cell. Leading the way was a young man who was about 17 years old, was wearing a dark brown leather armor and boots while holding a strange weapon in his hands. Don't you need to tie my hands together? Prius asked, confused. When we locked you up, you were already searched thoroughly. So what can you even do without a weapon? Where are you going to take me? To His Highness's castle. What's happened to the previous man? The knight, how is he? The guard just shrugged his shoulders and didn't give him an answer. Well, maybe he doesn't know what happened to him, or it is also possible that he just doesn't want to tell me. When it became clear that he wouldn't get another answer, Prius just closed his mouth. Prius had a very strange feeling as he looked at his escort. The guard dressed and looked like an ordinary civilian, but when he just spoke to the knights, he didn't show even a trace of fear. He wasn't even using the most basic form of honorifics. He seems to not understand that during peacetime, we knights can easily decide his life and death. But there was also the expression in his eyes. Prius had looked into the eyes of many people who were always fighting to survive. Their eyes were all stiff and indifferent, just like the eyes of a soulless corpse. But in this young man's eyes, he saw arrogance and pride. It was obviously that he was a civilian, but he was showing the same prideful demeanor as a full-fledged knight. This extreme incongruity confused Prius to the extreme. In the end, what kind of environment was needed in order to give birth to such a person? While walking, Prius viewed his surrounding. Although he had never been to Border Town before, he had still heard about what a barren and desolate place it was. But the vibrancy he felt from the town stood on the complete opposite end of the image he had previously formed of it. Everywhere on the streets, there were people coming and going, always moving at a fast pace, giving the impression as if everyone was busy. From time to time, there were other people dressed in the same way as the young man escorting him. Everyone's face was rosy, full of spirit, and not a bit like people who had just experienced the ordeal of the months of demons. Close to the castle district, he saw an area where more than 100 people had gathered together. It seems this group of people were responsible for the construction of residential houses, but looking at the scale it seemed that they were building more than one. The materials they needed to build the houses were neatly accumulated on the side, and within them, there were also plenty of fired bricks. In general, only the aristocracy would choose to use this more expensive material, but assuming that the building was supposed for a noble, the area built was just too small for nobility. Looking at an already previously built house, he discovered that it was only as large as his family's drawing room. In addition, all those houses were built with the same design, which aristocracy would like such houses. With his head filled with questions, Prius entered the Lord's castle. Chapter 133, The Night of the Elk Family, Part 2. Before he was allowed to enter the parlor, Prius had to once more go through a complete body search. But this time, it was a much more detailed search than the previous one. From the top to the bottom, they had touched every possible place in which he could hide a knife. Even his soles weren't forgotten. He was then led into the hall and was finally able to see the person responsible for the Duke's defeat. The fourth prince of the kingdom of Greycastle, the Lord of Border Town, as well as the new Lord of the Western Territories, Roland Wimbledon. The prince carried the typical symbol of the Wimbledon bloodline, the gray hair. His face still looked very young. At most, he was still in his early 20s. Besides his gray hair, there wasn't any other sign of his royal blood. He didn't wear a crown, nor did he have any other kind of jewelry on his slender fingers. Instead, he was holding a quill in his hand. Furthermore, he didn't wear any bracelets either. All of this was a very rare sight when facing a member of the aristocracy. "Are you Prius de Sau, a knight belonging to the Elk family?" Roland asked while he leaned back into his chair and looked at the parchment. "Yes, sir." When spoken to, Prius knelt down on one knee. He couldn't believe it. Such a young man, without even the trace of a beard, was able to lead a group of miners and hunters to defeat the whole combined forces of the previous Lord of the Western Territories. "Duke Ryan, are you able to read and write? You may stand up and answer." "I can, Your Highness. This is a knight's most basic of requirement." Prius stood up and suddenly thought of some of the old knight who got their title, conferred during the time where the kingdom of Greycastle wasn't as powerful. They even knighted civilians with good military achievements. So he quickly added, "I mean, like all other knights of the younger generation are able to." Over the past 3 decades, with the reduction in exploration and wars, the possibility of achieving military merits and getting canonized had become smaller, while at the same time, other traits became more important for a knight. If you didn't pick up the pen and wasn't able to read or write a document, it would become very difficult to rule over your own territory. With the king's establishment of the camp in the Cold Wind Ridge, the area at the western border of the Kingdom of Dawn had a sudden rise at the number of talented men appearing there. But at the same time, the requirements for being knighted was also placed at a new height. So now, during the training to become a knight, the first thing trainees would learn was how to read and write, while later on, if they wanted to rise higher in rank, they would also have to master a variety of etiquettes. But Prius couldn't understand why had His Royal Highness asked him this question. "Very well," the prince nodded. "Then it's time for my judgment." Hearing this sentence, Prius instantly held his breath. There are 2 options you can pick from. One is to go to the North Slope mine and mine there for 20 years to redeem your sins, while your second options it to become a teacher and start to teach my people how to read and write. Furthermore, as a miner you won't be treated as a slave, you will be paid, and every month you will have 3 days of rest. But teachers are not only paid, they will get free housing and 2 days rest each week. However, if you choose the latter option, You must work until you reach the age of 50. Only then will you be allowed to lay down your post. By that time, though, even if you don't continue working any longer, you will still be paid as usual. After listening to all this, Prius was a little relieved. Sure enough, just like he had expected, they don't have to face death or exile. But these two options still left him very puzzled. It sounds like the job as a miner requires a lot of hard work, but His Royal Highness had also said that they would get a salary and holidays. And, as a teacher, wasn't it important to be a knowledgeable person? But besides reading and writing, I have no further knowledge. And what meaning did it have to teach civilians anything? His Royal Highness could not truly believe that he could teach the civilians the complete aristocracy culture. Could he? But the most critical point was that both options didn't mention what would happen to his own territory. So, Prius gathered his courage, looked up at the prince, and carefully asked, "Your respected Highness, I do not know what will happen to my territory when I chose one of the two. From the moment you raised the sword against me, your territory no longer belonged to you," answered Roland bluntly. "On this point, I have already reached an agreement with the heir of the Elk family, that after you made your choice, the new count will send a compensation together with your family to Border Town, so that your territory is vacant and he can confer the knight's title on someone else." Prius' heart sank. "But that is my territory. My house is also on my territory, and there also a group of chickens and ducks, and a pond full of fishes. How much can these things be worth?" The new count would certainly use a sharp knife to cut it down as far as possible. It was hard to say whether he would even get 30 gold royals for it. The count has just died, and his heir had already abandoned his own family. Such ruthlessness deeply disappointed Prius. As an accomplice of the traitor who rebelled against the throne, this is just a minor verdict. Roland paused. "Moreover, why are you even showing such a large pity for a barren little territory? Whether you choose to become a miner or a teacher, as long as you save enough money, you can purchase your own territory." Hearing this sentence, Prius' spirit raised once more. Mining was certainly not his favorite work, but for the other choice. "Your Royal Highness, may I get to know how high the salary for a teacher is?" "As a junior grade teacher, you would get a payment of 20 silver royals each month, with an increase of 5 silver royals per year, until you reach the age of 50. After reaching the age of 50, your salary will be the same like your highest previous salary. However, your job as a teacher cannot be inherited, nor can it be transferred." With his little arithmetic knowledge, Prius calculated that he would receive a yearly income of nearly 3 gold royals. Even more, it would increase yearly. So as long as he was able to work for 4 to 5 years, his income would be as high as his own territory's income. "Your Royal Highness, what does the title junior grade teacher mean? Are there any other types of teachers?" Of course, there are also other occupations. The primary teachers merely teach the reading and writing of characters, while middle-grade teachers and high-grade teachers are responsible for teaching all kinds of different knowledge. As long as it is a unique skill, which is able to help with the development of a border town, you can get the position. Roland sat himself straight up. "How is it? Do you have any other good skills? I'm not asking about riding or fencing skills." "That doesn't matter since I'm bad at them anyway," Prius thought. He hesitated, but then he said, "Your Royal Highness, I'm good at raising chicken and ducks. I am also very good at fishing." The moment he had said it aloud was the moment he already regretted his words. What kind of skill was that? If he was thrown into the wild, he would be able to survive. Other nobles were also raising cats or birds, but wasn't something which interested Prius very much. As for fishing, this was the same as hunting. It could only be counted as his personal hobby. But he would have never believed that His Royal Highness would be so interested into his skills. "Oh, how do you raise them? Can you please explain it to me?" With no better option than to brace himself and start explaining or to fall, Prius began to state his gathered knowledge. According to my experience in the area of raising broods, it is important to put some grain into the hay. That way they will grow faster. In addition, the grain should be mixed with sand. It will have a similar effect while at the same time saving on food. It would also be good to set a shed in a well-ventilated area where they are safe from the sun, rain, and the cold. Especially during the hot summer, if there is no shelter, the hen will most likely stop laying its eggs. While during the winter, it's important to give them some straw to avoid the chickens from freezing to death. In addition, if you feed them some small fish every month, the chickens will rarely get sick, of course. It is also important to clean up the chicken manure regularly. When his speech came to its end, he had to discover that His Highness actually had begun to laugh. Yes, it appears that the aristocracy of the Western Territory truly aren't useless. Your Royal Highness? Prius couldn't understand what the prince meant. Fortunately, Roland Wimbledon quickly lifted his fears. I will send people to buy a group of chickens and ducks from the Longsong stronghold, while at the same time, I will also give you a piece of land to the west of Border Town, where you can raise the birds. Your payment will be according to that of a middle-grade teacher. For the first year, you will get 50 silver royals each month, with an annual increase of 10 silvers. Of course, if you fail to raise the birds, your only option left will be the mines. Chapter 134 Morning Light. First, Roland recorded Prius' future treatment on a paper, and he then put down the quill and rubbed his aching neck. Moments later, Nightingale's voice could be heard from behind. Your Royal Highness, would you like me to help you relax? There are still more than 30 other prisoners I have to deal with, maybe later. Roland smiled and nodded in disagreement. He instead took the bell which was placed by the side of his table and rung it a few times. The earlier he finished these chores, the sooner he could start with the Border Town general education task. After seeing Anna's new ability, he was now full of expectation of what the future would hold. The next person who was brought into the hall by his guards was a tall man, and Roland's first impression of him was that he seemed extraordinarily handsome. He wasn't that far off compared to Carter, who had the face of a male god. Of course, in Roland's eyes, he immediately got negative points for his handsomeness. After glancing on his list, he asked, Ferlin Eltek. But there was something different between him and other people. Behind his name, there were also additional comments, so Roland read further. Head of the Knights of the Lions, Morning Light, First Knight in the Western Territory. You have so many titles. I do, Your Highness, Ferlin acknowledged, at the same time going down on one knee. I thought people like you, the head of the Lions, would be in the first in line during the charge. Roland raised his brow. How were you able to survive? I hid within the rows further behind, admitted the knight. So long as your control over your horse and its step size is good enough, you can let it look like you are in full sprint, while in fact, you haven't raised the speed by much. Roland had never expected that he would get such a straightforward answer. He thought that the other side would try to find some excuse to cover up their own fear of fighting, hiding the fact that they had escaped. It seems that this matter wasn't as simple as he had at first thought. Sure enough, the knight quickly explained his behavior further. On the morning of the third day of your pursuit, in other words, at the day of the Duke's death, I have been standing by his side, trying to find an opportunity to kill him, but he still had a large number of guards by his side, which were tightly surrounding him. So, I did not find the right opportunity to start my assault, but fortunately, your troops were able to kill him in the end. During the whole time he told his story, he had held his head down. Your His Highness, I express my gratitude for what you did, so regardless of where you will send me, I will give it my best. The last sentence could be nearly seen as a plea of allegiance, stunning Roland for a moment. When he had finally collected himself, he said, Stand up and explain it to me further in the end, what has happened between you and the Duke. As you command, Your Highness. My wife, Irene. was originally a civilian who worked at a well-known theater in the stronghold. We met each other on a lucky encounter, and we immediately fell in love. I had hoped to marry her, but my father and mother did not support the wedding. So, I had to leave the territory and rent a room on a farm near the stronghold. That was also the place where we had held the wedding. However, shortly after our marriage, Irene finally got the opportunity for her first formal performance. Speaking up to hear, the knight's voice became smaller. The Duke also watched the drama and immediately took a fancy to her, and it didn't take long before he broke into our room and assaulted Irene while I was still out on a mission. It took me a long time before I finally got her to tell me what had really happened, and the moment I heard about it, I wanted to find the Duke and hold him responsible for his deeds, but Irene knelt down and begged me not to act recklessly. Deep down, I also knew that if I tried to do something, my chance of success weren't very high. Even if I was able to kill him, I would never be able to escape the hands of his personal guards, and Irene most likely would become the object of revenge for the Duke's heir. With no other option left to me, I could only suppress my thoughts of revenge until he decided to go on march against Border Town. Although I wasn't able to take personal revenge, but now Irene will finally be able to fall asleep without having to worry that someone will break into her room during the night. For me, it was also a heavy burden, which is now finally lifted from my heart, so please allow me to thank you once again. So that's what happened. Roland tapped with his quill on the table, a sign he had previously agreed on with Nightingale, telling her to check whether the other side had lied. Soon, he could feel how Nightingale pinched his left scapula, which represented that the other side had told the truth. But this pinch was slightly too hard, letting Roland a little flinch. "Are you able to read and write?" Now it was Ferland's time to get startled, showing that he clearly was unable to follow the prince's train of thoughts. "I can." "Then I'll announce my verdict now." Roland gave him the same choices that he had given to Prius. "What is your choice?" "Your Highness, do you not want me to fight for you? Whether it is a solitary riding duel or a group battle, No, I do not," interrupted Roland him. "There are no aristocrats within my army, and in the future, I won't be recruiting any of them. They are a fully armed civilian army, and you yourself, during the rest of your life, you won't ever get the opportunity to again take up a weapon." "Yes, so?" Ferland was silent for a long time before he finally nodded. "I understand. That being the case, I choose to become a teacher." "You made a wise choice. Teachers can get free housing, and their salary is also very good. I will send someone back to your home to get your wife, so that you can continue to live a good life here together." After giving his judgment, Roland gave the signal that Ferland could now leave. "Wait, Your Highness, I beg you please let me ask a favor of you." Ferland, however, did not leave. "Did you mean that the other knights, as long as they are unable to become a teacher, the only option left to them is to work in the mines for 20 years? "That's exactly what I said. Your Royal Highness, I have a man named Harlan. He is an experienced and old knight, but he is unable to read. Can I pay for him with gold royals so that he won't be sent into the mine?" "Of course not," Roland directly disagreed. "If you could redeem your crime with money, you would just go back to the stronghold. But he's almost 50 years old, and this kind of work, where he doesn't get to see the light of the day, would only destroy his body. He isn't strong enough to mine, but he was still able to attack Border Town. Furthermore, my ore mine isn't such a dark coal mine as you're imaging. I also have a steam engine, which helps with the pumping and transportation, and the staff even have a fixed holiday. Don't you think that's good enough?" Roland picked up the bell, ready to call for the next prisoner. "My lord," Ferland got frantic and went once more down on his knee. "My family has a treasure map, which is at least 400 years old, and I am willing to use that to buy his freedom." "A treasure map with an age of more than 400 years. The prince became uncertain. "Are you sure that it wasn't one of your ancestors who took some charcoal and casually drew a map to coax the younger generation. "No, it's not written with charcoal or ink." The knight shook his head. Then he placed his hand on head as if was trying to recall the drawing. "I can't tell you out of what material it is made of. The lines are very delicate, smooth and supple, and it's been stored in our basements for decades. But the drawings and the text don't have any signs of discoloration. My father told me that it was handed down from generation to generation, and it describes the location of a treasure. It should be hidden deep in the northwest of the concealing forest, but to get there you would have to cross past the desolate lands, so to us it was simply impossible to go there." Roland tapped his quill once more against the table, and once more Nightingale pinched his left side. "Well, even in the case that what you said was the truth, there is still the problem that this treasure map should be hidden in the basement of your family home. You have already given up the right of your inheritance, and I'm afraid they won't willingly see you ever again." "What you say is the truth," he firmly nodded, "but I have completely memorized the content of the drawings, the above patterns, and the text. I can roughly depict it." "Then draw it for me." Roland pushed his quill and paper over the table into his direction. "If what you said is true, I can make an exception to your request. His Royal Highness is too kind." Ferlin went to the table and began to depict the treasure map. It was true, Morning Light wasn't only good at fighting, no, he was also talented in painting and calligraphy. Soon, a rough topographical map appeared in front of Roland. The map actually showed the area behind the impassable mountain range. The lower right corner of the map was occupied by mountains. Then around the center, he drew an equilateral triangle, and the three corners pointed to different places. One corner ended at the foot of the northern slope, and another corner pointed to a hexagonal star mark inside the concealing forest, which was most probably the so-called treasure's location. However, Roland's attention was entirely attracted to the third vertex of the triangle. Pointing to the middle of the wild lands, on top of a sawtooth-shaped mountain top, stood the word Takilla. Chapter 135 to start with the basics. The devils grow in number each day, but we become less. The holy city of Takilla has already fallen into the hands of the enemies. The only option left to us is to scatter in all directions. We fled over mountains and across rivers, as far as possible from the gates of hell. But next time, where should we flee? What do you think about it? Back in his office, Roland closed the illusion of the ancient book and turned to Scroll to get her opinion of it. In case what the knight remembered is the truth, this would really be an incredible coincidence. Scroll pondered for a moment about her next words. The content of the treasure map and what's recorded in the ancient book is the same. So this proves that the church had once stepped into the wild lands and constructed a point of resistance against the devils there. In addition, the points marked on the map are perhaps the defense towers, posts, warehouses, or whatever they built there. You mean, this isn't really a treasure map? Of course. After all, the church isn't a group of bandits or pirates. They do not need to hide their treasures, but they would leave behind a drawing to help the future generations. Roland nodded. Well, so, this is just such a map. Although it is not clear why the church did not record this period in history, I believe that the ruins buried in the eastern forest aren't the only one of its kind. Analyzed Scroll. If the locations marked on the map are just some facilities, the chance that we find something after all these centuries aren't that high. But if it has a storage warehouse in the basement, it will probably be another underground site, and we might be able to uncover some clues from it. What kind of clues? Like the reason that the church is concealing the existence of the devils. Why do they resist the devil, but still carefully conceal it? She paused, her voice becoming a little unsteady. And, why do they call us witches the devil's messengers, and why do they want to kill us? Roland did not know how to comfort her, so he was unable to find the right words as he fell silent after a moment. Only after a while he slowly began. Unfortunately, he didn't know how accurate the picture was. According to his statement, the original map wasn't drawn by hand. "Do you want Nightingale to go to the knight's house?" "That doesn't sound right," Roland denied. "The treasure map has already been passed on for hundreds of years, so the possibility that the storeroom is filled with God's stones of retaliation or other traps is high." Pointing at the triangle symbol, "For now, this place is out of reach in any case. If this is the area of our North Slope mine, then the location of the hexagonal star is at least 50 kilometers away from us, almost as far as the distance between Border Town to Longsong Stronghold. With the exception of Lightning, who can travel that distance within a day, the rest of us would need to walk for 2 to 3 days. What will we do if we were to meet some of the devils during the journey? I don't want you to have any kind of mishap. You can let Lightning explore the forest from the air. Maybe she will be able to find something," Scroll suggested. "That is a viable option." Roland immediately stood up. "The next time she comes back, I will give her her new mission. But for now, I want to go to the North Slope mine while you get ready to give your next lesson. If you need more copies of the books, you should find Soria. She will handle it for you. Don't forget to continue to give them lessons this evening." Now that Roland had already held the first lessons of his new primary course, he could give the teacher's position to Scroll. With her phonetic reading and writing and her ability to repeat everything from memory she had once heard or read, Roland believed she had everything that was needed to become a good teacher. "Yes, Your Highness," Scroll said as she saluted and left. The testing and production area near the North Slope mine was now more than 2 times as large as it was before, and the 2 holes needed for the production of the 12-pound cannon were still left on the ground. When Roland arrived in the testing area, he immediately saw Anna practicing her new ability. On the table next to her, there laid 2 finished products that looked exactly like steel pipes. He immediately held them up to take a closer look. The steel pipes were perfectly round and had a totally smooth surface without any pores. The hole in the middle was equally wide on both sides, and the sunlight passed through without any problems through the hole in the pipe. To compare the thickness of the pipe walls, Roland placed his fingers into the holes. This way, he discovered that they were exactly the same size. Roland couldn't stop admiring her work. "How were you able to make this?" "Take a look." Anna picked up a freshly cut steel bar, laid it flat on her hand, and inserted a thread of her black flame into one end, leading it through the complete body. Then she let the thread rotate around the center of a circle, and soon the hole was complete. "What an amazing ability," he thought, with her magic. "She is capable of hot wire cutting, and at the same time, her accuracy and control are incomparable. Honor alone is enough to push the industrial production to a new height inside Border Town." Trying to restrain his excitement, he said, "Let's do some basic tests first." The basic test included the testing of the scope of her abilities' strength, and its duration. Nightingale also took part in the test. She appeared out of her fog and was responsible for observing if there were any changes to the magic inside of Anna's body. The results showed that in addition to a substantial increase in the strength of her ability and the duration at which she was able to cast her magic, the range at which she was able to use her flame was still around 5 meters, and it was only within a range of 3 meters that she was able to carry out her precise control. Furthermore, her magic still belonged to the category of summoning and could still be suppressed by God's stone of retaliation. When Anna ordered her black flame to enter the range of the stone, the flame would still suddenly disappear. Unless she could evolve to the point of directly accessing her magic, she wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. However, Anna's new capabilities still belonged to the category of earth-changing. With her black flame, it became much easier to produce the industrial machinery, and her ability to reproduce all kinds of tools could be considered as the method to push the level of machine processing to a whole new level. However, A large-scale industrial production wasn't something that one person could do on their own. For example, Carl had already finished one of the furnaces he had to build on the hillside near the North Slope mine. However, by the time they tested it, they discovered that although they could use it to produce clay bricks for the creation of cement, its temperature tolerance was not up to the level that they had needed. So, in the end, they still had to rely on Anna alone to produce the required cement. Fortunately, since her day of adulthood, it was no longer required of her to step inside the dusty room to complete the calcining process. It wasn't the case that Roland was unable to find a solution to the temperature problem. For example, they could use the steam engine to create enough wind in order to improve the furnace's temperature, and they could then let the heated-up air circulate to minimize the heat loss. But without Anna, they were unable to create another steam engine. After all, only she could complete the welding of the key components. It could be said that the creation of industrial machinery was built on the Anna's shoulders. The moment they lost her, the so-called Industrial Revolution would be nothing more than flowers in a mirror, and the moon reflected in the lake. During the months of the demons, Roland had done everything he could in order to survive, and now that the threat of the demonic beasts no longer existed, and Longsong's stronghold had provided them with enough additional population and capital, he naturally wanted to change the present situation. First, let us start with the basics. He let Anna cut out a 2-finger wide and 1 millimeter thick steel sheet. He then measured a centimeter-long distance on it and repeated this until he had a 10-centimeter-long ruler. Then, he let Anna's black flame climb up the steel sheet and create vertical marks at a regular distance. Under her fine control, the distance between each vertical mark was almost exactly the same. Roland's intention was that this ruler was only the start. Afterwards, he wanted to create various kinds of measuring tools to define the samples for uniform weights and measures. These standard units would then be written as the norm into manuals, becoming an inseparable part of his educational courses. Chapter 136, The Dilemma. The last 2 weeks in Clearwater Port seemed to be one day of festival after another. Even standing above the ground, on the balcony of the Lord's Tower, Ryan could still feel the exuberant atmosphere within the city. The people and materials they had moved from Eagle City had greatly expanded the strength of the harbor city. The looters had really a fruitful harvest, and the slavers haven't been any less successful. After this series of fighting, the Black Sail fleet not only did not have many losses, they could even increase the ranks of the sailors with new slaves who were currently standing at the edge of the harbor undergoing a rigid drill. In a few days, they would set sails towards the islands of the fjords, beginning this year's first looting operation. Her Majesty the Queen has also openly declared the Slave Act. As long as these captured slaves from Eagle City were able to capture new slaves, they could exchange them for their replacement. Like this, they could jump from the rank of a slave to a full citizen of the Clearwater Port. With such a decree of encouragement, they could guarantee that the former residents of Eagle City, who had now become slaves, would do their best to fight for Her Majesty. Today, the defeated Timothy should have returned to King's City and shouldn't have any possibility to block the conquest of the Queen of Clearwater. As long as time passes, Garcia Wimbledon was bound to become the Queen of Greycastle. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't understand why he didn't see even a small trace of happiness on the Queen's face, but to the contrary, her eyebrows were always forming a frown. "Your Majesty, the clan heads of the Sandstone Clan and Blackbone Clan have come to see you." At this moment, the voice of a guard could be heard through the door. Ryan looked at Her Majesty, only to see that the latter didn't show any sign of listening, so he could only shout, "Bring them in." His Majesty, whether it was to rest, to convene a meeting, or just to meet with people, she was always at the top of the tower. As long as the weather was good, The terrace was the place where Garcia's could be found. Most people weren't conformable with standing in midair, facing the slightly fishy-smelling sea breeze, and the people from the extreme south were no exception to this. The clan head of the Sandstone clan was a petite woman, but she also acted as the clan's own goddess. When Ryan had heard of this for the first time, he had scoffed within his heart. What goddess? She is nothing more than a corrupted witch. The clan head of the Black Bone clan was a tall man, whose face was covered in scars and whose arms and legs were exceptional muscular. Each meeting, they had to place 3 to 4 guards to surround him, in case he planned to act against Her Majesty the Queen. The moment they set foot on the terrace, the 2 clan heads invariably raised their eyebrows, but they soon changed their expressions back, and instead they went down on one knee to pay their respect to Her Majesty. May there always be an oasis in front of you, and may the stars of heaven always light your path. Stand up, Garcia said while she herself sat down on the parapet. How is it? Are you satisfied with your new home? Everything is fine, answered Goddess Kaba rushed. Here the land has water and forests, which is much more comfortable than the life in Sand City, where the wind blows the sand all over the place. When everything is to your liking, then why did you come to me? Your Majesty, you have to. The moment the Black Bone clan head opened his mouth to speak, he got already interrupted by Kaba. Yes, Your Majesty. After the last battle, many of our warriors became weak and dispirited. Only after a new dose of pills did their symptoms get any better, but we don't have enough pills in our hands. So, we would like to ask you if you could give us more pills. I meant to say the same thing, muffled the Black Bone clan head after he received a glare from Kaba. These pills are very complicated to produce and have rare ingredients. I do not have much surplus. But rest assured, when the new batch of pills is produced, I will give them to you as soon as possible. But don't forget to prepare the gold royals if they aren't enough. You'll have to pay in other ways. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my asking. Kaba hesitated for a moment. I wonder when the next batch will be made. I'm unable to give you this information. Garcia stroked through her hair, sorting the chaos created by the sea breeze. All the news about the pills are top secret. You can only go back and wait patiently. Those soldiers are just dispirited. Just let them rest a little bit more. Then everything will be all right. After receiving a hint from Garcia, her guards walked forward to surround the clan heads and lead both of them back down, without giving them any chance to say any more words. When the door closed behind them, Garcia sighed softly. Ryan, who had rarely heard such a tone from the Queen, had to ask, Your Majesty, don't you think that it was wrong to let the Sand People settle down at our southern border? One day, when they become stronger. No, Ryan, Garcia shook her head. I have never been worried about the Sand People. They won't ever be a threat to Clearwater Port. The lake in their territory is exactly in the middle between the 2 clans, but the river ending in the lake goes, first, through the port of Clearwater. So as long as I block up the river, the amount of water in the lake will be reduced, and they will start to fight against each other. This is also exactly the reason why I chose the Sandstone clan and the Black Bone clan. Their relationship was never harmonious. Then, are you worried about the matter of the pills? Garcia didn't give him a reply, however. Just at this moment, a guard knocked once more on the door and announced, Your Majesty, the priest of the church, Dikar. Bring him in. The Queen stood up and her face became darker. Your Majesty, Garcia Wimbledon, I greet you on behalf of the Holy City. The priest entered the terrace while bowing. Pills. Why is it that the previous batches of pills that had always been served timely, but this batch got so much delayed? Garcia asked coldly. Your Majesty, no need for anger. This is exactly the reason I came. Dikar had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. You asked to buy 5,000 pills, but that is just too much. Even if we take all the pills produced for the Hermes, we can't fulfill your request. This time I brought as much as I could with me. How much? Interrupted Garcia. 1,000, said Dikar in a consoling voice. The rest will be sent after a while, and it will still be the same as previously promised. Garcia's facial expression got a bit nicer. I want to have as many as I can. Also, where have you stored the pills? I'll immediately send someone to fetch them. In the church, the gold royals. This time, I won't reduce the number of gold royals. Garcia stepped directly in front of Dikar and whispered into his ear. But if the delivering of the pills get further delayed, your head will hang on the highest mast of my flagship, and I can guarantee you, the Archbishop won't shed a single tear for you. Hearing this, the priest turned pale and directly asked to be excused. When he had left, Garcia went back to the railing and looked out over the sea. Her hair was lifted up by the sea breeze, just like the flags of her ships, waving in the wind. You were right. I'm worried about the pills. Garcia's voice seemed distant. If Timothy had waited 2 months longer, my preparation would have been more adequate, but he had moved too fast. You've done a great job, Ryan thought to himself. Who could have done a better job? The moment she had occupied Eagle City, she had already started to prepare the path for her retreat. She had ordered her soldiers to take away all of the usable materials and residents, while at the same time, she let ditches be dug out everywhere in the city, afterward filling them up with black water. Since they had a shortage of manpower, Garcia exchanged the territory between the southern border and the wildland for the support of the Sand People. She then gave the clan warriors some pills and let them attack Timothy's knights from both sides, however, to ensure that her loyal supporters were able to resist the last overwhelming charge. They didn't hesitate for a moment to swallow the secret drugs themselves. The secret medicine provided by the church wasn't like what they had told, allowing alive without any obstructions. After swallowing them once, if they didn't get the next dose fast enough, the medication will turn into poison, letting them become weak and later die in pain because of muscle atrophy. If it were only the Sand People, I wouldn't care, but the people who worked for me deserve something better. She paused. Ryan, take some men to receive the pills and distribute them under our heroic warriors. But only use half of them, this way we can last a little longer. Just as you wish, Your Majesty. As Ryan was already halfway to the door, they could hear the guard's voice for the 3rd time through the door. Your Majesty, we have just received a secret letter from King City. Wait a moment, let's read the letter first and then you can go, Garcia ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Ryan received the letter from the guard, broke the seal, and removed the parchment. Most of these letters contained information sent by the spies hidden in all parts of the country. They were never signed, never had a recipient written on it, and its content was also always as concise and clear as possible normally. But when he saw the first sentence, his whole body was suddenly rooted. On the 22nd day of spring, the church seized the capital of the kingdom of the eternal winter, declaring that the kingdom is now under their rule. Chapter 137, Secret Meeting. When he opened the thick wooden door, the light fragrance of straw hit him in the face. Archbishop Maine liked this mixed smell of herbs and spicy candles, especially in a space which had no windows for ventilation. Every time he smelled this combination of scents, his mind became clear and he felt at peace. The chamber wasn't particularly large. It offered just enough space for 1 round table and 4 chairs. The other 2 archbishops were already seated on their chairs, while the chair facing the wooden door was still empty. The Pope's physical condition had been deteriorating in recent times. It was almost half a year ago, since the last time he had shown himself in front of anyone. Only for cases that were too difficult to solve by themselves would he leave Hermes' underground castle, seeking the answers for himself. It seems everyone is there, so let's get started, Maine announced. He then bolted the door and sat between the other 2. Archbishop Tafun, what are the last reports from the kingdom of eternal winter? Besides some former nobles, there are only a few other places where they still rebel against our rule. Au contraire, It seems the civilians are even welcoming us to take over the kingdom. Tayfun explained while stroking his beard. Of course, those stubborn nobles, holding on to the dreams of their past glory, will be eradicated soon enough. That sounds really good, Heather licked her lips. In the case that you let me hold the next trial, the civilians will all become more aware of how ugly and dirty the former nobility were. But unfortunately, I still have a lot of things I still have to do here, so I can't go to the kingdoms of Eternal Winter's King's City. Maine ignored her words and instead spoke to Tayfun. We have to fill those vacant positions of power as soon as possible with our own people. During the years that have passed, the church has trained a lot of skilled people, and now the time has finally arrived that we can use them. However, the kingdom of Eternal Winter has forever been the kingdom in which our church had the biggest influence. But if we are able to ride on this wave, we will be able to handle the Wolfshark Kingdom and the Kingdom of Dawn a lot sooner. That seems only natural. What should happen with the nobility who have always relied on the church, or to the ones who always turns in the direction the wind blows? Heather asked. The reason why the church was able to attract so many good believers was because we didn't ask for their lineage, but for their actual skills. However, those idiots would shake the foundation of our entire church. So my idea is, she made a gesture of slicing open her neck. In the beginning, we still have to use them to reduce the resistance we received, but after the kingdom has become stable, we can talk about them then. Regarding this point, they had deliberately decided to ask the Pope. The church can provide them with the same authority equivalent to their title, but this position cannot be inherited by their future generations. After all, our end goal is to destroy the kingship, so don't be anxious for the moment, Lady Heather. Heather had been born poor, and before she had been accepted by the church, she had suffered from hunger and living a homeless life. But with a naturally keen mind and gift of extraordinary judgment of the human character, she had climbed up in the ranks until she had reached the position she held today. Maine was well aware of her dislike for the nobility, but for the moment, it was more important to look at the overall situation. What is the actual situation within the kingdom of Greycastle? Maine asked. Our spy network reported that after his defeat, King Timothy didn't come back to King's City and instead went to directly stay within the Eastern Territory, replied Teflon. A smart choice. Heather snapped her fingers. He has taken Duke Francis with him to challenge the Queen of Clearwater, yet the Duke died during their attack, and now he immediately went back to the east and divided the Duke's territory to stabilize the morale of his soldiers, and at the same time to win over the other nobles. The royal family doesn't only consist of fools. In this way, we can save a lot of trouble. Let the high priest of the Kingdom of Greycastle get in contact with him. Timothy's situation has become so precarious, he won't be able to refuse our offer. We will reduce Port of Clearwater's drug supply by 30%, and with this, balancing the strength between those two. This situation will be handled by Utafun, Maine decided. After 2 years, there won't be any soldiers in the kingdom left to stop our conquest. You can rest assured. Tayfun nodded. But there is something wrong with the situation at the Longsong stronghold in the Western Territory. What is the problem? The fourth Prince Roland, after his victory against Duke Ryan, he immediately went back to Border Town. And furthermore, he didn't answer to High Priest Taylor's offer. Doesn't he have any intention of fighting for the throne? Well, what are your thoughts about it? Maine asked while looking in Heather's direction. The latter just shrugged. What else can I say? What were the rumors about him again? He has a nasty character, is incompetent, has neither any learning nor skills to speak of, and he's also known to be greedy. How was it possible that such a person could win against the Longsong stronghold? The answer to this question is very simple. He deceived everyone, whether it was the other nobles or us. You mean, Maine frowned. We have chosen the wrong person, Lord Maine, she sneered. He is the one who should have been on the main stage, not the 3 Princes Garcia. That he was able to defeat the Duke truly showed his talent, but even if he was such a skilled person, without the resources, he will be unable to fully display his skills. Taefun shook his head in disagreement. Since he chose to return to that piece of desolate earth, it seems that he has given up on his chance to reach the throne, and because of this, he won't be causing any threat to our plan. That seems to be correct, theoretically. But there is another interesting piece of information you shouldn't overlook either. Heather threw out a note. This information was something I gathered with my personal eyes. Maine spread open the note and quickly swept through its contents. Witch. They're one of those witch organizations. They call themselves the Witch Cooperation Association and claim for themselves to have a firm foothold in Border Town, and now ask other sisters to also gather there. While this is only hearsay and could be a groundless accusation, but this doesn't seem to be the case. We already know that the name isn't fictional. We have already sent our army of judges against them once, and after their defeat in the eastern forest, they crossed over the whole country, only to ultimately disappear somewhere west of Longsong's stronghold. Border Town is just west of Longsong's stronghold, directly next to the kingdom's border, and the foot of the impassable mountain range. Two important powers situated at the same location. Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence? Witch Cooperation Association. I also have some impression of that name. During their whole journey, they often had to face the army of judges. And even after losing a lot of their staff, they still insisted on moving in the direction of the impassable mountain range. According to the information gathered from some of the tortured witches, it seemed they wanted to find the holy mountain, located somewhere to the west of the mountain range. It was just a suicidal move, so we did not put much energy into this matter. There are even similar witch organizations within the Kingdom of Dawn and the Wolfshart Kingdom. They are always lurking within the cities, and after some time, they suddenly rush in the direction of the wildlands, only to throw away their lives against an even stronger threat. You mean, the prince and the witch organization both hooked up? After reading the news, Taefun's face became a lot darker. Maybe, maybe not. Heather smiled. That is only a simple guess on my part. What do the witches fear the most? Exposure. And it is obvious that they will draw all the more attention when they use the name of their Witch Cooperation Association. But they still use the name for their underground message. Why is that? Because it's a familiar name to us, Maine said quietly. However, that's also the same for the other witches. Full marks, exclaimed Heather, clapping her hands. This will effectively reduce the wild witch's wariness. Perhaps there will really be someone who could be attracted by this news and decides to go to Border Town to explore what the actual situation might be. It's not hard to imagine this. Since Border Town is without any member of the church to overlook them, they would perhaps dare to do such a thing. We often say that it's better to choose the lesser of two evils. Obviously, the other side has considered this and decided that the consequences of being unable to recruit witches is more serious than the consequences of them being exposed. Here her voice became gloomy, and I don't like the feeling of being underestimated. This isn't a small problem, Teflon rode angrily. Once the witches have settled down, they will be able to fully display their capabilities without any fear. It's also very likely that the so-called demon phage can also be avoided. This is exactly the reason why we encircle every settled-down witch. Only when we can force them into hiding or let them run into the exile are we able to keep it a secret from them. Maine knew that the Teflon side of the argument was right. A witch alone wasn't a real threat to the church, but as a group, it was a completely different matter altogether. And once they got rid of their identity as the devil's messenger, the church's propaganda would soon be exposed, resulting in a great loss of influence for them, maybe even shaking the church's foundation. He was now caught in a dilemma as they encountered such a possibility of whether they should send a large number of judges to encircle the witch's base. But in the end, Border Town was too far away from Hermes, And furthermore, the church's army should be attacking the Wolfshark Kingdom soon. So, it was now too difficult to split off the manpower that they needed to wipe out this remote town. Coupled with the problem that if they were to send out such a large number of troops into the kingdom of Greycastle, it was guaranteed that the nobility of the kingdom and of the other two countries would soon become vigilants, which could lead to a failure of the entire plan overall. After much deliberation, they finally came to a decision. I will send a priest with 10 judges on a mission to Border Town. They should investigate this matter together with the High Priest. If the Witch Cooperation Association was acting independently from the prince, the force should be strong enough to eliminate all the witches. But what about if they are related to each other? Heather asked. The God's Punishment Army was only allowed to march if they were led by Maine himself or a few other high-ranking members of the church. This rule had been personally made by the Pope. Remembering this, he answered, "Then they should bring the news back to us, and I will personally lead the God's Punishment Army to march against Border Town." Chapter 138, Establishment of the Ministry of Agriculture. The forest south of the Shishui River had nearly been fully cleared out, and the day to start with its cultivation was getting ever closer. In order to facilitate the people who were crossing over the Shishui River, Roland had commissioned for a nearly 100-meter-long pontoon to be used. The pontoon was created from tens of wooden rafts, which were connected together with thick hemp ropes. He had also specially ordered for the carpenters to build the rafts, both of the ends being pointed, in this way minimizing the amount of water resistance as far as possible. The hemp rope had been tied around 4 wooden pillars on both sides of the river, fixing the raft's position together as far as possible. Between each raft laid 4 long planks with one end of it on each deck. They were 2 meters long, and together they were 4 meters wide from side to side. A pontoon built out of rafts was very simple to set up, yet its service time wasn't as short as would be expected, as long as the water level didn't rise or fall by too much, which could lead to the wearing out of the hemp rope. The pontoon could easily be used for 2 or 3 years. The trees of the forest was an excellent material. For example, the Border Town's pier was a good indicator and built out of the giant trees of the forest. It was nearly as old as the town itself by now. Despite the fact that walking on top of would give off a creaking sound, it still didn't show any sign that it would collapse. On the western side of the pontoon, the first part of the reclaimed land of the forest became Leaves' testing area. Now that they were no longer surrounded by the forest, it had now been tidily enclosed by the members of the First Army. During these past few days, with the exception of eating, going to school, and sleeping, Leaves spent all of her time here inside of her garden. Out of the window in his 3rd-story office, Roland could faintly overlook the scene in this wooden enclosure, where the wheat was growing at a crazy rate, while in the morning there would only be green seedlings, and in the afternoon the whole area has turned into a golden wheat sea. When relying on magic, her golden ones would only need 1 day after being planted to become ready to be harvested. If this was to be seen by an outsiders, they would surely fall to their knees in disbelief and cry out, "Miracle! Truly this must be a miracle." Seeing that the land, the population, and the seeds had all been set, Roland decided that it was time to decide on the last element, the custodian. He called his constantly busy assistant minister Barov, and when he entered his office, Roland asked him, "Your chief apprentice should be able to take over by now, right? I need to set up 2 new departments at the town hall." "Your Royal Highness, our manpower is not enough for this," Barov insisted. "Previously, you would always first agree with me, and only later would we slowly work out the details. But now, it seems you always directly start with complaining." Roland secretly criticized his assistant minister, but on his face, nothing could be seen of his thoughts. "How can it not be enough? Didn't I recently allocated a group of knights to you?" During his preliminary round of screening, Roland had discovered that more than 50 knights met his requirements of reading and writing. Naturally, that would be too many teachers, so after once more screening for the best ones, he finally selected 9 knights as junior teachers and assigned all the others as apprentices in the town hall. "Your Royal Highness, those people are totally lazy and dragging their feet on every job. Their response time is also very slow. And by the time they finally manage to copy over some information, they even end up making a lot of mistakes. In the end, they are simply unqualified to become apprentices. How to discipline them is up to you." Roland slammed the table. "If they bluntly disobey the arrangement, send them directly to the North Slope mine, but these 2 departments must be set up. Well, Your Highness, you will always have the final say." Barov gave up helplessly. Roland said, "The first is the Ministry of Agriculture, which will be responsible for supervising the agricultural territory and the planting process." Barov was immediately stunned. It was the first time that he heard that the town's hall was even responsible for managing food production. "Your Highness, shouldn't this matter be directly decided by the serfs themselves? We have nothing to do with how much and what they decide to plant. We are only responsible for making sure that all their taxes are paid in full. That's exactly the reason why you... No, I mean why the crops we harvest in the past was so low." Roland quickly took his cup and drank some water, trying to cover up his slip of the tongue. The town hall should be responsible for taking care that everyone has enough to eat and drink. Let everyone have enough to eat and drink. Certainly you must be joking, right? Of course not. How important it is that everyone should have something to eat and drink doesn't even need to be said. If the town's hall is unable to ensure that everyone has enough to eat, then they aren't doing their job. But by then, I will also be guilty of neglecting my duty. As for the latter part, wasn't the public toilet project started for exactly this purpose? Roland no longer spoke in a relaxed voice, and instead seriously said, "I don't know how the capital's city hall used to handle this. Perhaps the life and death of the civilians do not matter so much to them. But here in Border Town, I want to implement a holistic political organization. It is absolutely necessary that the people in my territory know about it so that they will wholeheartedly support us, and we can easily keep on governing them. At present, it is important that we create this ministry and have them undertake this mission." "Understood, Your Highness," Barov said as he had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "You will go to the archives and look for 3 or 4 people who are experienced farmers and can work in the Ministry of Agriculture, and you will then choose 2 of your own apprentices, who will be in charge of the keeping the records and statistics, finally forming a group of 6 people. Wait, you want those civilians to become town's hall officials?" Barov looked shocked at the idea. "Not only are they obedient, they are even more likely to work with plenty of enthusiasm, so why shouldn't they serve as officials? Officials aren't equal to nobles, and the Ministry of Agriculture also needs some professionals farmers to guide the future generation. Most of them do not even know how to read or write. That is exactly the reason why you have to send 2 of your apprentices out there. They will go along to do the paperwork." Roland directly interrupted. "And this problem won't exist for too much longer. I'm going to implement an educational program for everyone soon, or at least that is the plan for now. By then, nearly all of the people will be able to read and write, and you will no longer have to worry about whether you won't have enough hands." Obviously, the message that civilians would start to work in the town hall was an enormous surprise for Barov. His mouth was slightly open, and for a long time he was unable to say another word. Roland, disregarding whether Barov could accept it or not, just continued with giving his speech. Back to the topic of setting up the Ministry of Agriculture, when the serfs began to farm their own land, it's bound to happen that they will use various kinds of methods. For example, how deep they will plow the soil will all be done differently. This is an excellent opportunity for observation. So the Ministry of Agriculture should split all the farms into groups of 6, and each member of the ministry will record every step taken by his designated farmers. Things like how deep they plow, what kind of planting interval they use, and so on. It will be necessary that they work on it in as detailed a manner as possible, and that all of them will get some measuring tools and be taught on how to use them. You mean we are going to measure there? Contrast. Barov was clearly old-fashioned in some areas, but he was definitely a quick thinker overall. That's right. For the first time, it was needless to care too much about the harvest. We will still maintain importing the food as we have been. Furthermore, we will also start to use some new wheat seeds to make sure that no one has to starve anymore. The job of the Ministry of Agriculture is to find the best method to planting, and later they have to promote, teach, and supervise the way in which wheat is planted in the future. Roland didn't know much about farming, but this did not prevent him from using a scientific approach to summarize a set of optimal solutions. With this program, both the expansion of the cultivated area or to add several new kinds of seeds to try would help him to raise the average output to a whole new level. Barov nodded at first, but then he hesitated, and after a while, he finally asked, "Your Highness, there is one thing that I don't understand. When the serfs are promoted to free people, why will you only charge them 20% of their harvest as a tax? Even if you ask them to hand over 50%, letting them keep 50% for themselves, you would still be seen as extremely benevolent. Because there is no meaning in hoarding all the money in the basement," Roland explained. "When I need more than the 20%, I will buy the rest of the food from them at a fixed price. In Border Town, the trade with food only belongs to the right of the Lord. They have to deliver all the food to the castle and will be paid for it. After some saving, they will most likely want to buy things like cattle, iron tools, beef, cotton clothes, and good brick houses. And all of this can only be provided by me for the townspeople. If they want to buy food, it will be the same thing for them. They can only buy it from the castle. In this way, the coin will still flow back into my pocket, but as long as it is cycling, it will be able to raise everyone's standard of living. Are you able to follow me with this?" Barov wore a frowning expression. It was clear that he was still caught up in processing this information. Roland smiled and shook his head. "It isn't a problem if you don't understand it yet. You can go back and think about it later. At the moment, it is more important that you follow my orders." Hearing this, the assistant minister stood up as if he were in trance, but when he reached for the door, he suddenly looked back. "Your Highness, you just said you want to build 2 departments. What is the other one?" "The Ministry of Education," Roland replied. "However, for that I will be the one personally responsible." Chapter 139, The Devil's Power. When Barov returned to his office in the town hall, he immediately closed the door behind himself. My God, cold shivers were running down his spine. He immediately firmly grasped the god's stone of retaliation hanging around his neck, once more starting to feel safe. It seems His Royal Highness really has become possessed by the devil. Previously, he had only thought of it as a sort of crazy speculation, but now he was almost certainly the one with whom he had just talked was definitely not the 4th prince. Barov could still accept his huge character changes, with him becoming somewhat eccentric, but how was it possible that he would suddenly have so much new knowledge about topics he had never had any former contact with? Such a thing he had only heard of happening in myth, but in the legends, it was always God who had possessed a mortal body, moving to lead humanity out of their predicament. But since when did the devil start loving to do the same thing? If Roland Wimbledon acted like a king and engaged himself in the management of his territory, though that would become a challenging situation, Barov would not be too surprised to learn that the previous information of the 4th prince was without learning or any skills turned out to be false, but his character still couldn't be disguised. After all, it was always possible that someone had just secretly taught him how to govern a city or even a country. But Barov had never heard anything about the ideas and programs coming out of the prince's mouth. Yet, he had previously worked for 20 years in the capital's city hall, even becoming the finance minister, so he should have a deep knowledge about how to organize and operate a town hall. As a minister, he had been in charge of many areas, and he even had made numerous secret deals before, but he had never betrayed his higher-ups. The king had issued a decree that a minister could decide who would work under him. So, each minister had his own power, and they all ended up handling it differently. For example, the minister responsible for the defense of the king's city had hundreds of knights and mercenary under his control. At the same time, those underground organizations also had a lot of influence. When these forces began to rampage, they would most of the time be eyeing the criminals, but even as a noble, it would soon become difficult to stay in the city. They could only wait for the king to place them into prison. But this wasn't only in the king's city, other cities also had the same situation. So, if I want to become a lord or king, the most important thing I would need is a big aristocracy or others with an influential background. If they did not have enough money to recruit any men, could it be that they had any other option that they could lean on? And the more people they controlled, the more they would be valued by others. After all, so many people can't be wrong, right? But the prince's approach completely subverted Barov's concept of how things worked. He was still the minister and still had his own apprentices, but everyone else was directly recruited and paid for by the town hall. In other words, even if he was to die, they could easily exchange him for a new person or directly raise a person up from below him. This was a completely new system to him. Barov was now sure of it. The price was implementing a completely new political system for the kingdom of Greycastle. Some people may think that this was just some kind of wishful thinking on the part of Roland, or that Roland believed himself to be infallible. But Barov didn't think so. He took a quill and recorded down all of His Highness' requirements. Looking at the plans, it seemed everything was intertwined. Nothing was forgotten. First, he had to manage the eat and drink for all project. Barov naturally knew that with a stronger control over the people, the instructions issued by the Lord would be executed faster. But doing it in this way, it would also greatly increase the workload for the management. From where was he meant to get all these people who would need to know how to read and write? Furthermore, this would also greatly burden the Lord's own treasury. Only a few lords would be willing to do this. And then he turned his attention to His Highness' second project, the recruitment of civilians into the city hall and the education of all civilians. When Barov thought about these two projects, he couldn't suppress a shiver. If His Highness ends up being able to implement everything, how will Border Town look like? Any civilian will be able to read and write, and as long as the town hall wants to increase their workforce, they would be able to find a large number of suitable personnel. And with the possibility to enter the town hall, this will, in turn, promote the universal access to the education system. Getting a rewarding position, while at the same time getting a social upgrade, I'm afraid that it would only take 1 or 2 years, until everyone will take the initiative to request for an education. Even if they cannot get it for themselves, they will definitely plan to send their children to college. Plus, with all the previous employers' compensation paid for by the town hall, the civilians will no longer need to work all the time to get enough to eat, which is equal to completely breaking away from the situation that only the nobility has the capital to serve as administrative officials. There is no doubt that only the devil is able to come up with such a revolutionary system. Barov took a deep breath. Gripping the god's stone of retaliation with his hands, there was now only one question left. Could the devil also be something good? If someone said that the prince was evil, he would be the first one to stand up to defend him. In his eyes, the actions of the fourth prince could be even seen as the moves of a wise king. Even those kings from the legends of the past never cared as much about the lives of the civilians as did the king. He even bought enough food to feed the civilians using his own money, so that all the common people who had stayed with him inside border town would be able to safely cross the months of demons. Furthermore, all these devil's technologies and equipment were all meant for the development of border town. Even these evil witches, they all used their abilities in order to improve the people's lives. Barav suddenly had the feeling that even if Roland became the next king of the kingdom of Greycastle, it wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Thinking of his father's own teachings, if he had nothing to say, he shouldn't be the one to speak. If he didn't want to know the answer, then he also shouldn't be the one to ask. So he decided to hide his discovery deep within his heart. Since it was the devil, and the church are already eyeing us, if the outer appearance was wrong, he could start an ambush in the devil's own camp and expose him for a lot of eyewitnesses. He shook the bell, calling for Sirius Dolly, who had recently joined the town hall. Compared with the other stupid and arrogant knights, this young knight from the Wolf family could be regarded as someone truly outstanding. Although he still had the pride of being a former knight, he was still willing to listen to what his teachers had to say. "Teacher, what do you have for me?" After shutting the door behind himself, he saluted before Barav. "His Royal Highness plans to open up a new ministry. It will be in charge of supervising the crop's cultivation, and we will need at least 2 apprentices to help them with the records." Barav repeated Roland's request in front of him. "In addition, you should go to the town's hall and pick out 10 people who meet the requirements, searching for at least 10 possible candidates, and afterwards go through another screening. Although the others are only civilians, His Highness has insisted on putting them into the town hall as well. If some of them show outstanding performance, perhaps they can even become the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. Hey," he sighed, "you will be in charge of the record keeping. However, when the spring plowing is finished, I will take you back." "Teacher, only 2 people will be selected from the town hall," he proudly said. "I am also very familiar with this procedure." "You?" Barav became stunned. "Yes. Before I became a knight, I had helped my father to manage the farm, so I know everything about the wheat planting." Sirius paused. But when His Highness asked me if I had any other expertise, I did not say it, because I feared that he would send me to the farmland to work with the serfs. Barav liked what he heard. He had both requirements, the education and knowledge of farm work. Even if the civilian population joined the Ministry of Agriculture, he still have a candidate that could take over the lead position. For now, Sirius was loyal to him, so after he became the head, it would be the same as having the influence of the Ministry of Agriculture. "Well," Barav began, forming his words into a profitable promise, "do a good job, and maybe you can climb to an even higher position than before." When Sirius had left his office, Barav leaned against his chair while humming a light tone. Since he now knew that His Highness was possessed by the devil, he had to seize as much power as possible. The devil was always full of appreciation for ambitious people. This was commonly known and recorded in the legends. And for himself, whether his rights were conferred by the king or granted by the devil, both privileges were equally as sweet. Chapter 140 Seeds. Shortly after the assistant minister had left Roland's office, the prince received some good news. The guard whose mission it was to travel to the port of Clearwater and buy a few crops had just come back. Directly after having received the message, Roland went into the back garden, where he saw Sean already busy unloading several sacks from the horseback. It was almost a month since the day of his departure, and now as Roland looked at Sean's present appearance, he discovered that the man's skin had become a lot tanner, while his body became somewhat thinner. When he saw that the prince had appeared in the garden, Sean immediately stood up straight and greeted him with a salute. Roland then trotted forward to his side and patted his shoulder. "Well done. Have these sacks all been filled with seeds?" Sean squatted down and unlocked the sacks on the ground. Pearl rice, earth eggs, sugar sticks. Those plants are exactly as you have described them. All of them I could only buy in the port of Clearwater, and they were indeed mostly produced in the fjords. There they have a lot of farmlands where they are cultivating these crops. Did you ask the businessmen about what the right planting method are? I asked, but they couldn't tell me any specific methods to use. They could only tell me that after these plants leave the south, it will become difficult to plant them. Sean grasped a handful of yellow seeds from one of the packages, then showing it to Roland said, "Your Royal Highness, this is pearl rice." The trader said that if I bought them together with the pearl rod, I could get them for a little cheaper. But taking all the pearl bars would be too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so I only bought a sack full of pearl rice, and the rest are all only normal seeds. There was no doubt that the pearl rice was the corn he was most familiar with. So, Roland excitedly picked up some corn grains and took a closer look at them. Some of them seemed to be dried fruits. Apparently, they had been stored as winter rations. The yield of corn production was much higher than that of the natural wheat, and it had a much lower soil quality requirements. Coupled with leaves' transformation ability, he might be able to replace the wheat with corn as the new main ration. Afterwards, Sean opened another package. Within it, Roland could see a mass of round and leather-like brown crop. These were the earth eggs. I was able to eat them during my stay in an inn in the port of Clearwater. They were peeled and cut into small pieces and then thrown into bubbling water. When chewing, it is very crisp and has a light, sweet taste. Seeing this familiar shape, Roland's heart was full of emotions. This was clearly a potato. He dug his fingers into the potato and peeled it open, revealing the deep, yellow potato meat. The next potato's size wasn't as big, and its color also wasn't to the darker side. Not one earth egg looked like the other. He also noticed that there were some potatoes which had the same lengthily form similar to carrots. If this stuff get crushed first and then later steamed until it turned into a paste, the potatoes will become even more delicious. "Ah, you have already eaten them, Your Highness." Well, it was during one of the feasts in the palace. Roland decided to sprinkle a little lie. After all, always hearing the name earth egg was just too confusing. In the royal kitchen, they didn't call them earth eggs, but instead they called them potatoes, and this delicious steamed snack is called mashed potatoes. So it was something like this. It seemed that Your Highness is indeed really well informed. Sean exclaimed. Then he went straight to the next sack and opened it. Within it, Roland could see many black sticks. "Your Royal Highness, I think this crop is the most important one I brought with me. The honey in the port of Clearwater is so cheap, and it was largely because of this crop. I heard the news in a pub that more and more farmers have began to switch the crop on their farmland into these sugar sticks, and this magical plant is actually really sweet. When you cut open its outer skin, you can squeeze out a kind of syrup from it. Furthermore, its price is only 1/10 of that of honey, and when it is mixed into a drink, it tastes isn't inferior at all to that of honey water." Roland would have liked to say that he had also already seen this crop, and that it was called sugar cane, but after thinking about it for a short moment, he didn't care any longer. They had already started to plant it in huge amounts, so by now it would already be too late to try and change its name. The other materials of the sugar cane could also be used for many other things. For example, they could also be used to produce ethanol, and this crop was able to raise the civilians' happiness to a completely new level. After all, the bread made from normal flour was nearly tasteless, but after sprinkling some sugar on it, its taste would be enhanced by several times. Even salt wasn't as important as this, Roland thought. "Were you able to find any other crop seeds?" This was all I could find in the port of Clearwater. After saying that, he took 5 to 6 small bags out and gave them to the prince. "But before I started my journey, you explained to me that in case I find any crop which we don't already grow here in Border Town, I should bring them back with me." Within these packages are seeds of some plants I've gathered as I passed through the Fallen Dragon Ridge and Willow Town. They are grapes, soybeans, cotton, flax, and olive tree seeds. But the farmers say that the grapes won't grow out of seeds, but you needed to stick the branches into the ground for it to grow. Although its seed can still be planted, but its germination process is very slow, and the appearing grape has neither the highest amount nor is it very tasty. Since I have leaves here, this shouldn't be a problem for me, Roland thought. Now that he had grape seeds, maybe he could have another try with his idea of a wheat tree. As for soybean, cotton, flax, and olives, they were also all very useful crops. After I let leaves improve the soil in the West, I will let some serfs cultivate them at a small scale, so that the Ministry of Agriculture, who is responsible for summing up the planting process, can add them to their manual. Your Highness, there is still some other news I have to report to you, Sean whispered. It is about the situation in Clearwater. Are they about my sister Garcia? Sean nodded. I spent nearly 2 weeks in the port of Clearwater, and with the exception of the time I needed to buy seeds, I spent most of the rest of the time in pubs. There were rumors that your sister Garcia Wimbledon and the Sand People have reached an agreement. She has allowed them to live at the southern edge of her territory, and the Sand People had instead decided to accept her as their queen and to follow her recruitment orders. During my stay in the city, I also saw plenty of Sand People walking through the streets. The extreme south is the territory of the Sand People. Although the people of Border Town don't ask others for their origin, but letting a large number of people from a foreign territory settle in your own territory is a completely different matter. It seems that in order to ensure that she can conquer the throne for herself, Garcia is really willing to do almost anything, Roland thought. The Sand People are divided into many smaller factions, so I cannot believe that all of them decided to listen to her instructions. Do you know which clans are the ones following her orders? Sean shook his head. The Sand People are very wary of the people from our kingdom, even using some gold royals. I still wasn't able to buy any more information. But there was one more strange thing that happened on the day prior to when I'd intended to leave the port of Clearwater. On that day, Garcia had returned after her victory at Eagle City, and everywhere within the city, they celebrate their queen's victory against the pseudo-king, King Timothy. But the next day, they detected 4 to 5 people murdered, and one victim was even torn to pieces in the middle of the street. In the following days, the port of Clearwater was closed down, and so I had to continue to stay there for the next 3 days. During the time, all the pubs were closed, and everyone would gather in the inn's lobby to talk about what information they had heard. Some people thought that it was the revenge of the pseudo-king, but one of the fishermen said that he had witnessed one of the murders. The murderer wasn't tall, and also was clearly not a man of the Sand People, but his strength and speed wasn't anything like what a normal man could reach. He was later killed by the guards, but even after being hit by a lot of knife slashes, he still didn't go down. In addition, his blood looked completely differently than that of a mortal, and only after even more guards rushed to the crime scene were they finally able to wear him down with their spears. When the closing order was lifted, I didn't dare to stay for any longer, and immediately came back to bring you your seeds. You have done a good job. After thinking for a short moment, Roland continued. You don't need to return the gold royals you still have left over from buying the seeds to the town hall. Thank you so much for your reward, Your Highness. A strength and speed far beyond what is possible for an ordinary person, ignoring the pain caused by knife injuries. All this just sounds like the church's pills. When Sean had left, Nightingale's voice immediately sounded next to Roland's ear. I thought the same, Roland frowned. According to Sean's explanations, Garcia got the pills even earlier than me. The church supported both sides that are competing against each other for the throne at the same time. In the end, what was it that they have in mind? Within his mind, the traces of a bad possibilities popped up. Can it be that the purpose of all their actions isn't in order to ensure a stable future for the kingdom of Greycastle, but something else? Chapter 141 Kisses. Later that evening, Roland sat in his office and began to think about new equipment. The fact that the church's pills had also appeared in the port of Clearwater brought him a strong sense of crisis. He could even feel his scalp tingling all the time, regardless if it was the fact that the church was supporting both him and Garcia in their fight for the throne, or the thought of Garcia's thousands of additional men she got from her alliance. Thinking of the thousands of soldiers who are wrapped in iron armor and able to run at speeds equal to a full-on cavalry charge, it was hard not to become overwhelmed by such an image. Stopping such a massive charge with his thin rows of gunners would be a tough task for him. As soon as one person was able to reach his ranks, his first army would come to receive heavy losses. Fortunately, this pill didn't make someone immune to injuries. Even with the medication, the consumer's body was still made of flesh and blood. He had to create weapons that had a higher firing rate and precision, which would also be able to fire over a longer distance. But without mercury fulminate as the primer, Roland had to find another way to bypass this hurdle, and until then, he had to produce some alternative equipment to deal with any possible crises. And with Anna's new ability, he had the confidence in achieving this. Now, as long as he could draw the design, Anna would be able to process the object he wanted to create accurately. But also, her efficiency has reached an extraordinary level compared with all the prior tasks where the blacksmith had to create each part of the flintlock carefully. She could now stack several pieces together and form, and cut them all at the same time. With a universal education system and a unified measuring system, he had prepared all the steps he needed for starting a large-scale industrialized production work. But that doesn't mean that he can take a shortcut each time he comes across one. Anna's new capacity was simply a treasure house, carrying an endless potential with it that he could tap into. Every afternoon, Roland was now at the testing area at the North Slope Mountain, studying and exploring together with Anna on the usage of her new ability. And in case he didn't have any time to spare, he would let her practice her control by carving some small items such as little witch dolls. However, at the moment, it seemed that her carving skill was still at the stage of immaturity, but Roland believed firmly that one day his whole bookcase would be filled with colorful witch dolls. Probably, right? He picked up a steel ruler and placed it on the parchment, using it to draw 2 straight lines. At this moment, he heard someone knocking at his door. As long as a guard didn't shoot some information, then 9 out of 10 times it was a witch at his door. At this moment, most of the witches were in the living room on the first floor, undergoing scrolls writing and reading lessons. So, the person at the door could only be someone who didn't have to participate in primary teaching, and there was only one witch who didn't need them. "Come in." Sure enough, when the door was opened, Anna came stepping into the room. She gently closed the door and then went to Roland's side at the table, holding the phantom image of a book in her arms. Since the beginning of the lessons, he could daily see her with a copy of his book. He had to say, even though Anna wasn't very talkative, her popularity within the group of witches was unexpectedly good. Thinking about the past, it was the same with Nana, who was attached to her like she was her tail. Perhaps she was born with a natural charm to attract other witches. "How can I help you?" Well, she nodded in greeting and then laid the book she was holding open in front of Roland. "Here, you said that everything in the world was made up of tiny balls, which are all different from one another. But later on you also wrote that they could be turned into waves." "What are waves?" Anna asked. "When you throw a stone into the water, the rising ripples are waves." The prince coughed twice. "This is just a concept, but this good enough, you don't need to get to the bottom of it." "Why?" "Because I don't know it myself," Roland cried out silently. "Quantum mechanics is a mysterious and unexplored subject, and as long as I don't know something, I won't write about it. even if that might be the truth, I can't say it aloud. Because the balls have the characteristics of waves, but they also possess the characteristics of matter. We are the same as those tiny balls, only that our mass is too big, making it difficult for us to observe the fluctuation as they happen. As for a deeper understanding, it will still take several generations of research. He thought for a moment and then added, because this phenomenon is opposite to our common sense, it is tough for us to understand. For us, it's hard to imagine a four-dimensional space inside of the three-dimensional world. So, you don't need to put it into your heart. Anna curled up her lips, clearly showing that she wasn't satisfied with Roland's explanation, but she quickly asked, "What is a four-dimensional space?" When she finally no longer asked any further questions, the princes had already become thirsty from all the talking. He had really underestimated Anna's thirst for knowledge. If it went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he didn't have anything left that he could teach her. Especially when Roland had asked her about her progress in math, she just replied, "Until now it was quite simple, and now that I've come to the topic of equations and matrices, they seem to be fascinating." Simple and fascinating. Roland suddenly felt that the gap between person to person was too great. How long has it been? 1 week from learning simple elementary math until she came to equations and matrices, and next it would be differentiation and integration. Back at his school, Anna would definitely have been an intimidating top student. Moreover, a beautiful bookworm. Roland looked at the woman who was reading the book, getting spellbound by what he saw. She had carefully arranged her hair over her forehead, but other hair strands had fallen over her cheek. Seeing this, Roland could not stop himself from stretching out his index finger, gently stroking the hair behind her ear. Feeling his finger, Anna turned her head, looking at Roland, with a smile all over her face. Her lake-like pupils had no longer their peaceful expression. Instead, they were full of ripples. Staying so close to each other until Anna opened her mouth trying to say something, but she was only able to move her lips. No sound could be heard, but Roland was still able to read her lips. Right now Nightingale isn't here. The meaning of the sentence was very clear, and Roland thought that it was stupid to pretend that he didn't understand her. The whole room was silent, letting him faintly hear her breathing and the speeding up of her heartbeat. Roland could no longer stop himself. He became drawn towards her lips. Anna instead closed her eyes, and her cheeks gained a rosy touch. Being so near to her, Roland could smell the fragrance of her body, and then finally their lips gently kissed. Getting lost in the soft touch, the time seemed to stand still, making it impossible for him to tell how long it was until they separated. Not giving him a chance to say anything, Anna stood on her tiptoe, joining their lips once more. "Hey, hey!" Mystery Moon sat cross-legged on her bed, deep in meditation with her eyes closed, her hands held high, forming a circle with her thumb and index finger. "Have you turned mad?" Lily, who was wrapping a towel around her wet hairs, asked as she frowned. "I'm thinking of myself as a particle," she said, opening her eyes. "I'm a particle," and she then pointed at Lily. "You're a particle." The latter gave her a supercilious look and got into the soft bed. "Oh, no again," Mystery Moon sighed. "I truly think of everything as a particle, so why can't I evolve like Anna?" "But you don't believe it," Lily explained. "I do believe it." "You do not believe," she shook her head. "You can deceive others, but you can't fool yourself." Even so, it isn't an excellent reason, but I think that regardless of what the prince says, Anna believes everything he says without questioning it. Of course, there is also the point that she is much smarter than you. This is the main reason why she was able to evolve her magic and gain access to new abilities. In other words, don't think any further about it. Instead, give your mind some peace and quiet," Lily said, and patting the place beside herself. "Don't you want to get stronger powers?" Mystery Moon asked disbelievingly. "Furthermore, I also want to do something for the prince. I should evolve my magic so that I can let my food preservation last longer." She yawned. No, thank you. Besides, why do you want to do more work for him? Men are fickle and ruthless people. You only have to take Echo as an example. Even so, you say you aren't interested, but with the exception of Leaves, you are the most attentive and serious one during class, Mystery Moon muttered. Lily took her pillow and threw it against Mystery Moon's face. Let me sleep, chapter 142 minecart. Since the day he had conquered the Longsong stronghold a half-month had already passed, and the 5 noble families of Longsong stronghold had by now all already delivered the needed people and supplies to Border Town. After the creation of the Ministry of Agriculture was completed, the new spring had finally begun, which was the first step for Roland's farming revolution. The serfs who already saw the dawn to their life as free people started to work filled with motivation. The scene where someone had to use the whip to encourage the serfs to work basically disappeared in the area south of the Shishui River. The serfs who were lazy discovered that even though no one came to encourage their speed, the officers of the town hall still came to control their work with their strange measuring tools. It was clear that the Lord didn't care about the harvest of 1 or 2 fields. The only one who should care for their crops were the serfs who were working for their own future. Even so, the quality of the officers of the Ministry of Agriculture wasn't so outstanding. They had already thoroughly comprehended the distribution according to work principle, so Roland requested of them that they unceasing repeated these content to the serfs. To strengthen the indoctrination effect, as well as to satisfy the prince's own feeling, the shore at the Shishui River was filled with red banners, which read, "Labor is the only way to get rich. Work brings honor and glory. Work can change your destiny," and so forth. Of course, these measures weren't possible without taking any objections. For example, Barov was the first to stand up and complain about it. "Your Royal Highness, something like this is meaningless. The vast majority of the serfs aren't even able to read. Even if they could, they don't care about the text written on the banners. These people are just uneducated and ignorant. For some, even the whip doesn't work. So what can you expect of some unfathomable and mystery text?" Roland's answer, however, was quite simple. Those banners are not meant for them. So why do you want to set up these banners? Hearing this answer, the assistant minister showed a very confused expression. To create a living example. He had never thought that serfs were stupid and unchangeable. It was true that they were uneducated, but that didn't mean that they couldn't think. Greed and interest will drive even a stupid person. That was simply human nature. So, if the implementation of the Ministry of Agriculture seemed to have little effect in the beginning, it would still leave a primer in their hearts. Just like a seed, it would eventually begin to grow. When the first of the serfs were promoted to freemen, and when they used the harvested crops as an exchange for money to buy beautiful clothing, fine food, and even robust and warm brickhouses, the oftentimes repeated slogan would soon come back to their mind and become a reality which would burn itself deep into their hearts. As for the banner at the shore, it was for the time that the universal education system would bear its first fruits. By only relying on their own hands to get rid of poverty, becoming an official member of Border Town, even more than the native inhabitants, this was the power of hard work. By comparing it, they could all feel the gap between them, and their only chance to close it is by taking the intuitive to pursue him. Like this, the individual efficiency would rise to its highest level. Ironhead stood at the tunnel entrance of the mine, waiting for the delivery of a new ore. Since the months of demons, after he was nearly cooked by the high temperature of the steam, he never dared to stand so near to the black machine ever again. Fortunately, there was the angelic like Miss Nana in Border Town. Whenever Ironhead touched his healed cheeks, his heart was filled with warm emotions. During his deluded and panic-stricken moments, he had even suspected that Miss Nana was one of the devil's minions, but that was clearly a desecration of herself. So, after the winter, he deliberately raised 2 salted fish and a wild boar leg and delivered them to the Pine family. To his surprise, Titus Pine was a viscount, but unlike the other aristocrats who always held their nose high in the air, he openly accepted his apology. This was the first time that Ironhead felt that not all of the nobles were all ruthless people. "Old Iron," shouted a miner who was covered in dust while he came running out from the tunnel. "The rope has already been fastened." "All right," he exclaimed and turned in the direction of the steam engine. "Everyone clear the area. Frank, first you have to lift up the green lever, then you press the red lever. If you make a mistake, I'm going to twist off your head. Rest assured, Old Iron, I know what I'm doing." Frank shouted back. After Nils was accepted into the First Army, it was now Ironhead who was in charge of the operation of the steam engine. During the first few days, Frank had often made mistakes with the order, which had even caused one of the pipes to burst. So every time he made a new mistake, he would get beaten up. Fortunately, His Royal Highness did not care about this matter. Not only did he immediately send people to replace the damaged part, he didn't even make them pay for the destroyed part. Originally, Ironhead had already formed a plan to confiscate their monthly payment in case of something happening. With the opening of the intake valve, the steam engine released a majestic white cloud of gas, and the main wheel began to slowly turn, moving the capstan and stretching the hemp rope straight. "Don't let your spirits wander. Look at the hemp rope. Look at it carefully," Old Iron shouted. Now, in addition to the steam engine, the transportation of the ore in the mine tunnel had also changed. His Royal Highness had ordered artisans to create many wooden sleepers, which then were laid along the whole of the mine's tunnel. Afterward, too, long wooden sticks were also placed on the wooden sleepers, which at first glance it looked like a wooden ladder. His Royal Highness had called it a wooden rail transportation system, which is a very convoluted name. Even so, it doesn't seem to be too complicated, but together with the wooden ladder, it also came with a special miner's cart. That cart is really something. Usually, we needed 3 to 4 days to transport the ore, but the steam engine can pull several carts out in just a moment's breath. Ironhead had precisely observed this 4-wheel miner's cart. It could run on the wooden tracks and was made from top to bottom completely out of iron. Using so much iron should have cost a lot of money. The key reason that it could move on those thin sticks of wood without falling laid in the way of its construction. The inside of the wheel was smaller than its edge, fixing it firmly on the rail. On top of the wheels, there stood a boxy iron pot, which had on its end and beginning each a small hole where they could be tied together with a hemp rope. He couldn't help himself from admiring His Royal Highness' wisdom. With such a simple design, he had made the transporting of the ore so much easier. Before his invention, it was the transportation of the ore, which was the most time-consuming labor. However, this system also wasn't perfect. For example, just after 5 days of usage, there were already 2 wooden rails which had been crushed under the weight, and it didn't take much time until others followed after them. Later, His Royal Highness had wrapped all the rails in a thin layer of iron, somewhat improving the durability of the rails. In addition to the problems with the tracks, the mine also had a rope break by accident, which still haunted Ironhead until this day. According to the regulations, they should only drag 4 mine carts out at the same time. But on that day, the miners were unusually quick, and because of this, they had linked 6 mine carts together. During the first half of the transport, everything went well, but then suddenly broke one of the hemp ropes. The rebound of the half-arm-thick rope was so powerful that the miner who got hit by the rope got several ribs broken. The mine carts instead slid down from the trail and knocked several of the miners off their feet, crushing their legs under it. Fortunately, Ironhead, who had encountered such an accident himself, instantly knew what to do. He immediately organized some miners who helped him to transport the injured men to the home of the Viscount. He was aware that as long as they still had some life left in them, Miss Nana would be able to heal them as if nothing had ever happened. "Old Iron, the mine carts are out," shouted a man who was responsible for overlooking the mine entrance. Hearing this, Iron Head shouted his next orders. "Frank, wait 10 breath, and only then should you shut down the steamer. Pay attention to the order." "Understood." After the 4 mine carts had slowly stopped at the end of the track, Iron Head went over to record the results of their harvest. The first 2 carts were filled with a reddish-brown stone, iron ore, which was also the same kind of mineral which was found the most in the mine. The 3rd cart was filled with grayish stones with hints of yellow, which should be copper. But when Iron Head came to the 4th cart, he got rooted on the spot immediately. In it was a kind of ore he had never seen before. They were of a dark brown, but when sunlight fell on them, they sprinkled in a dark metallic luster. "These stones are clearly an unknown mineral." Iron Head shook his head. "The Northern Slope mine is so large and has so many branches. It's normal that we would find inexplicable things in it." So, he just drew a cross on his paper, giving the signal to send the carts further into the warehouse. As for the pile of black stone, whether it would be directed to the furnace or not, had nothing to do with him. Chapter 143 Migrants. The sailboat coming from Longsong's stronghold slowly docked at the pier of Border Town. After the gangway was lowered, the people on the ship began to walk down the gangway while carrying all kinds of bags. For most of them, it was the first time that they had set foot on this strange land, so they appeared to be somewhat at a loss by what they saw. But the sailors behind them urged them to move further and disregard their uneasy feelings. When the crowd began to push forward, a middle-aged woman's foot accidentally slipped. Her body became so unbalanced that she was already falling over the gangway. However, another woman quickly stepped ahead and caught the middle-aged woman's wrist, stopping her fall. Thank you." The rescued woman's chest was still rising and falling quickly, showing her lingering fear as she said "thank you" several times. The other woman, however, just cheerfully waved her hand, indicating that a thank you wasn't necessary. Standing on the pier and waiting for the arriving travelers was Ferlin Eltek. He immediately saw that the skillfully acting woman was Irene, his beloved wife. She wore a white dress, and her long hair was coiled up on top of her head. She always looked beautiful and refined. The knight was no longer able to suppress his excitement. The moment Irene finally set foot on the pier, he immediately began to quickly approach her, forcing the poor woman who was still clinging on to her away from her, while totally disregarding the shouts of the people around him. Getting approached so unexpectedly, Irene became shocked, but the moment she recognized that it was Ferlin who had hugged her, she fell into his arms. "When I heard the news of the Duke's defeat, I got really scared. And when I later tried to meet you in Longsong's stronghold, I never got the chance." Irene immediately began to speak. "Fortunately, you are safe now. I was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, and it was impossible for the guards to let you in," Ferlin explained as he let go of his wife. "How was your time during the last half-month? Was it okay?" For a moment, she didn't give him an answer, but then she quietly said, "I left the theater." Ferlin immediately understood the meaning behind his wife's words. During the time when he was still the first knight in the Western Territories, only the Duke dared to lay his hands on her body. However, when he had become His Royal Highness prisoner, the men in Irene's theater group no longer had to hide their malicious intents. They were only waiting for the right opportunity to assault her. So, if she had still gone to the theater to work, it would be the same as sending a sheep into a tiger's den. "That does not matter. I got a job here, and the salary also isn't low." Ferlin tried to comfort her. "Let us first go home. There, we can talk in peace." "Home?" Irene was clearly surprised. "We do not have to live separately. Usually, the prisoners who weren't killed during the fight and who weren't bought free were mostly used as coolies. These prisoners were packed in bunches and had to live in tents or barracks, laying on the ground which was only covered with straw. At the same time, the families of such prisoners weren't treated any better. The women had to live in special camps, where they also had to sleep on the floor. During the time the men worked, the women had to clean up the men's homes and wash their laundry. Thinking of this, Ferlin got a warm feeling within his heart. At the farm near the Longsong stronghold, Irene at least had her own spacious room with a comfortable and soft bed. Yet, she still chose to come to Border Town on her own. Even though she knew that she had to live with other women in a small house or tent and would have to do forced labor every day, she didn't flinch. I am now a teacher. In one hand, he took Irene's luggage, and with the other, he grabbed her hand. They walked side by side in the direction of the new civilization district. As a teacher, I get my own house for free. To tell the truth, when he had first heard the teacher's treatment from the prince, he hadn't expected too much. As a prisoner, having his own room could be seen as good. Even if the room had leaks where the wind or the rain could come through, it would still be a good living area after repairing it himself. Thinking of this, the actual result was totally unexpected for him. He had never thought that the assigned houses for the teachers would be so regular. Entering the new district, the streets suddenly become spacious, and the ground became covered with gray gravel. The stones on the ground were smooth and flat, and even after walking on them for a long while, their feet wouldn't hurt. At first, Ferlin didn't understand the reason for all of this. This was clearly a waste of manpower and the mason's time. He didn't understand the reason for it until he saw rainwater flowing along the gaps in the stones, sinking into the ground on a day with heavy rain. The rainwater was lead into drainage ditches on both sides of the road. In Longsong stronghold, every time when it rained, the streets became muddy and were covered with puddles, so the new streets in Border Town were many times better. Irene, who was taking in her surroundings, showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Here all the houses seem to be new. Are you sure you went the right way?" "Yes, my dear, we're almost there." 2 corners later, Ferlin Eltek paused in front of a 2-story brick house with Irene. "We're here." "Where?" She turned around twice, only to see that her husband was still looking at the house directly in front of them. Not daring to ask aloud, she covered her mouth. "Is the whole house our home?" "Of course not." Ferlin laughed. "This is the teacher building. Our home is in the middle of the 2nd floor. Now let us step inside." Taking the key out of his pocket to open the door, Ferlin pulled his wife by her hand into the new home. Their home contained a central hall, 2 bedrooms, and 2 auxiliary rooms, which were freely available for them. Although the rooms were small, it was still surprisingly comfortable. Whether it was the central hall decoration or the bedroom layout, everything felt quite refreshing. And now, with Irene at Ferlin's side, the house was now even more perfect. "Heaven, are you sure you were taken as a captive?" Irene couldn't stop herself as she ran from one room to another, carefully looking at everything. She was as excited like a small child. "Will we actually live here?" "Well, of course." Ferlin answered happily and took some bread and cheese from the cupboard and placed them on the table. "You didn't eat anything on board, right? Let us first fill your stomach. I will have to go out to work later." "Right. You are a teacher now." Irene ran back to her husband. "Do you have to teach the children of the nobility?" "No, not the nobles, rather. I have to instruct His Highness citizens." "Citizens?" Irene couldn't believe what she had heard. "Teach them what?" Deciding that an example would be better than his explanation, he took a book from the table and gave it to his wife. "I have to teach them how to read and write. This was given to me by His Highness, my teaching material." Even so, he had chosen to become a teacher, but he was still worried that he would be unable to do the job. After all, normally it was always a white-haired old man who served as teacher. However, His Royal Highness's attendant had said that he should just teach according to the teaching materials. Looking at this so-called textbook, he realized that the concept of learning how to read and write could also be refined to such a degree. From the teaching method to the course's contents, everything was written down. On the first page, there was also a list of dozens of frequently asked questions by novice teachers, such as how to become a good teacher, how to awaken the student's interest in learning, how to test the effectiveness of one's teaching. The answers were always short and easy to understand, giving the reader the feeling of having learned something new. Without realizing it himself, Ferlin had already been attracted to the book, even before the start of his career. Irene was also clearly such a case. From early on, she had lived in the theater and had read many books and the scripts for plays. Ferlin had lamented more than once that with his wife's face and intelligence, if she had been born into an aristocratic family, her name would have certainly been known as an outstanding woman. After turning a few pages, Irene suddenly raised her head and asked, "Previously you said that the teachers are paid quite well. 20 silver royals a month and an annual raise of 5. There is also no theater here, right?" "No, there." Ferlin hesitated. He had already guessed his wife's idea. Sure enough, the other side closed the book and laughingly said, "Then it's decided. I will also become a teacher, honey, just like you." TN. Release that witch fan art contest voting. Chapter 144 True Thoughts. Near the North Slope Mine, at the furnace backyard. Nightingale picked up the glass which laid on the table and raised it near her eyes to take a closer look. The translucent crystal glass sparkled in the light, and not even a little bit of discoloration could be seen. She knew that this cup was known as the crystal cup. The firing process and the formula had always been the royal alchemist's confidential information. The value of such cups, like the one she held in her hands, were measured in gold royals. Such crystal glassware was only used together with silver tableware. They served as an opportunity for powerful nobles or wealthy businessmen to show off their wealth. But now, these crystal containers were gathered from inside the whole palace and were about to be melted into their raw state. "Your Highness, you can't burn these cups. They are worth several gold royals," Nightingale exclaimed. "I have no time to study how to turn sand into a colorless glass, so this was the only way I could get it." Roland took another beautiful cup and threw it into the cauldron formed from Anna's black fire. Seeing this cup, Nightingale remembered that the prince had used it to drink ale out of it during their afternoon tea sessions, before the start of the months of demons, and during the welcoming party for her sisters. Due to the stable high temperature, the glass inside the pot soon began to melt, turning into a sticky paste. "Do you get glass by burning sand?" Anna asked. "Are they made out of the same substances?" "Well, the main ingredients are similar, but in the sand, there are a lot of impurities. The glass created by burning natural sand is partially brown or green most of the time, which doesn't meet the required standards. So, with other words, crystal clear glass is created out of pure sand." Hearing this question, Roland had to smile. "You can think of it like that. I already put this knowledge in the book, so you will see it again later. Those small balls decide what matter looks like. Whatever, I don't understand it anyway." Nightingale thought uninterested. The color of the glass doesn't affect the function of its container. Furthermore, you aren't even using them as drinking glasses, so why do you insist on using clear crystal cups? Asking this herself, she went to Anna and took a look at the remolded glassware. Although they were still transparent and crystal clear, their new appearance and their former form of cups were completely different. Some looked like a tube, with a round bottom and a thin and long body. The other ones looked like bottles with the body of a kettle, but the bottleneck was only thumb-sized. The strangest thing was a tube that was bent like a horseshoe, but with no seals on either side of it. Not understanding their function, Nightingale asked, "What are you going to do with these crystal glasswares?" "I won't use them. They are for the alchemist who will later come to Border Town." Roland used a rod to stir within the melted glass. "They can use these vessels to extract acids and alkali chemicals. I need those chemicals to produce new weapons." "Acids? Alkali chemicals? Nightingale blinked confusedly with her eyes, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. This kind of feeling made her depressed, but if she asked one question after another, she would seem to be ignorant, and Nightingale, really, didn't want to expose this side of herself to Anna, so she tried to focus on their conversation. This was the only way she could understand what they were talking about. How do you want to lure alchemists to Border Town? Even Longsong's stronghold has no alchemy workshop. You have to go to Redwater City to find some alchemist, and I also heard that their pay is even higher than that of ministers. It will be hard to recruit them with gold royals alone. You actually know a lot, Roland replied with a smile. That's right. I have already sent people on their way to Redwater City. I'm awaiting their answer in around 2 weeks. But I don't try to recruit them with the help of gold royals. Instead, I offered to reveal some secrets of alchemy to them. As for if I am able to recruit them or not, we will see, but at least I tried it. The praise in the first part of His Royal Highness' explanation immediately dispelled Nightingale's depressed mood, so she happily went to the center of the yard and picked up one of the pastries placed on a round table and stuffed it into her mouth. Since Roland would now spend most of his time staying at the experimental site during the afternoon, the tea session had also moved from the castle backyard to the northern mountain slope. On the round table, there were the special snacks the chef had created under Roland's instructions. For example, this is called steamed stuffed bun. Its crust was made out of wheat flour, but she didn't know the kind of method they had used to make it so incomparably soft. It was wrapped around a meatball, and when she bit into it, her mouth was filled with juice. In that way, it wasn't like bacon, which was hard to swallow. As long as one bit into it, it was the perfect fusion of minced meat and meat stock. After happily eating it, Nightingale put one finger after another into her mouth and sucked them clean. While sitting on the couch with a full stomach and a worry-free heart, Nightingale was suddenly overcome with a tired feeling. Can it be that I have become more and more lazy as of late? Her body was sprinkled by the afternoon sun, surrounding her with warmth just like water. The rustling sound of leaves created by the spring breeze calmed her heart. She took off her shoes, rolled her legs under her body, and laid down sideways. This perspective allowed her to directly look at the back door of the calcining room, which had an extra curtain in front of the door. The curtain was most probably only for her so that she couldn't secretly enter the room. Thinking of this, Nightingale felt it was quite funny. The wall separating it from the backyard was well and good, but in the end, it didn't matter. After all, she could just go through the ground. She had also once entered the mysterious room, even standing quietly beside him during the production process, but she still didn't take the finished gunpowder. However, the other side still thought that she didn't know anything about it, but in the end, he didn't know that it was he who was being kept in the dark. After moving her head, Nightingale was able to look at Anna. She was holding a recently melted down cup in her hands and spoke with a serious and focused expression to His Royal Highness. Towards this talented woman with a common family background, Nightingale's heart only had feelings of admiration. She and her sisters were able to escape from their fate of homelessness and were freed from the torture of the demonic bite, largely because of Anna. If she hadn't changed the view of how the prince looked at the witches, all these positive developments would have never happened. If His Highness were to ever actually take a witch as his wife, then Anna was almost the only person Nightingale could think of. Although there was also a trace of expectation in her own heart, Nightingale had chosen to deeply bury it in her heart. She decided that it would be enough for her to be happy as long as she was able to stay with His Highness for most of the time. But when she closed her eyes, she couldn't prevent the pictures from appearing in her head. Roland stood in the king's palace in front of the throne as the new king. He was wearing a golden crown and was holding a scepter in his hand. Then he began to move toward the castle terrace, where he showed himself to the crowd, accepting their admiration and cheers. The whole time was a woman walking and standing at his side. She was wearing a white satin skirt and had to be Anna. Just like the king, she also wore a golden crown, but her face was hidden behind a veil. She raised her hand and waved to the people with a smile. During the entire time, lightning was drawing circles above them, letting rose petals rain down on them, and from the king's clock tower in the distance, a melodious bell toll could be heard. On both sides, Nightingale could see her sisters standing, shouting their blessings and applauding. She could feel how her body was slowly overwhelmed by sleepiness, and her consciousness became hazier with each passing second. Roland finally turned into the direction of the woman beside him, lifted her veil, and slowly moved his face towards her lips. The final scene of her vision became very blurred. When the veil was taken away, Nightingale saw that the woman standing there with closed eyes as if in a trance was herself. She tilted her lips upwards and fell asleep. Chapter 145, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 1. When Theo entered the tavern, his nose was immediately assaulted by a sultry and moist odor mixed together with the smell of the alcohol. Under the dim light, he could see a group of men with their sweaty and bare upper bodies left exposed. They sat around the table at the center, pouring one cup after another of the cheap beer into their mouths, all the while loudly laughing and talking with one another. Then there was maid dressed in revealing clothes brought them all a new round of beer. After looking around the place for a while, he finally found the goal of his coming to this place. A young man was sitting in the corner, which also happened to be the most hidden place in the whole tavern. The only noticeable part of him was the withered wild rose which he had put on the table in front of him. After discovering the man, Theo went to bar, first getting a cup of beer for himself. While slowly tasting the bitter flavor of the beer, he discreetly screened the room to see whether there were any other eyes that showed any interest to the little man. The result was very satisfactory. Although there would occasionally be some people that would look at the corner, most of them were unintentional movements. Only one man, sitting at the central table, was constantly keeping watch over the corner, trying to mask it by drinking his beer. One person as a contractor, one person as a lookout, the typical method used by shady street rats. This was also identical of Theo's knowledge. "Once more cup," he shouted to the bartender, "with ice." "Sir, for a beer on the rocks you have to pay double," the bartender reminded him. Hearing this, Theo threw a silver royal in his direction. The more ice, the better. Holding his cup with the white mist coming out of it, he went across to the little man, placed his beer on the table so that it swept over the wild rose. The cold beer flowed along the petals. Seeing this happen, the little man raised his head and looked impatiently at Theo. "Good beer is meant for drinking, not for the table. What madness has befallen you?" An offer to the wild rose, Theo teasingly spoke as he took a seat across from the little men. "I've been looking for you for a long time now." "That only proves that you haven't been looking in the right places," he replied in a raspy voice. "That being the case, as a client, tell me now, what do you want from me? Are you asking for clues, scrounging, redeem lost goods, or do you want to get rid of some stolen good?" "No. I hope you can help me with spreading a rumor." "That doesn't fall into the business area of the wild roses." He shook his head. "No, don't be so fast to jump to conclusions. As long as you get paid with gold royals, you will be surely interested in this." Theo shook his finger. "I am not one of those layman youngsters." "Occasionally, so to ensure that the prey takes the bait, you first have to lay out the bait, and rumors are the best way to achieve this. There won't be any evidence left, and with this there will be no way to catch you. This is much safer than stealing." "That sounds reasonable," acknowledged the little man, showing a smile. "Have you commissioned anyone else besides the wild rose?" "I completely trust that you can achieve it alone. After all, this is only a small place." Their name also doesn't sound as elegant, and they also don't seem to be as capable. The business area here is just too small, so it's hard to find the right business. The competition within Silver City is vicious. He picked up the rose, shook it, and when it was dry, he put it into his pocket. Tell me, what rumor do you want us to spread for you? Some news about the witches, Theo laughed. An organization with the name of Witch Cooperation Association has found the Holy Mountain. They were also able to get rid of the pain during the demon's bite, gaining eternal peace. Bro, this news is... The little man smacked his lips, really outdated. Although I will rarely step away from trying to scam someone, your gossip should at least be a little believable. Let me guess, in case you aren't trying to abduct a witch, then it sounds like you want to ensnare the church, which is the same as just waiting to be sent to the gallows by a group of judges, so I think it should be the first option. Showing a vulgar smile, unfortunately, as far as I know, most of the witch hunters who have wanted to catch a witch by now are all already dead. Even though they were all carrying a god's stone of retaliation on them, those women, after all, aren't just some idiots. Why shouldn't it be believable? Theo asked curiously. An organization formed by witches would be as flashy as the moon during the night. If it were true, the church would undoubtedly flock to it. So, if I were a witch, I would naturally never go to such a place. In case the news was a fake, then there would be no reason for me to go. As for getting rid of the demon's bite, my man, are you serious? The witches are the devil's messenger. Even the witches themselves would snort disdainfully at hearing such a pack of lies. Then come forth according to this statement. Theo disagreed. In the end, the customer always has the final say. The young man just shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter to me, just don't come to me afterward and say that I didn't warn you. This job will cost you 20 gold royals. One-time payment? Yes, the Wild Rose does not take deposits, nor anything other than money. He spread his arms. This business relies entirely on sincerity. Theo sighed, but then he took out a small money bag from his pocket. Turning it around and letting 19 gold royals fall onto the table, he then took another money bag from his belt and put another 100 silver royals on the table and pushed everything in front of the young man. The latter just checked the authenticity of one of the gold royals and afterward swept everything into his own bag. Will the news reach the witch's ear? The moment he had received his money, the little man's face became a lot friendlier. The Wild Rose has accepted your commission. It's nearly impossible that we cannot get the accepted jobs done. Just like I had previously said, the competition within Silver City is cruel. In case we would ever try to deceive our customers, or if anything was to happen to them, our reputation would definitely fall. If you don't want to rush back towards the west and wait for someone else to take the bait, you can always stay here for the next few days. It won't be long before you will hear the news spread all over the place. Of course, only for as long as they are willing to speak about it. I'll keep it short and wish you success on your hunt, and if you ever have catch one, don't bring them to the church. You can make more money by selling them to the aristocrats. And if you cannot find the right person or you're too afraid of being found by the church, you can always come back to us. We will only take a small introduction fee. With this offer, the young man stood up, took the bag, and left the tavern. It didn't take long before the person responsible for keeping the young man safe also stood up and left. In the next 15 minutes, Theo just waited and drank his cup of beer, then belched and also left the pub. With this, the task given by His Highness has finally come to an end, he thought. Fallen Dragon Ridge, Redwater City, Silver City, he had visited them all. Always searching for the local street rats, letting them spread the news up to the last corner of the city. There were always such hidden organizations. Even the King's City was no exception to this. Such organizations were able to reach places and spread news he could never contact using the legal ways. How successful they were only depended on how much money the customer had already offered. The only difficulty in this job was to find the contractor, he had to say, As an outsider, it was quite difficult to get their trust. Only if he used the right phrase would they try to talk him, but to receive the sentence, he had already had to pay at least 5 gold royals. Theo lamented within his heart, "If I hadn't already had similar experiences in King's City, I am afraid I would never have been able to leave the fallen Dragon Ridge." On the way back to his inn, he noticed that there was something not quite right. Someone is tracking me. Although the other party was very subtle as a professional bodyguard, Theo immediately became aware of the other's existence. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and turned at the next corner, entering an unknown alley. Are they from the Wild Rose? He had purposely turned his money bag inside out when he had paid the 19 gold royals. This way, he wanted to avoid the other side becoming greedy. In general, hundreds of silver royals weren't enough for them to go after an already accepted customer. He pressed his back against the wall, counting the ever-approaching footsteps. The moment the other person was about to pass by the ally, he fiercely rushed out from his hideout, instantly pressing his dagger against the unknown person's neck. "Don't move," Theo lowly hissed. But he would have never expected that the other one would just turn into fog, disappearing. "It's a witch." The moment he realized it and wanted to shout out was the moment he received a severe blow to the back of the neck. Immediately becoming dizzy, then losing all of his strength and unable to keep himself from falling to the ground. Chapter 146, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 2. When Theo regained his consciousness, he could still feel a stabbing pain from the back of his neck. Damn, that brute of a woman had hit him really hard. He opened his eyes and tried to move, only to discover that his hands were tied behind his back, and his legs were tied to the legs of the chair he was sitting on. He woke up. Suddenly, the voice of a woman could be heard. "What is your name?" One person stepped in front of him and raised his chin. "I suggest that you do not lie, or tomorrow you will already have become just another floating corpse in the moat." Theo had to blink to see clearer. The woman in front of him was wearing a veil, and her body was shrouded in a robe, apparently. She didn't want him to be able to recognize her appearance. "Theo," he answered truthfully. At the same time, he secretly looked around. It was a narrow room, and his surrounding was covered in dust and pieces of plaster from a broken statue. Even though it was once complete, now merely one half of it was left. The accumulated dust and plaster had already begun to turn brown, as if it had already been abandoned for a long time. The room was without windows, so no sky could be seen, and he could only speculate on how late it was. The only light in the room came from an oil lamp hanging on the wall. "From the fallen Dragon Ridge to Silver City, such a long way," continued the woman in a cold voice. "Why are you looking for us?" "I am not looking for you. It's the Witch Cooperation Association who is looking for you." "What is an association?" "It's a group of witches just like you. They had entrusted me with the task of spreading their news." "Nonsense," the woman snapped. "I do not know where you had heard their name, but they are located far to the east, in the Seawind region. Do you think that just by randomly throwing names into the room we would believe you?" The woman drew a knife from her waist, and Theo had to discover that it was the knife that he had previously used. "I'll give you one last chance. Don't challenge my patience." "What I said was the truth," he stated in a loud voice. He wanted to continue to shout, but in the end, he didn't dare, so he said with a suppressed voice. They had originally intended to go into the impassable mountain range, trying to find the Holy Mountain. Unable to find the Holy Mountain, they had to settle down in Border Town, only to discover that the symptoms of the demon's bite had disappeared. When they realized this, they naturally wanted to save other witches. I swear I did not lie. Then why would they send you? "'Cause I helped them. I helped them when one of their members was chased by the church's army of judges. I helped her by distracting her pursuers. Their mentor is called Kara, and there are also Wendy and Scroll. They asked me to go." After listening to his explanation, the masked woman turned silent. She put the dagger back to her waist and stepped behind him. Soon, Theo could hear how the two women whispered behind his back. Fledglings, he commented in his heart. Even though the two of them act like criminals, it is still clear that they are entirely new to interrogating. During an interrogation, it is absolutely taboo to ask questions that had only one answer. In the case that they didn't get their answer, the questioner only had the choice to kill or not to kill. If they decide to kill, they will lose any further possibility of receiving any more information. If they didn't kill, it is equivalent to losing their threat of dying. This would severely damage the interrogator's position of power, and the effectiveness of the next threat would be substantially reduced. If he were the interrogator, he would start the torture with the fingers. For every lie, one finger would be cut off. So even if there were an error in judgment, it would become a big problem. Under this threatening atmosphere, the enemy's heart would quickly collapse, but without professional training, it would be very tough to carry out such a trial. As long as he would show a frightened look, the interrogator would become unsure, which is equally to exposing that they just cannot tell whether he was lying or telling the truth. And Kara, Holy Mountain, and the Witch Cooperation Association were reliable and genuine information, which would further strengthen the persuasiveness of his information. It didn't take long before the masked woman appeared once more in front of him. When was it that they entered the Western Territory? 2 or 3 months before the months of demons, and directly after the end of winter, they returned to the town, claiming that they had found the Holy Mountain. How many people are they? Up to 40. I'm not sure of it. In addition to Kara, there are almost no other witches who decided to show themselves. Theo decided to add another bit of information. Kara the Snake Witch, have you heard of her? She has the ability to summon magical snakes. One of them is called Nothingness. With her, she can quickly erase every toxin. I have seen it myself. It was very powerful. You actually do not fear the witches? The woman's voice seemed to be a bit puzzled. Why should I be afraid? The witches are very beautiful. They don't possess claws like demonic beasts, and furthermore, they don't hurt ordinary people. If I feared them, I would have never gone so far to spread the news. If someone went to border town, how could they contact them? Some of them can naturally see magic, so if there is a witch, they will find her. Shadow, what do you think? The masked women looked into the direction behind Theo. I'm not sure, the witch, known as Shadow, hesitated. Shouldn't we wait for our sister and then make a decision? She surely will know what to do. All right. She nodded and took a clean chair, sitting herself in front of Theo. Who is your older sister? The guide. The masked woman's attitude had softened a lot compared to before. Probably his statement that he didn't fear the witches changed her thoughts and feelings a lot. She will take us away from here. You will leave. Where will you go to? The spoken to just shook her head and didn't answer. You are not a witch from Silver City, right? Theo continued. Your accent is not the same as the accent of the king. Silver City was near the capital, so the inhabitants here are proud of imitating the king's accent. She hesitated for a moment. I am from the south. Witches from all over the kingdom have gathered here, and soon they will be lead away from here. Theo thought to himself, there is no doubt they are another witch organization. They are also attracting witches, just like the Witch Cooperation Association had done before. However, in the end, where do they want to go? At this moment, from outside, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Sister came back, Shadow shouted cheerfully. With the creaking sound of the door opening, Theo began to hold his breath. Is he the one who has been using the underground channels to spread the news? The newcomer's voice was mature and steady. What have you asked him? What he had said seems to be true. Began the masked woman to explain how she saw the questioning. He could not have been so clear in his explanation if he had not been in contact with the Witch Cooperation Association. Well, there's that. She went by Theo, stepping in front of him. There was a big difference between her and the masked woman. She didn't hide her face. Her long black hair nearly reached her waist, and she seemed to be around 25 years old. Taking her in whole, the most eye-catching part of her were her eyes. Thea discovered that she unexpectedly had golden irises, even standing in the dim light. Her eyes were still clearly visible, just like the stars during the night. Theo had often been at His Highness' side, but the unknown woman's appearance could still be considered as belonging the top category. She had a visible scar over her left eye, beginning at her brow and going down to her cheek. This scar not only did not destroy her beauty, but instead added another harsh touch to it. From the first moment that he saw her, Theo felt that this woman was a full-fledged warrior. If the Witch Cooperation Association had indeed found the Holy Mountain, they would have never sent people to spread such news. She shook her head. This wouldn't only let the church getting wind of it and let them arrive. No, they would even have to leave Border Town as soon as possible. I'm afraid they would only bring a great calamity over themselves. Then, what should we do? Shadow asked. The ship will arrive today at midnight, and you aren't the only witches, so you will have to leave, she said without hesitation. I'll escort you to the ship. As for the why, the black-haired woman looked at Theo, who was still tied to the chair. Please help me to say hello to Tilly. Tell her I'll be late for a few days, and perhaps I'm even be able to bring some more witches with me. You want to go with him to Border Town? Shadow asked, surprised. But, in case this is a hoax, she smiled a little and said, full of confidence, if that were the case, it would be the same as killing oneself. Chapter 147, Missionary Mission. Alicia had never thought that she would one day become a member of a missionary mission. After all, when the church sent people on such a mission, the group would always be formed from elite warriors, who were also well-versed in letters and military tactics, since they would represent the face of the church the entire time they were away. She was very confident in her fighting skills and her etiquette. It could even be said that she looked like. The whole year I'm constantly moving along the defensive line, always holding and waving my double-edged greatsword. Can such a woman be good-looking when she has to go somewhere? Thinking of this, her whole body was covered in a feeling of unease. The priestess Myra had said that they had to go to the western border town of the Kingdom of Greycastle, investigating the case of the royal power housing and shielding some witches. In addition to the priestess who led the envoy, the group also consisted of 10 judges, one of them being the captain who had given her the cold pill during the defense of Hermes. But it seemed that even away from the battlefield, he was still constantly wearing his cold face, and just by standing beside him, Alicia could feel how the temperature drastically fell. The priestess instead was the completely opposite expression. She was already over the age of 40 and had a pair of wise and far-seeing eyes. Always telling and laughing about anecdotes of the church, she clearly had a lot of experience, full of passion for others' interest, but never losing her elegant demeanor as she went. Even in the presence of the archbishop, her aura wouldn't reduce. More than once, Alicia had heard that she was the likeliest candidate to be the next bishop. And to the warrioress' surprise, as a public official, Myra's writing skills were not much worse than the skills of the judges. For the past 2 days, she had spent most of her time in front of the troops, leading them ever further down the mountain trail, bypassing the forests, cities, and towns, so that she could always keep the horses going at the same speed and try to reduce the physical exertion. This technique was just like that of an experienced long-term rider. When they left the Hermes boundary and entered the Kingdom of Greycastle, one of the judges asked, "We aren't going further south?" "No, the distance between Border Town and where we are is too far if we take the land route. My buttocks will start to bloom just like flowers." Myra waved her hand disapprovingly. "We will first go eastwards until we reach the hidden valley town. There is a river which flows to Redwater City, and from there it won't be much further before we reach Longsong's stronghold." "When was it that you first joined the church?" Alicia asked curiously. Not only do you know all sorts of anecdotes about things that have happened in the holy city, but you also know a lot about the world at large. I joined the church 12 years ago when I was 30, Myra replied. That's quite late, Alicia exclaimed. As far as I know, the older one is, the more difficult it would become to comprehend the doctrines of God. It is even more shocking that it only took you 10 years to be promoted from the rank of a believer to that of a priestess. Yes, well, Myra smiled. This is one of the enchanting aspects of the church. Was originally the daughter of a merchant and traveled together with my father through the 4 kingdoms to sell goods. Goods that are common at some places at other locations are rare and because of this worth much more. For example, the price for green coral. When we bought it from local fishermen in the Seawind region, we could buy them for a price of only 20 to 30 silver royals. We put them into water tanks and transported them the whole way northward to Imperial Palace of the Kingdom of Endless Winter. If the transport was successful and the corals still had their natural color and were without any broken branches, we could sell them for 5 or more gold royals. I often thought, it's obviously that they are the same item, so how can it be that there is such an enormous difference in their value? Because, in some places they are rare, Alicia suggested. At the beginning I thought the same. Myra nodded in agreement, but then something happened that changed my view. One noble secretly harbored a witch who was able to control the temperature. After some tests, he finally came up with a way in which he could keep and raise the corals of the Seawind region in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter. He turned the basement of a house in his garden into a huge pond, setting some skylights into its ceiling. With this, he could harvest the corals once a year. His output was 10 times more than what my father was able to transport, and we were only able to make the journey once a year. So, there were now much more green corals on the market than before. He not only sold them to the palace, but also to other powerful aristocratic families. If the price was only decided by its rarity, the expensive price of green corals should go down. But after 2 years, the palace refused to accept those low-priced green corals, saying that they were counterfeit goods. Not only had my father not cut down on the prices of the green corals, no, he had even doubled it. As for the noble with the witch, he became confined by the church. According to the crime of harboring and kidnapping of a witch, he was burned at stake. But I knew that the corals sold by him were no counterfeit products. There was no difference between them and my father's product. Thinking it's because of the reason that the items are rare isn't the wrong idea, but there are many other reasons which also determine the price of goods. Furthermore, this was only one of the simplest examples. Because the royal palace thought of the green corals as a symbol of luxury, they artificially set its value to be higher. When more green corals appeared on the market, it would also significantly impact the provisions of the royal family. Therefore, at the day of execution, the queen also celebrated. Don't you think that these goods are the same as us secular people? Like what? Alicia couldn't follow her thought process. Just like the children of royalty and commoners, Myra spoke without stop. When they are born, they all get a price attached to them, but this price doesn't reflect our real value. We are just like those green corals, yet sometimes they can be bought for a low price, but at other places, the price becomes too high to even reach. Too high to be reached? You mean becoming nobility. Nobles are the corals of the royal's palace of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter. The priestess smiled. When they and we are born, there is no difference between us. We both have a pair of hands, a pair of feet, a pair of eyes, and a mouth. However, they were artificially classified as beings of the highest value. This inequality isn't based on their own ability, but on the rule of the royal power. Because of this, I joined the church. At least in the Holy City, your origin does not limit your value. If we could put the whole continent under the rule of the Holy Church, establishing the so-called Kingdom of God, it would be the case for everyone. You are right. That would truly be a good thing. Alicia wholeheartedly and thought excited. It would be like heaven on earth, if we were able to establish a kingdom under the rule of God. Just like Myra had described it, there would be no difference between the people when they were born, nor would there exist any pariah or slaves. A kingdom of God? Well, do you want to turn all the people into cold-blooded monsters? The cold-faced captain of the army of judges shook the reins of his horse and joined up with them. Priestess, how much do you know about the God's punishment army? Hey, you, Alicia was about to remind him to pay attention to courtesy, but she was already stopped halfway by Myra. The God Punishment Army is the gathering of the most powerful warriors of the church. They also possess the strongest faith, willing to sacrifice themselves. Only the brave and fearless members of the army of judges can be transformed. Them being the most powerful is a good point. That they need to be transformed to be able to join the army is also not bad. But they aren't the most converted of us soldiers. No, they are nothing more than a group of people without any feelings, just like monsters. After coldly dropping this sentence, he went to his horse and rode it back to the front of his team. He is simply a rude one, Alicia bitterly said, when she had seen him at Hermes. Even so, they had to face danger. He was exactly like a general he had to be, both calm and brave. But now, what had happened to him that he had become such a kind of person? It's okay, he's just not in the mood right now. Myra shook her head. To build the kingdom of God, there will be setbacks and sacrifices, but at least we all joined voluntarily. It was already late when they arrived at the next town, and as missionaries on a mission of the church, they were allowed to rest in the town's church. After everyone had eaten, they all went back to their own room to sleep. Alicia was walking behind the captain, but when they reached an aisle, she suddenly called out to him. Myra is our leader. What was the meaning behind your outbreak during the ride? Did you forget all the rules and regulations of the church? After a moment of silence, he asked, Your name is Alicia, isn't it? Yes, and just like you, I'm now a captain in the army of Judge. At the fight during the month of demons, I had asked you for your name, but you didn't give me an answer. Are you now able to tell me your name? Abrams, he said, with a blank expression. As to why I did that? Do you have any brothers or sisters? No. Alicia suddenly remembered that he had said that his brother was a member of the God's Punishment Army. I have. He and I grew up in the church. We were so close that we would always know what the other was thinking. Later, he accepted the invitation and transferred to the God's Punishment Army. Since that day, I have never seen him again. The presiding judge told me that his transformation was very successful and that he was now out on a special mission of the church. I was euphoric for him. He paused. Until one day, I finally saw him again in the cathedral. I shouted his name, and when he came up to me, I wanted to embrace him. But can you guess what I saw? Asking this, Abraham's face showed for the first time some pain. He acted like a stranger. He didn't see me at all. He just walked straight past me, never turning his eyes in my direction, always staring to the front, ultimately acting, unlike a human. Hearing his story, Alicia could feel a cold chill running down her back. She wanted to shout that he had lied, but when she opened her mouth, no such words could escape. The member of the God's Punishment Army are deprived of their human feelings. They are nothing more than a group of living dead. He pushed Alicia to the side and walked back to his room, not looking back as he left. Chapter 148, The Merchant from King's City, Part 1. Border Town welcomed the long-missed rainy weather. From the dark clouds in the sky, the rains came splashing down onto the earth, hitting the windowsills and the windows, creating a loud crackling sound the whole time. It was reasonable to say that the spring was meant to be a rainy season, both warm and humid. But this year in Border Town, since the end of the months of demons, the number of rainy days they've had could be counted on one hand. Fortunately, the farmland was directly beside the river, which made the watering very convenient. Now, due to the heavy rain they received, the oppressive air had finally dispersed. So now, as Nightingale opened a window, the room was flooded by the rich fragrance of Mother Earth. From afar, you could see the sprouting crops on the other side of the Shishui River. The horizon was covered with endless amounts of green wheat seedlings. Now, washed by the rain, these crops sparkled dazzlingly in contrast to the gray water of the river. Roland stretched his body and put the pen back into its container. Seeing that he had finished, Nightingale finally asked, "Did the blueprint turn out well?" "Well, it is an entirely new weapon, with its fire rate increased by several times," Roland said, placing the blueprint on the stack together with more than a dozen of designs. "I'll call it the rotating rifle. What do you think?" "You don't need to show it to me," Nightingale said, showing an ironical smile. "I wouldn't understand it anyway. This is just the primary type. If the barrel gets shortened, it will become a revolver, which you can also carry around with you. However, even if it would come in handy to have it, I still first have to solve a missing key piece of technology. But when the time comes and I can give it to you, you no longer need to fear the army of judges coming from the church." "You mean it will allow an ordinary woman to kill a heavily armed knight?" "Not only one, but several," Roland smirked. "If you're lucky, then 5 powerful men also wouldn't be a problem." Nightingale exposed a look full of disbelieving. The moment when he wanted to say something further, a knocking sound could suddenly be heard coming from outside the office. "Your Royal Highness," Barov's apprentice who was sent to the capital, came just back. He brought a merchant with him who trades in saltpeter. At the moment, the merchant is waiting outside of the castle for you to receive them." What apprentice of Barov? When Roland thought about it, only one thing came to mind. Before the attack on the Longsong stronghold, Border Town's stock of gunpowder was running low, and he had sent some guards to the fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to obtain a new source of saltpeter. Barov's apprentice was the last to be sent on his journey. His destination was King's City. After all, they should have all kinds of goods over there, coupled with the approaching summer. This meant the production of saltpeter would certainly be significantly increased. He had never expected that the last person he had sent out would be the first to come back with good news. "Bring them to the reception room, and I'll join them soon." Roland looked out the window at the sky and let the kitchen prepare another portion of dessert. Turning back around, he saw that Nightingale had already disappeared, but he knew that she was as always at his side. Later, when Roland entered the reception room, the merchant was only just now brought into the room by the guards. She took off her wet cloak and straw hat, then bowed in front of the prince, showing her respect. "I am Margaret Farman, a merchant from King's City. Today I'm here to salute you, your formidable Highness Wimbledon." Seeing that the merchant was actually a woman was completely unexpected to Roland. During this era, the traveling routes were much less safe than during the later times. Traveling around one may not only encounter bandits or refugees, but the towns also had many underground forces. Not to forget, there was still the dangerous wildlife to take into consideration, so seeing a woman working as a merchant was quite rare. Like lightning, she had bright blonde hair, but her hair was thicker and longer. She should be around 30 years old, and perhaps because of living a harder life than that of the ordinary people, she already had wrinkles around the eyes and on her forehead. Her skin color was also darker than the kingdom's people. At first glance, her appearance seemed a little rough. But it was clear that she didn't belong to the Sand People, but rather to the people of the fjord. "Sit down," the prince said, motioning that she could take a seat. "You aren't an original citizen of the Kingdom of Greycastle, are you?" "Why would you ask that?" Margaret smiled. "The color of your hair. It is a very rare sight to see from people of the mainland. As far as I know, most people coming from the other side of the vortex sea have such pretty blonde hair. I also know an explorer from the fjords." "You are very knowledgeable. My hometown is indeed in the fjord, but I have already left the fjords and come to the mainland more than a decade ago." Today, I'm living in the capital and can be considered as a half-citizen of the kingdom of Greycastle. She paused. Since it wasn't so long ago that you've left the capital yourself, it is possible that we have already met somewhere before. To be able to live in the same city as Your Highness, I feel very honored. Sure enough, a successful businessman is splendid at speaking. Even knowing that the other side was just flattering him, Roland still got a pleasant feeling. However, right at this moment, he could feel how his right side was suddenly pinched. This time you didn't need to determine if she was telling the truth or not. Nightingale, you're too enthusiastic about doing your duty. In the fjords, being an explorer isn't just a hollow title. Margaret continued earnestly. You may not understand, but the land where the people can survive is very scarce in the fjords, where the water rises and falls. Some islands will be swallowed at high tide, while other islands spew flames and smoke all day long, and they have such a high temperature that even the stone melts, converging all into a dark red river. Only those who open up new channels or find a new suitable place for people to live are eligible to get this title, so there aren't many people who proclaim themselves explorer. Haha, not only does she call herself an explorer, she also claims her father to be the greatest explorer. Roland smiled and shook his head. Well, children, they like to imagine themselves as great people. In the fjord, even the child will not so easily claim that title. Margaret frowned up. Did she ever mention her father's name? Seeing the earnest look on her face, Roland also realized that had he misread the situation. Can it possibly be that for the sea folk take the title of explorer as something they believe in spiritually? Is it possible that it cannot be called so casually? Her father's name is Thunder. Roland had never expected that the moment he said the name, Marguerite's eyes became big and round. You know Sir Thunder? No, I only know his daughter. How is it possible that you've heard of the name? No one in the fjords hasn't heard the stories of him. Sir Thunder. The twin Dragon Islands and the Shallow Water Island were discovered by him. With this, he expanded our living area by almost half. He also painted a detailed map of the East Coast and the Shadow Island. Now, every child of the fjords knows of the deeds of Sir Thunder. He is one of the greatest explorers of the fjords. But I heard that Thunder seemed to be buried in the sea because of a storm. No, Your Royal Highness, a real explorer will never fall because of a storm. He has faced numerous dangers, but in the end, he has always survived. At the moment, Sir Thunder must be somewhere gathering the crew for a new expedition, just like he has always done. Margaret leaned forward. Your Highness, would you happen to know where his daughter could be right now? Roland was still a little surprised. He had never thought that Lightning's father was actually so famous. Can it be that her tales, which sounded so much like fantasy, were all true? She lives here in my castle, after the shipwreck. She has kept traveling westwards until she reached Border Town when I happened to meet her, and I took her in. In your castle? Margaret was full of expectation. Can I see his daughter? For now, most probably not. Roland said, at the moment, Lightning should be flying over the concealing forest, looking for the site marked on the treasure map. She is currently practicing, taking a jungle adventure. But if you plan to stay overnight, you can wait until she comes back. Then I'll wait and I will talk with her later. Margaret nodded without hesitation. Then we can now discuss business, right? Of course, Your Royal Highness, Margaret answered laughingly. Do not hesitate to speak your mind. Chapter 149, Merchant from King's City, Part 2. Are you King's City's biggest saltpeter trader? Roland directly cut to root. No, Your Highness. Margaret was no longer just showing her formal smile. Her speech also became much more intimate. I run all kind of different businesses, from gems to cloth, from inns to taverns. In fact, not even a month ago, I still had nothing to do with saltpeter trading. Only when the original owner of the nitrate field lost all of his reserves and went bankrupt during his visit in my casino did I have the rights transferred to me as payment. Not only was she selling all kinds of goods, she even had a firm hold in the service industry. Being able to build such a large business empire, in the end, what background did she have? It was well known that if you wanted to open a casino in King's City, with money alone, it would be an impossible thing to achieve. Wanting to know if she was telling him the truth, Roland knocked on the table, but Nightingale pinched to the middle of his back, left him unsatisfied. Since a pinch like this indicated that Margaret was carrying a god's stone of retaliation, making it impossible for her to judge whether the other one was telling a lie or telling the truth. Wait a moment. Since it's impossible for her to observe, why did she pinch me so hard previously? Roland coughed twice, suppressing his curiosity. He had heard that some of the merchants from the fjords had settled down in the Four Kingdoms. Their businesses were so successful that they grew bigger and bigger until they accumulated so much wealth that it became hard to even imagine it. After finally securing some wealth, many merchants were easy marks and were effortlessly swindled out of their gains. Only a few were able to stabilize themselves and put down roots, and reinvest their money successfully into local establishments, forming a relatively stable business union. Can it be that Margaret is one of those big dogs? This being the case, Roland decided to be direct and straightforward with his request. I need a large amount of saltpeter, the more, the better. The western territory of the kingdom isn't a scorching place, especially near the impassable mountain range. Your Royal Highness, do you really need so much saltpeter? Margaret became curious. In the eastern outskirts of the kingdom, I have 3 nitrate fields, enough to supply a middle-sized city of nobles with ice. Definitely a big shot. She even has 3 nitrate fields. Even though Roland became overjoyed, there was no visible change in his expression. I'm going to build a cold store in the basement of the castle to store some perishable food. As long as you give me the right price, I'll take all the saltpeter you can bring. Since you've explained it so clearly to me, she nodded, I'm willing to transport all of my saltpeter to Border Town, and I will only charge you the typical market price of King's City. But what? I do not want to be paid with gold royals. I already have enough of them to fill up a whole warehouse. I heard that you were in possession of some foreign products. If you used these instead of the gold royals, I would be happy to conclude a deal with you. Strange products. Roland got rooted. It was the first time that he had heard someone say that he didn't want any gold royals. Yes, well, I heard something about a self-running black iron creation. Margaret leaned slightly forward. Your servant said that with this thing, you only need to ignite a fire and boil water for it to become amazingly powerful. In fact, only after I heard him speak about such a creation did I decide to visit Border Town. Otherwise, directly selling the saltpeter to the nobility around the capital would be much more in line with my interests. After all, the transportation distance is many times farther, so I have to bear a significant loss. This is really a pleasant surprise, Roland thought. Although I don't know how Barov's apprentice caught hold of this line, and in what way he had described the steam engine, but evidently, this merchant from King's City was very interested in it. How incredible the profits and business potential of industrial products was all very clear to Roland, especially since they could be only created by his own mechanical products. He had already worried about that after Border Town had sold all the ore and used up all the Duke's coins, that they would have no other business opportunities. But he would never have thought that today such an excellent opportunity, such as this, would be put right in front of him. So, that was your reason, the prince said. What you had heard of is called a steam engine. It converts water by boiling it into steam, which can be used as source of power. The principle behind it is very simple, but only we here in Border Town are able to produce it. So there exists really such an amazing thing. Of course, Roland answered, but it is very complicated to manufacture, so the price will be quite high. If you are interested, you can go with me to see the machine. Extremely interested, she said with excitement. In the North Slope mine, Margaret saw a large roaring steel monster, which pulled several mine carts loaded with minerals out of the mine tunnel. Her eyes turned full and round, nearly falling out of their sockets. "Your Royal Highness, this is incredible," Margaret whispered, feeling overwhelmed. "Previously, I had thought that your messenger had exaggerated, but even in my wildest dreams, I had never thought that he even understated it. I am afraid that even a dozen of people together don't possess a power such as this. Steam engine." Wanting to take a closer look, Margaret took a step toward the engine, but was stopped by Roland. "The running is very dangerous. Don't get too close to it. Do you see the white gas spraying out of it? Even if you only get hit by a small part of it, it is still enough to burn your skin. Do you only use it to transport ore?" As the noise was too large, she had to step near Roland and shout into his ear. "In this mine, we using two. One is used to help the miner transport the ore, while the second one is used for pumping out the water in the mine." Roland replied, "In fact, until today, Border Town was only able to produce 3 steam engines. We use them there where they are needed the most. But they can be employed for a broad range of purposes, as you could perhaps imagine. They can replace windmills and water wheels to grind wheat. They aren't affected by rivers or winds, and they don't need any manpower or animal power. What might interest you, even more, is that they can even be fitted onto a sailing boat, moving the paddles, allowing the ship to move without any sails." He knew that their dependence on the wind and its direction was of great significance for the seafolk. Sure enough, hearing this, Margaret looked with wide-open eyes at Roland. "Just name a price. I will take it with me." "That's out of the question. The mine also relies on it to maintain the production. You can order a few new steam engines, and then, when you deliver the saltpeter, you can take them with you." "What would their price be?" Roland led her away from the entrance of the mine. Being further away from the noise of the machine, it was now much easier to speak. "One steam engine will cost 500 gold royals," Roland offered. Even so, the price was a bit exaggerated, being almost equivalent to a knight's territory annual income. The ore to produce one steam engine cost around 20 gold royals, plus melting costs, labor costs, and installation costs. It would be another 50 gold royals. However, to get a good price, one always had to have some space for a bargain. "Then I'll buy 10 steam engines." Roland became frozen. 10 steam engines were the same as 5,000 gold royals, almost the equal to the 5 or 6 years of the Duke Ryan's savings. Not even trying to bargain, was that the power of a big dog? He cleared his throat. "You're sure of it? After all, it's not a small sum, and the machine is also not always available for usage. And even if you bought it, you still have to invest money into it." "I know. It's just like a ship which has to visit the dock every year to clean up the keel of parasites and algae, replacing the sails, ropes, and so on." Margaret did not mind it. "What later needs to be added? I'll buy it from you. If it actually becomes impossible to manage by myself, you only have to name a price, and I will pay you for the craftsmen to maintain and operate the machine." Roland closed his mouth. There was only one thought left in his mind: being wealthy really must be nice. Chapter 150, Stone Tower. At this moment, lightning was flying somewhere across the concealing forest. In her eyes, it seemed that the world had become smaller. As far as her eyes could see, all the details had faded. Only a world made out of pure colors was left. Brown was the earth, gray were the mountains, green the forest, and blue the river. Yet it was this green which occupied an overwhelming majority of her field of view, and not the bright green of the grass fields in Border Town. Here the green was mixed with gray and black, turning it dark and condensed. Whether it was to the west or the north, everywhere she looked, she only saw a dark green, with no end to it in sight. Due to seeing it for such a long time, she slowly developed a feeling of falling. So, from time to time, Lightning had to look up at the sky. to disperse the ever-increasing feeling of discomfort. Behind her, the overcast black clouds were flowing past very low, enclosing the impassable mountain range and border town in rain and fog. She was now flying over the forest trying to find the remains from 450 years ago. For her, this was undoubtedly a great adventure. 2 weeks ago, when Roland had offered her this task, Lightning immediately accepted this mission. Furthermore, there was a big difference between Kara, who thought of the ancient book as infallible, and the prince. His Highness repeatedly explained to her that this drawing could only be used as a reference, and that the most important part of the search was her safety. It wouldn't matter if she could find the tower or not. This gave the young girl the impression that she would have a great time. She knew that His Royal Highness was right, even in case that it was Border Town's castle. Over the period of more than 400 years, the plants would have grown almost everywhere and gradually turned into a pile of dust. But she still wanted to find this place, to determine the location of the hexagonal star. It was the equal to determine the position of Takila. Having heard the ins and outs of the matter, Lightning naturally understood what it meant for her to find Takila. That she was helping the prince find the real cause of the outbreak of the war with the devils, which the church was trying to hide with all their might. If she compared this with her father's exciting explorations trying to find new sea routes, it was even more exciting. For her search, Lightning used the chart method. She had separated the map into many small squares, and with keeping a constant speed and counting the time that she flew, she would know how far she had flown. At the same time, she consistently drew out the inside of one of the squares. Every time one of the squares was filled, she also knew that the area had already been searched through. Now, she had already filled half of these squares. The stormy clouds behind her seemed to be approaching faster than Lightning had previously imagined. The young girl could even faintly hear the thunder rolling in the clouds. To be safe, she lowered her height, dropping down towards the forest. At this moment, a gray shadow flashed past her vision, shocking Lightning, who immediately stopped her forward flight. Instead, she hovered in the air, looking back through the mass of green. But she could find nothing. Was it an illusion? Lightning thought, not believing it, she decided to search the area again. But this time, she flew at a much lower height. The forest was no longer one solid block of green, instead turning into a collection of mottled tree trunks, bifurcated branches, and all kinds of different leaves. In front of Lightning's eyes, the details of the world had emerged from a solid block of green. After several scores of breaths, Lightning suddenly detected a small white stone tower hidden behind the tree branches. The complete upper part of the tower had been cut off, leading to the problem that the trees had grown higher than the tower and had covered it with a layer of green, making it nearly impossible to be seen from up in the sky. If not for her wish to avoid the rain-laden clouds, she would most likely have missed it. Lightning's heart began to beat faster. Could it be that this was the location marked on the map? She slowly flew several rounds around the tower, but didn't discover any unusual circumstances, so she decided to take a closer look to see what she could detect. After landing, the witch only found out that it wasn't right to call it a white stone tower. Its surface was covered with vines and moss. During the passing of time, the tower had now become a gray-green. The tower was slightly tilted to the side, giving the impression that it had been hit by a huge force, which had filled the surrounding with scattered stones. These stones were made from the same material and color as the stone tower, and must have been fragments from the tower's former top. The larger pieces were still clear to see, but the smaller ones had already been buried under soil and weeds. The former stone tower was certainly huge. Even now, the bottom area was still as large as Border Town's castle. Ruins like this would usually have a basement. Logically speaking, the right thing to do was to record the location of the remains and then immediately return to the Border Town. The various adventures she had heard also all reminded her that stepping into an already for hundreds of years sleeping ruin wasn't the right choice. For example, the stale air in the sealed basement could have become toxic and would quickly end her short life. Knowing all this, Lightning still didn't move one bit. Her own curiosity was constantly nagging her. Go in and take a look. It won't take long. Once more, she looked up at the sky, seeing that the formerly relatively blue sky had turned a gloomy dark. Apparently, a storm was coming. With this it's decided, she told herself, flying through the rain would be very uncomfortable, so I can't help it and have to hide in the tower, and if I'm already there, I can also take a quick look. In case I actually discover the basement, I absolutely won't go in by myself. After thinking about it, Lightning's obedience had been suppressed by her curiosity, so she went to the vines and began to search for the entrance. When she found it, she pulled out a knife from her waist and cleaned out a small hole. It was only big enough that she could crawl through it. The door, which was previously made out of wood, had already been eroded away long ago, thus she could now successfully enter the tower. As the top was torn off, she wasn't in need of a torch to see clearly. After circling the bottom of the tower, Lightning had still not discovered anything that was exciting. Apparently, over time, all traces of items had been erased by nature. In addition to the remnants of the old walls, there was nothing else left on the ground. Behind a still-standing wall, she discovered a hole in the ground, which should be the place of the former stairs, but every trace of them had already been erased. The access to the basement seemed very conspicuous. It was built in the southwest direction of the floor, facing the entrance of the stone tower. Lightning suspected that if she moved along this path into the wild lands, she would discover the ancient tower city Takilla. At this time, the rain begun to fall from the sky, hitting Lightning on the nose. To keep herself dry and no better option, she entered the hole and slowly walked into the channel that extended underground. When she turned around a corner, she was stopped by a wooden door. Although the door wasn't completely corroded, it still looked dilapidated. As long as it was only touched a little, the door would surely be torn apart. Soon, the outside rain turned into a downpour, and the crackling sound of the rain hitting the ground gradually became one, turning the chaos into an inseparable sound. Where she stood now, she was safe from the rain, but the water began to flow down into the hole. To avoid getting her shoes wet, Lightning lifted her feet from the ground and began to slowly float upwards. Suddenly, she could vaguely hear a cry, mixed with the rain. It was almost indistinguishable. The sudden sound let all her hairs stand up, and the young girl began to look panicky around. But within the narrow passage, she couldn't detect anything besides the scattered stones. With the help of the faint light coming from outside, she opened her bag and took out a torch and flint from inside, wanting to use some fire to take a better look. At this point, the cries sounded again, but this time it actually seemed like it had come from behind the door. Lightning couldn't help it. She flinched and quickly turned around, losing her hold on her torch, dropping it to the ground, where it with a loud splash entered the water. This time the sound had been much clearer. She could faintly distinguish that it was a woman's voice. Was someone in the basement? Thinking of this idea, she began to sweat. How can this be? The stone tower has already been left here for over 400 years. Furthermore, it is also deeply hidden in the forest. In addition to myself, who else can have arrived here? Help me! When the sound could be heard for the third time, she was sure that the sound actually came from behind the wooden door. Also, it sounded like someone was in distress. Lightning swallowed her saliva and carefully placed her hand on the door, gently pushing against it. The wet and creamy wooden door immediately fell backward, smashing with a muffled bang onto the ground, exposing a tall figure directly in front of her. Lightning felt her blood freeze in her veins. The silhouette looked exactly like the devil's in Soria's painting. In the dim light, the devil seems to be watching her, its massive body slightly bent forward, holding a huge axe within its hand, which only had 3 fingers. In the reflecting light, she could clearly see the blood stains on the axe body. For a moment, the bloody images of these horrible monsters killing her sisters came to her mind. Ah! Her scream echoed through the basement. She threw the flint she was still in her hand into the direction of the devil, before she turned around and flew with her fastest speed out of the channel, directly into the rain, fleeing into the direction of Border Town. Lightning did not notice that when the piece of flint smashed in the devil's chest, it created the sound of a crisp crash. The area where it had hit began to crack, quickly spreading until they covered the whole body. The devil's body, covered by cracks, broke into many fragments, turning into white dust, which then disappeared in the wind. Chapter 151, Negotiations, Part 1. After taking a look at the steam engine, Roland and Margaret returned to the office in the cast to continue their discussion and clear up all the details concerning the business contract. In case that such negotiation included haggling over the price, it was usual that the fight between both sides would need around 1 or 2 days to reach a conclusion. Furthermore, it was generally the finance minister who was responsible for negotiating the contract. The Lord would only get to see the final numbers when he placed his signature. Only that the opposite side had already accepted the price. With this agreement, Roland also ended up saving a lot of effort. I expect the first batch of saltpeter will come in a month. It will be the amount of 3 sailboats full, and I will also follow them to Border Town. After giving the amount, Margaret quickly wrote some numbers on a parchment. Calculated in gold royals at the actual market price, the value of the saltpeter will be around 315 gold royals. Until then, Border Town will be able to produce 2 steam engines. Roland deliberately lowered the quantity. They will have a total worth of 1,000 gold royals. You can decide for yourself whether you want to make up the difference with gold royals, or you can also pay us using other resources. What kind of goods do you need? Iron, copper, lead, green vitriol, Roland said. Those are all common minerals, but the first 3 goods I don't need them as raw ore, but as already processed ingots. In addition, I need 10 sets of crystal clear glassware. Since they don't need to have any carving on them, it won't matter if they are in the form of a canteen or a wine cup. But they must be the best quality products of King's City Alchemy Workshop. If the price exceeds the difference, I can fill it with gold royals, or it can be deducted from the price of the 2 steam engines delivered the months afterward. It seems you want to treat me as your dedicated trader, Margaret said. Though I do not have a mine, I know a few peers who specialize in the ore trade, but I would have never expected, with so few nobles living here, you would still consume such an enormous amount of saltpeter. Furthermore, Border Town was established next to the North Slope mine, yet you still have to buy so many ores. This simply isn't in line with my business sense. Your Highness, your territory is simply too inconceivable. A major trait to industrialize production is its great hunger for raw materials, in exchange for the fast output of finished products. So, Roland continued, later on, Border Town will be in even greater need for more goods, so I think it is for the best if we can reach a long-term trade agreement from now on. At this moment, Margaret suddenly became startled and was looking with a face full of surprise behind Roland. When he saw her unusual behavior, he subconsciously turned his head and discovered Lightning, who, soaked through to the skin by rainwater, was pressing herself against the window while still floating in the air. Her face was pale from fear, and she frantically pushed against the glass, trying to come in. Her hair stuck as strands to her forehead, and the water from the rain was continuously flowing over her face. In general, she looked as if she had just stepped out of the river. Roland quickly stood up to open the window. As soon as it was possible, Lightning flew into the room, directly into Roland's arms, and her face that was filled with panic soon relaxed, confusing the warm body she felt with memories from her past. Nightingale, Quickly go and call Nana," Roland ordered anxiously. "Yes," came immediately the response out of the empty room beside him. What happened to her? In the air, she shouldn't have encountered any demonic beasts or any of the devils. Or could it be? Do they also have the ability to fly? Roland roughly checked Lightning's condition, and after he didn't find any obvious signs of trauma, he finally felt a little relief. "Your Royal Highness, is she the one you have called Lightning?" Margaret spoke with a muzzled voice, slowly coming closer to the prince, taking a carefully look at this little girl in his arms. Hearing her question, Roland's heart began to beat faster. Damn, how could I have forgotten about her? He ended up loudly shouting, "Sean!" The guard immediately walked into the office. "Excuse me, Miss Margaret, there is no other way. You will now have to stay here for a while." The prince turned to her while still holding Lightning. "She is a merchant from King's City, so bring her to an empty room on the first floor and take good care of her. Without my command, no one is to let her out of the room." "As you command." "What? No, Your Highness. Please wait." Margaret suddenly realized what was happening. "I have no ill will towards witches, not to mention that she even is the daughter of Sir Thunder. I would never tell the church about this." "It is just a safety measure," Roland interrupted. "Later on, I'll come to see you to verify if you're telling the truth." "Your Highness, she's woken up," Nightingale said, after opening the door to his office. Roland nodded and followed Nightingale into Lightning's bedroom. There was still steam rising from the bucket beside the big bed, and her drenched clothes hung over the edge of the bucket. The bedside was surrounded by a group of witches, while Wendy was sitting on the bed, gently combing the little girl's hair, which, until now, was still not completely dry. But her previously pale face now had got some of its red color back. Her head laid against two pillows, while her quilt was pulled so high that only everything above her mouth wasn't covered, and her eyes were staring at Roland since the moment he had entered the room. What is the situation? She hadn't received any injury. Her coma was caused by exhausting too much of her magic, Nightingale replied. Wendy helped her to clean her body, and when she got into the bed, she didn't wake up for a long time after. Roland went to bed and looked at the girl with a gentle smile. "What happened to you, that you would fly back through the torrential rains in so much panic?" "I found the ruins," Lightning lowly muttered, but the devil was already there. Hearing this, all the expression of the surrounding people immediately changed. "Did you enter it?" Scroll asked. "No," Lightning shook her head and continued to tell the story. "The devil stood in the doorway of the basement, and I could hear people crying for help, but I was too scared. I could do nothing besides escape. I didn't even try to save her." Her voice shrunk to a whisper. "Am I not qualified to do the work of an explorer?" "No, you handled it well enough," Roland encouraged her. "Good explorers know how to read the situation and do not take unnecessary risks. When you couldn't save her, escaping was definitely the right choice." She had to be a witch, Wendy thought aloud. Nobody else could reach the depths of the concealing forest except for another witch. "No, even a witch wouldn't be able to go there." Scroll shook her head in disagreement. "That is a ruin from 450 years ago. Without a map, which indicates the direction one has to travel, the task of finding the location of the stone tower in such a vast sea of trees would be extremely difficult, unless—" "Unless what?" Roland asked. "Unless someone had already been living there," Scroll said slowly. "You mean that they didn't come from the kingdom and found the tower, but instead they are already living there from 450 years ago. One generation after another, living a life in seclusion." Within his heart, the prince had already rejected this speculation. Living for the whole time in the concealing forest shouldn't be possible. Besides a variety of terrible insects and poisonous plants, there was no stable source of food. Only in case you were Bear Grylls, it would be possible to live for such a long term in the forest. Not to mention, in that part of the world, they would have several months of snow every year. Also, with the constant threat of the demonic beasts and devils about, living in the concealing forest was simply suicidal. He once again turned in the lightning's direction. Were there any signs of smoke in the vicinity of the ruins? No. The little girl shook her head. Maybe there exist more than one map, Soria offered. Maybe there are other people like us who are also looking for the whereabouts of the tower. No matter what it is, we cannot help them, Leaves concluded in disappointment. Nobody can so quickly reach the stone tower, except for lightning. I'm afraid we still need to know the real situation. Roland touched his chin. In short, we have to find a way to ensure that we can come back safe and sound. For today the teaching will be stopped. We are all in need of a good rest. When the time is right, the riddle will naturally solve itself. Leaving Lightning's bedroom, he turned to Nightingale and said, "There is still another problem that we have to solve next." "Just let her take off the god's stone of retaliation," Nightingale laughed. "Then everything will be made clear to me." Chapter 152 Negotiations, Part 2. At this time, the rain outside the window had basically already stopped. The clouds were dispersing, and the sun was already on its way down, tinting the sky red. Roland opened the door to the guest room on the first floor, seeing Margaret walking in circles in front of the fireplace, seeming quite restless. When Sean, who had been standing at the side of the room, saw that the prince had just entered the room, he raised his hand to his chest and bowed. Margaret, who had also seen the prince enter, stopped her walking and stepped in front of him, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, how is Lightning?" Roland became startled. There were several kinds of outcomes he had imagined, from being calm to angry and possibly acting cold, but he had never expected that her first sentence would be this: "She's all right, just a little tired." "Is that so? That's good." Margaret looked relieved. "You seem to care about her a lot. She looks exactly like her father, especially her narrow eyes and pointed nose. I could immediately see that she was the daughter of Thunder." Then, with a sigh, she unbuttoned her neckline, lowered her head, and took off a string of gold ornament hanging around her neck. "Only to verify it, previously you said that you have the ability to judge if I am lying. Did you speak about the ability of a witch? If this was what you previous meant, and if you wanted to have me prove my sincerity, then could you please let her join in this conversation? I do not like the feeling of being secretly spied on." Set into the gold ornament, connected to the gold chain, was a hexahedral light blue piece of jewelry, which had to be a high-quality god's stone of retaliation. Roland had been thinking about what he should say to reduce the other's resentment and doubts, not thinking that it was actually Margaret who took up the initiative to do so. To be honest, he felt some admiration for the Seafolk woman. Despite being in such an incredibly unfavorable situation, she was still trying to grasp and hold the leading position in their dialogue. Whether it was her negotiation skills or acting style, everything was consistent with the identity of a successful merchant. He received the offered god's stone of retaliation and put it on a hanger beside the fireplace. Calculating it by the quality of the stone, the estimated suppressive range at which no magic could be used was around 1 meter. Looking at it from Nightingale's eyes, it would look like a black hole around 1 meter big. To avoid the effective range of the god's stone of retaliation, she had to always keep it away from her. "Let's go to the reception room," Roland offered. Since the other side showed their sincerity, he shouldn't act so stingy himself. When the two of them entered the reception room, Nightingale had already stepped out from her fog and was sitting on the side on a couch, with her chin placed on both her hands and deliberately showing a bored expression, as if she had already been waiting there for a long time. When they had seated themselves, Roland first introduced Nightingale. "The name of the woman at my side is Nightingale. She is able to judge the authenticity of your words." "Hello, Miss Nightingale," said Margaret, nodding her head and receiving a greeting in return. "You previously said you don't harbor negative feelings for witches. Why?" Roland immediately started with his first question, which he most wanted to know. "As far as I am aware, the fjords also belongs under the influence of the church. But their influence is far weaker than the belief of the three gods. Regarding this, the sea folk and the sand people are quite similar. They both worship the sky, the sea, and the earth. As for me, she paused, I had a very important and good friend. In the middle of a fishing trip with my friend, it happened that we were unexpectedly hit by a storm. Fighting for our lives, our sailboat was unfortunately hit by a wave, breaking it into many pieces. During this disaster, she became a witch, getting the ability to breathe like a fish. She found me when I had already lost consciousness and was floating on the water, so it was she who dragged me to the shore. What happened later? Nightingale curiosity was piqued. Soon after I had woken up, she left. Perhaps bigger than the wish to be with me, she was more eager to be back in the sea, said Margaret regretfully. Since then, I have never seen her again. People often say that she would appear during foggy days, raising her body out of the water and guiding the fishing boats with her singing, guiding them successfully around the rocks. No matter what, my friend could never be evil, nor the devil's minion. Roland nodded. Witches who had awakened to their power were previously only ordinary people. And in cases where the people already knew the witches before their awakening and had deep contact with an understanding of them, their impression would be hard to change only by the unilateral rhetoric of the church. You seem to know a lot about the power of witches. Only with one sentence, you were able to guess that I had more than one witch. Honestly, because of the relationship with my childhood friend and partner, I became interested in witches. I had even thought myself about the possibility to host those strange women. Margaret smiled. Unfortunately, King's City is completely differently than Border Town. In the end, I had to give up on that idea because the risk was too big. Seeing that lightning had directly moved into your arms, it seems that she is very close to you. Plus, she's a witch. So, I thought that you could be the same as me, someone who doesn't hate the witches. As a lord, hiding a few witches shouldn't be a difficult task for you, especially here in the borderland. But you still have to be very careful. If you are found by the church, it would be hard for you to save them. Speaking of it, until now Nightingale still did not find any sign that the other had lied. With this, she had already rejected the possibility of Margaret informing the church. Roland also finally came to a conclusion in his heart, so with a slightly apologetic tone he said, "It seems that I was indeed a bit oversensitive. I hope you don't mind." "No, Your Highness, after all. It was also for Lightning and the safety of the other women." Margaret waved dismissively with her hand. "Au contraire, if you didn't care, then you would truly be an irresponsible person." "Are you familiar with thunder?" Roland asked. "Your love for lightning is much greater than the concern of ordinary people for the heroic children." In the face of such a question, Marjorie hesitated for a moment. Roland had said if she didn't want to answer a question, she should just act as he had never asked, but she eventually slowly started to speak. "To tell you the truth, later when I left the fishing village, I joined one of the expeditions of Sir Thunder. Together with them, I explored the sea for a long time. As a young and new team member, Sir Thunder and his wife took extra care of me. On the day that Lightning was born, I was also there. She was born on board. Yes, during a storm, outside of the cabin, the thunder rolled and lightning continually lit up the sky. However, shortly after her birth, Sir Thunder's wife died because of a sepsis infection, and I acted as her half-mother. But I couldn't give her any breast milk. I used to chew wheat porridge and mixed it together with fish eggs and flour, slowly feeding it to her." Margaret's voice has become very gentle. Although Sir Thunder was incomparable sad, he still had to command the flotilla. Without him as the backbone, the crew would quickly collapse after only a few months. During that time, I just stayed in the cabin, watching over how lightning slowly grew, until Sir Thunder found the Shadow Islands. After the discovery, we returned to the Crescent Moon Bay, and the expedition was over. Not much later, I left the fjord and settled down in the kingdom of Greycastle. So that was what it was. Roland lamented in his heart. No wonder that, when she heard the name of Thunder, her reaction would be so strong. As for why Margaret had decided not to continue to follow Thunder on his adventures, he could roughly guess 1 or 2 reasons. Even so, it seemed to be the beginning of a love story. It didn't mean that the ending would be one had hoped for. Such a coincidence, to meet again after crossing many rivers and walking along windy mountain roads. Now that they had already such a close relationship, wasn't it possible to get an even bigger discount for buying and selling? He coughed twice. Miss Margaret, since we can be counted as acquaintances, about that deal. Your Highness, that just won't do. Margaret laughed. A deal is a deal. This is the businessman's eternal principle. Chapter 153, Alchemy, Part 1. Kyle Sitch walked into the alchemy workshop. Head instructor. When the apprentices saw him enter, they immediately bowed. He waved his hand. You may carry on. The apprentice squatted down again, once again busying themselves with their work. The outermost part of the workshop was the cleaning and sorting room. It was here that all of the gathered materials from all over the kingdom of Greycastle was cleaned, sorted, filtered, and ground down. The design of the cleaning and sorting room was very ingenious. Laid within the stone floor were 2 rills with water flowing in them, which were also parallel to each other. The area in the middle was the path, while the outermost sides of the room were used as cleansing area and were accessible by wooden bridges. At first glance, the long and narrow washroom was divided by the 2 streams into 3 sections. The light would fall into the room through windows on both sides, shining on the stone floor and streams, sending strips of lights through the long room. The overlap between light and dark resembled the strip of a snake. Nearly 100 apprentices leaned against the walls, dealing with the materials assigned to them. If the impurities could be easily cleaned and were lighter than the water, it could be directly thrown into the stream. If it was heavier than water, they would be put into a basket, to be brought out of the washing room and then discarded. The effect of cleaning with running water was several times more effective than cleaning in a cask of stagnant water. The apprentice had to study here for 3 to 5 years. Only when their proficiency in the sorting and cleaning of all kinds of materials were good enough and the corresponding knowledge was known by them did they get the opportunity to be selected as a disciple under an instructor, and in so doing moving on to the next room. Kyle marched through the washing room, stepping into the core area of the alchemy workshop, the refining room. When he opened the door, his line of sight suddenly opened to a wide panorama, 12 giant wooden pillars, all of which came out of the concealing forest and were delivered by ship, propping up this extremely spacious room. Within the surrounding stone walls, there were many windows, and even the roof was included in the construction and had many windows connected to the patio, making the room very bright. In the center of the refining room, there were arranged 6 wide wooden tables. The tables were filled with all kinds of alchemical utensils, round-bottomed flasks, glasses, scales, mortars, furnaces, crucibles. Each instructor was responsible for the management and use of one table, and Kyle, as Redwater City's head instructor, naturally had the longest and widest table to himself, with most of the utensils placed on it. The room was always full of clutter and in disorder, just like the alchemy process in general. Mixing all kinds of raw materials together, then heating, carbonizing, watering, or burning them. The results were ever-changing and simply fascinating. In case you were able to find a clear path to follow within all these changes and disorders, it would become written down, turning it into one of the extremely rare alchemy formulas. As long as you were able to create a unique formula, you could be called an alchemist. So far, Kyle has had written down more than a dozen alchemy formulas, and he believed that each of them had been directly sent to him by God, and that alchemy could be developing to such a level that it would even be possible to separate the origin, making it possible to transmute everything. "Chavez, how far are you with your snow powder imitation?" he asked. Hearing his name, a 20-year-old young man came over, shaking his head. These wretched alchemists of King's City definitely still add other raw materials into it. Until now, the powder is too fine that it can't even be extracted and used for anything useful. He was Redwater's Alchemy Workshop's youngest alchemist, and now he wanted to recreate the alchemy recipe for snow powder. But it seemed to be impossible without a long accumulation of knowledge, many attempts, and sometimes a bit of luck. Many people, for their whole lifetime, only managed to become disciplines. Even until their death, they were unable to get past the last step. Chavez, however, had a remarkable talent for alchemy. 2 years ago, he summarized the recipe of dry distillation of green vitriol to receive an acidic liquid, winning the recognition of 5 alchemists, owning from now on his own long table. "Do not worry, it will come slowly." Kyle smiled and patted the young man's shoulder, offering him some comfort. After 8 years as chief instructor, Kyle naturally understood the difficulty of finding the right path through all the disorder and chaos. "However, I ended up making something good yesterday evening. The moment those haughty animals examine it, they will lose all their color. Come with me." He went to his desk, to where he had had 2 disciplines deliver a storage box of about half a person's height and made completely out of iron, making it nearly impossible to be stolen nor easy to be destroyed. He pulled out the key and opened the first layer of lattice. Within the middle of the lattice, there laid a small piece of transparent crystal. "Did you cut off a piece of a crystal?" Chavez, who stood at the side, took the crystal carefully into his hand to examine it, holding it in front of the window. "No, this is crystal glass. God, you did it." "Yes," Kyle smiled proudly. "I already can't wait to see their expression when those guys discover that their proudest alchemy discovery had been successfully imitated by me. They will end up showing such a wonderful expression." Chavez, who hadn't been able to suppress his exclamation, had gathered the attention of all the others' alchemists. They all put down their work and came over to take a look for themselves. "This is the product you've worked on until late last night. It really is great. It's so beautiful. It looks just like a crystal. Congratulations, this will let the place of our alchemy workshop within the Duke's heart greatly increase. How did you do it? Can you tell me?" Kyle nodded. "We all know that the glass made out of the river sand comes extremely close to it, but in the end, when burned, the glass will still contain different colors. This is because the sand still contains some impurities. Now there are 2 possibilities. First, to think of ways to remove the impurities. Second, to try to get sand which is purer from the beginning. We all tried both methods. I also did the same. The success of the alchemical process largely depends on chances and luck. I selected fine white sand from Willow Town and sandstone from the fallen Dragon Ridge. Everyone around him was quietly listening. No one spoke a word until he had finished his explanation. They even tried to suppress their breath. "So that's how it's done. That was very thoughtful of you." Crystals were very rare and expensive gems, and the colorless and transparent crystal are even rarer. So only the clearest of translucent glass had the right to be known as crystal glass. The haughtiness of the alchemy workshop in the King's City was mostly based on their method for producing crystal glass, always dominating the Redwater City's alchemy workshop. Furthermore, the yearly income of gold royals let the Duke of Redwater City develop a deep feeling of envy. But after today, this situation would soon change. If Chavez could also figure out the composition of snow powder, coupled with the double stone method to create acid, we will be able to completely overthrow the domineering position of King's City's alchemy workshop. By then, those who are always used to looking down on other people, I am afraid they will have no choice other than to lower their cookie heads. After picturing this, Kyle Kimmel's mood became even better. As he was preparing himself to screen the raw materials for the second batch of crystal glass, a frantic discipline run to his side. "Chief Instructor, a messenger from border town from the western border want to see you." He brought a letter from Roland Wimbledon with him, the fourth prince. Fourth prince? Kyle began to frown. It seemed that there really was such a person in the royal family. He knew nearly nothing about nobility. In his impression, they were all uneducated and ignorant, always fighting for more power and wealth. What is he looking for? "I do not know. The messenger said that as soon as you read the letter, you will naturally understand the meaning of His Royal Highness." The chief instructor exposed an extremely impatient look. "In all likelihood, the content of the letter will be recruitment offer for only a small sum. If that's the case, I should show him that alchemy isn't a cheap trick. However, since the other person is a prince, I still have to maintain a basic state of etiquette. Take me to see him, so that I can get the letter and send him on his way." Chapter 154 Alchemy, Part 2. When Kyle Sitchai returned home, it was already completely dark outside. After dinner with his family, he returned to his study and recorded the recipe for crystal glass together with its required raw materials and his experience of producing it in his own book, The Door to Alchemy. In it, he had recorded his journey from the day he had started as an apprentice to his days as chief instructor. At the same time, he had also included all of the newly discovered alchemic recipes of the Redwater Alchemy Workshop. Kyle believed that with the help of this book, he would earn his place in all kinds of history books. Even thousands of years later, alchemists would still have his name deeply engraved in their minds. Only after the candle was nearly burnt out did Kyle finally put down his pen and made himself ready to sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the letter from the prince, and until now, he hadn't read a word of it. Glancing at the candle, he saw that only a fingernail's worth of candle was left, so he decided to use the last bit of time to read this letter, so that he could give a verbal reply to the messenger on the next day. The small remaining bit of candle would only be enough for him to write a few dozens of words, but it would still be enough to read a worthless letter. After opening the envelope, he saw that it contained 3 sheets of paper, of which the first page was the common courtesy and introduction of their titles and their territory. Kyle didn't even bother himself to take a look at it. He directly moved on to the second page. The second page didn't contain the expected recruiting offer or lash-out, making Kyle feel a little surprised. Instead, all that was written were 5 strange formulas. After taking a careful look, he noticed that each formula was made up out of 3 compositions. "Oh, that's a little mean," he smiled. In the end, regardless of the which purpose the prince had, at least he was somewhat tricky in the end. He swept his gaze over the first line. "Dry distillation of saltpeter produces nitric acid." Saltpeter, dry distillation, nitric acid. These were all terms used in alchemy. Kyle was totally surprised. Isn't this the double stone acid method? The acidic liquid produced by dry distillation of saltpeter has to be gathered inside a special container. It looks exactly like ordinary water, so it will be hard to recognize. However, it is very corrosive. Not only does it have the ability to burn away skin, but it can even dissolve some metals. This is actually an alchemic formula. Is it possible that Border Town also has an alchemy instructor? He quickly moved his gaze to the next line. If the first sentence was already enough to surprise him, then the second sentence was simply incredible. It consisted of a bunch of inexplicable symbols standing side by side, forming an equation. Kyle frowned. He had never seen such strange symbols in his whole life. Looking further down, it seemed that the third sentence was the interpretation of the second sentence, including the names and meanings of the symbols. To be honest, he was still unable to understand the symbols even with the explanation. The hard-to-pronounce words were apparently all newly coined words. In order to link the words with the symbols, he had to read them again and again. But even after all this, the sentence meaning was still a much too complex puzzle for him. At this moment, the flame of the candle shook twice and went out. Hell! Kyle cursed loudly within his heart, and without any hesitation, he took a new candle from the drawer and began reading once more. When the second candle had already burned halfway, the chief instructor's hands that were holding the pages were shaking heavily. What seemed to be a letter with nearly nothing on it had taken many times longer than the usual time spent reading a neatly written page. On top of the second page of the letter, there were only 5 formulas. Unexpectedly, they were all alchemy formulas. If it was only given like this, then they would still be an outstanding master alchemist, but it was still not an impossible accomplishment to sum up 5 alchemy recipes by oneself. However, these 5 formulas, in addition to the first method for producing acid, were all correlated well with each other. Certain neologisms appeared repeatedly, giving the appearance that it was a maintained cycle. Nitric acid reacts with silver to produce silver nitrate. Mixed together with water, it becomes nitric oxide. Silver nitrate reacts with iron to form ferrous nitrate and silver. Silver nitrate reacts with copper to form copper nitrate and silver. Copper nitrate reacts with iron to form ferrous nitrate and copper. Previously, Kyle had already put a silver bar into the acidic liquid. It hadn't taken long before the silver was dissolved. Dissolving something or letting it become invisible were the characteristic of acid. It corroded anything. But now, this unknown alchemist had stated that the silver nitrate had been dissolved in the water, and on the surface it seemed to have gone away. But in fact, the silver had only morphed into another kind of existence, instead of being annihilated as previously thought. How can this be? No, Kyle shook his head. Apparently, the other side had already guessed my way of thinking, so that meant these formulas correlating with each other isn't something accidental, he realized. This person wrote these formulas exactly so that I could confirm them, whether it is silver, iron, or copper. These are all common minerals. According to the following alchemy recipes, the silver can reappear again, proving that it wasn't annihilated and still exists within the acid. Seeing these formulas so neatly arranged on the paper again and again, it became increasingly more difficult for him to breathe. If these alchemy formulas could be proven to be true, their years of accumulated experience, the effort that all of his colleagues had put in, and even the writing in his own book, The Door to Alchemy, would be nothing more than a joke. You can go to sleep early on with the child. I have to go to the alchemy workshop again. To the surprise of his wife, he wouldn't attend to her tonight. Instead, Kyle put on his coat and left straight into the night. Arriving at the alchemy square, he immediately called for the 3 disciples who were still busy on their duties, telling them that he now had to conduct an alchemy test, and they had to light all the torches and candles. The more they lit, the better. His order was quickly executed, and soon after his wide table became illuminated by flames. Afterward, his disciples began to shuffling between the materials room and the refining room, preparing all the test materials for the chief instructor. They had already produced several acid liquids out of dry distilled saltpeter, so he could immediately start verifying the second alchemy recipe. He took some of the acid liquid and poured it into a glass. He then put a silver bar into it. Soon after the reaction started, and the bar gradually corroded, creating many small bubbles. To shorten the anxiety-filled waiting process, he turned his attention to the 3rd page of the letter. But on it were only one short sentence. This was only a small part of my work. If you want to know more answers, you have to come to Border Town. Damn it. Writing this sentence is equivalent to writing nothing. If I'm able to verify the formulas, I have no other option other than to go and visit this unknown master. Otherwise, there will only be sleepless nights left to me for the rest of my life. After waiting until no more bubbles emerged, he removed the incomplete, dissolved silver bar and put a small piece of copper into the cup instead. Immediately, an incredible things started to happen on the surface of the copper. A thin white film began to appear, looking like a beetle's shell. The white layer became larger and larger, slowly covering the whole surface of the copper, while the colorless acid slowly turned blue. It is exactly the same as described in the letter. The white precipitate is silver, and the newly produced copper nitrate and silver nitrate can both easily dissolve in water, copper nitrate, and then there is silver nitrate, but its solution is blue. Looking into the cup, Kyle's I saw that it had turned blue, just as stated. Early the next day, when Chavez came to the alchemic workshop, he was greeted by the chief instructor, who looked completely haggard with deep black circles under his eyes, shocking him greatly. "Didn't you get any sleep last night?" Chavez asked, surprised. "Had you worked the night through to create a second batch of crystal glass?" Kyle just shook his head and signaled that he should follow him to his table. There he tiredly asked, "You are the disciple of which I'm the proudest, so I would like to ask, what do you think alchemy is?" Just what you have taught me." Looking at the table, Chavez noticed that it was fully loaded with a number of glasses, including a few cups, which were filled with solutions of different colors. For example, one of them was sky blue and very eye-catching. Could this be the reason that the chief instructor did not sleep last night? Although Chavez was full of confusion, he still replied honestly, "I think the same. The essence of alchemy is to find the truth of the world in all the disorder and chaos." No, Chavez, I was wrong." Kyle interrupted. "Everyone was wrong. That isn't alchemy." Was it? Chavez felt that the other side acted strangely. First, he worked the whole night through in the alchemy workshop, and now he asks such baffling questions. Not able to wait for Chavez's next question, the head instructor began to explain. "Unlike what you, I, and everyone else thought, alchemy is ordered. It can even be said that it is following the principle of 1 + 1 = 2. No matter what you do, material will never increase nor will it disappear." "Will never increase or disappear? What are you talking about? Isn't that what alchemists usually do? To create new things, we just put some commonly seen raw materials and combine them after filtering and separation." Chavez answered in bewilderment. "Yes, I also thought like so, but now after I have read the letter sent by the Lord of Border Town." Kyle patted his shoulder, opened his mouth, and said some surprising words to Chavez. "I will soon leave this city and go to Border Town to find some answers. Do you want to come with me?" Chapter 155 Visitor. Roland received the first purchase order for the steam engine, and the transaction's amount was the largest so far. Each naked engine for the price of 500 gold royals, with the first delivery planned for in 2 months, followed by an increase of 1 engine per month until it reached a total of 10 engines together. For future technical support, like replacing broken parts or improving equipment, a payment of additional gold royals would then be required. Since the natives had never heard of a free warranty service, it meant more money for Roland. Barav was the one who was most excited about the deal. In his view, every increase in the town hall's revenue, no matter whether it was by looting or by trade, was worthy of praise. But there were naturally also some who were against it. For example, Carter, Scroll, and Nightingale expressed all their opinion. They felt that it was still too early for them to sell these powerful machines to outsiders. Even more so, considering in hindsight that Border Town didn't even have enough machines for themselves. Roland didn't explain his reason to them because he didn't look at it only from the view of a lord. No, he also looked at it from the perspective of a way in which he could promote the speed of the Industrial Revolution. It was almost impossible to achieve the task of advancing the process of industrialization alone, even with the knowledge of later generations. After all, the amount Border Town could handle was extremely limited. Even if he produced a lot of industrial products now, there would still be no one there to buy them from him. So, There was only one solution available to him. He must allow more people to join in on the revolution. Only by doing this could new power applications sweep across the kingdom like a wave. What would he get by selling the steam engine? A sufficient amount of money, a huge number of new jobs, as well as a group of skilled workers, with the latter being the most important part. This was also the reason for Roland's low production rate. With Anna's new ability, her former and new production efficiency shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. As long as she had enough raw materials, she could now cut out a dozen of steam engines a day. Such products could also easily be sold, but that would only be simply the selling of a machine. But if he wanted to develop the industry, he had to set up a special team responsible for production, assembly, and the maintenance of the steam engine. In Roland's plan, he would build a factory with all the needed tools, such as a boring machine, planing machine, milling machine, and so forth. The complete steam engine production would only be done by the hands of ordinary workers. In the beginning, it should be expected that the factory's efficiency would still be low, and the quality of the first products would also be too horrible to look at. But slowly, everything would surely come on to the right track. In addition, with the experience Anna had gathered by creating them step by step on her own, as long as the workers became familiar with the process, it would be guaranteed that the output would start to increase. The next step would be to use the profits from the sale of machinery to expand the production scale and also to train more workers. While at the same time, the already experienced older workers would gain the ability to manufacture products of higher quality, such as steam trains, steamships, and so forth. For Roland, there was no doubt that this would become a virtuous cycle. Those to whom he had sold the steam engine would also indirectly create benefits for border town. For example, if they used them for mining, they could reduce the ore prices. If they used them for shipping, it would also promote trade. When used for spinning and weaving, they could make up for their own deficiency. Roland was already eager to see how the new steam power would spread over the whole nation, and all these machines would come from border town. And once he was able to unify the entire kingdom of Greycastle, he could then save a lot of time and work. He also considered the possibility that buyers could try to imitate the steam engine, but for the new steam engine, he would use new circular cylinder, which could only be drilled out by using his boring machine. He had also considered deliberately designed some complex components, which would be hard to reproduce, by relying on the current level of technology. Roland didn't believe that they would be able to produce a qualitatively good steam engine, even if they could count on a witch that was able to provide high temperature. After being able to negotiate such a big order, and after finding a way to sell his industrial products, Roland should have felt elated, but he couldn't find any trace of happiness within himself at all. Everything has cleared up itself, so why are you still showing such a bitter face? Nightingale lifted her legs and sat by the side of the table, holding a plate of dried fish. Are you still troubled with the news of the church? When Scroll wasn't around, Nightingale's behavior always became a lot more casual. Sitting on the corner of his desk or laying down on the couch were all her usual places. For other lords, actions such as these would be seen as offensive, but Roland became aware of the fact that he didn't mind it as much as he thought he would, and Nightingale was also clearly aware of it. I always wondered why the church would support Garcia and me for the fight to the throne, but now I think I'm starting to understand it. If my guess is right, I'm afraid that Timothy also got an invitation from the church. Roland knit his brow. In addition to the business deal, Margaret also brought him a lot of new intelligence that she had gathered from the Four Kingdoms. One of the things that Roland was the most surprised about was that the church had attacked and taken over the kingdom of Endless Winter. If the merchant was right, they would now also be busy preparing the last steps before they launched an attack on the Wolfshart kingdom. This news had hit Roland like a thunderbolt out of the blue, and ever since then, he had turned all of this information in his head over and over, slowly forming a picture filled with bad omens. Why should they support all three of you at the same time with the fight for the throne? It's not called supporting, it's called consuming. Roland shook his head. The church doesn't care if the war spreads throughout the whole country. They'll be happy as long as they see a lot of infighting inside the kingdom of Greycastle. As for the possibility that the church's believers might get involved in the war, this didn't actually matter to them. The kingdom of Greycastle isn't as weak as the kingdom of Eternal Winter was. With its vast territory and also a large number of population, if they wanted to take it over by force, they would have lost a lot of their military power. But by helping us to kill each other, they only have to pay a small price to take over the kingdom. It doesn't matter how many believers they would have left, after all. The church wanted to build its own kingdom. Those pills were nothing more than a well-prepared trap. When Wimbledon III issued the order for the Battle of the Throne, it was the same as giving the church the right to dictate the situation. After the kingdom of Greycastle, the Wolfshart Kingdom and the kingdom of Endless Winter have been taken over by them. The kingdom of Dawn won't be able to stay standing, will be soon to fall. The real purpose of the church is probably the reunification of the four kingdoms, taking into account how slow information travels during this era and the people's indifference to politics. It is quite possible that they will only then be able to see the truth and hear the warnings after it's already too late. This was why he was feeling so anxious. At the moment, there was no basis for them to establish a united front, and hoping that the nobility of the kingdom of Greycastle will rush to their rescue if they were to hear his fantastic tale, it was more likely that they would rush to the church and act as their last line of defense. Thus, if Roland wanted to stop them, he had to rely almost entirely on the troops of the Western Territory. But you also have those new weapons, and the army of judges isn't much stronger than ordinary knights. I don't believe that they could win against you. Roland could still clearly remember the time when the church was a horrible monster for Nightingale, a source of endless fear. But that she now had so much confidence in herself came as a small surprise. He still managed to show her a reassuring smile, but inwardly he could only sigh. It wouldn't be difficult for Anna to make revolvers, but there was still a big difference between producing a prototype and launching a mass production of something. Whether it was the reset of the trigger or the automatically turning of the cylinder, both showed good performance. But as long as he couldn't solve the problem of how to fire the bullets, there wouldn't be any real value in these new weapons. In the absence of mercury or mercuric nitrate, he will have to use some alternative materials as a primer. Hopefully, the guard I sent to the city of Redwater will bring back good news, Roland thought. Just at this moment, when he had recovered the enthusiasm of the former day, Lightning, who should have been busy carrying out her daily training, came into the office and brought an unexpected message. The flag flowing at the eastern side of Border Town, near the woods, was replaced by a blue flag. According to Roland's secret information system, the blue flag represented that there was a new witch that had entered Border Town. Chapter 156, Putting the Picture Together. Theo ascended a small hill. From here he could vaguely see the edge of Border Town and also the outline of the Lord's castle. Finally, I'm back, he thought. Previously, in order to reach Silver City, he had needed half a month, but the way back they only needed 7 days, the longest time of which was spent on the road between Silver City and Redwater City. Although it seemed that Ashes didn't care for it herself, Theo still chose scarcely used trails to reduce the possibility of being caught by the church. Ashes was the name he had gotten from his witch companion, but even after all this time, Theo didn't know if that name was her real one or not. During their travel, she was always dressed in a black robe, and a great sword was wrapped in clothes on her back. Her long black hair was tied into a simple tail, dangling down to her waist. Whether it was during the ride or their travel on a boat, she rarely put her focus on Theo. She always walked alone at the front, taking in the surrounding scenery. Probably for her, this trip to border town was just a relaxed and comfortable stroll, sort of like a sightseeing tour. Sometimes Theo would doubt his own judgment. Was she really a soldier? She could easily stumble over the robe she wore. To keep such long hair was equivalent to showing plenty of holes in her defenses. Furthermore, from the beginning of their journey, Ashes never seemed to be afraid of presenting her back to him. The part of her body that he saw from her the most was always her back. He didn't believe that a witch would be able to trust other people so quickly, only letting him guess that she might be confident enough in her own abilities that even a god stone of retaliation wouldn't be a threat to her. Theo circled the hillside, soon finding his goal, a flagpole with a red flag hanging on it. He went to the flagpole and dug a bundle out from the mud. Folded within it was a blue flag, which was used as a replacement for the red flag. Afterward, he sat down on the ground and clasped his hands. "That's all you have to do?" asked Ashes. At least that was what they had said. Theo wiped away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead. "Go to the foot of the hill on the northeast side of the town. There you have to follow the stone trail until you reach a flagpole. When you arrived at the pole, you only need to replace the flying flag with the blue one buried beside the pole. We will see the flag and soon arrive at your location, so from then on, you will only need to wait, and we will come." Ashes nodded and then began to look for a relatively clean place to sit. She then reached out her hand in Theo's direction. Wait a moment." Theo unlocked his backpack and took a piece of dried meat from inside it. He first tore it in half and threw one piece of it into his own mouth, while throwing the rest of the meat to Ashes. Theo sighed when he saw the witch put the meat into her small mouth and began to chew. Who could have thought that in addition to her great sword, she did not even have one copper royal on her whole body? Even though she was totally penniless, she still dared to swagger so much during their rush back to border town. During the whole way, all the accommodation and meals had been paid for by himself. The rooms in the inns had to be single bedrooms of the finest quality, and when they ate it could only be meat, dry food, and things like portable foods. Furthermore, always had to eat the first half of it by himself before she would eat her part. Probably with the exception of the time she was on the field, she was a very cautious person. However, wouldn't the most prudent approach to safety be to prepare her own food? "You always wanted to know where we are going. It is to the opposite part of the channel." After swallowing the meat, Ashes suddenly said, "I am not sure if you've ever heard the rumors about the fjords, but there are countless islands there. Some of them have a very dangerous environment, so those are always scarcely populated. We are going to settle on one of those islands and build homes on it that only belong to witches." Theo was stunned. No matter how he had tried to inquire from her before, she had always been silent, so why had she suddenly taken the initiative by herself to bring up this matter? "Are you surprised? Are you asking yourself why I didn't bring up this subject before?" Ashes began to explain seriously. "There was the possibility that you were a liar who would pretend to sleep, but at night would instead run to the church. But now the girls should have already reached halfway to their goal. They should already have entered the merchant ferry to the fjord. So even if you tell them now, the church will be unable to stop them. Also, I came here to take the other witches of the Witch Cooperation Association with me. So sooner or later the news will have already reached your ear. Thus continuing to hide it has already become meaningless. Even though I've already brought you to Border Town, you still cannot rule out the possibility that I'm a liar." "Yes, that's true," said Ashes, stressing every word. "But in the end, if we are unable to meet another witch, you will die here, together with everyone else who is trying to harm us witches." "All right," Theo took a deep breath. "Can I ask you some other questions?" Ashes thought for a moment. "Sure, but I can't guarantee that I will answer. Do you come from the kingdom of Grey Castle? I have never seen such eyes as yours before. He decided to start to ask her about her origin first. This shouldn't be any kind of sensitive information, and at the same time, it should reduce the wariness in her heart. I was born in the kingdom of endless winter, but this has nothing to do with the color of my eyes. The moment I became a witch, my eyes turned into this pair of eyes you see now. Kingdom of endless winter. That's a long way between your kingdom and the kingdom of Grey Castle. There are even 2 other kingdoms between them. So how did you come to Silver City? When I was young, I was sold the church, and then, she paused. I've been wandering from the monastery in the old holy city all the way to the kingdom of Grey Castle, until I meet her, finally ending my wandering life. She? Theo asked curiously. Tilly Wimbledon, Ashes answered, suddenly showing a warm expression on her face. She took me in. The guard's heart beat faster. When he had previously heard her saying the name Tilly, he had never thought that it was any sort of famous person. But now, with the Wimbledon family name attached to it, the meaning became entirely different. Tilly Wimbledon was Roland Wimbledon's sister, the 5th princess of the kingdom of Grey Castle. So, when he asked her his next question, his voice quivered. Is she your leader? Leader? Ashes nodded. To me, she is so much more. She is the most important person to me. Someone that no one else could ever replace. When the night fell, the 2 lit up a bonfire. Ashes took off her sword, raising it a little bit out of its cover, showing that the edge of the weapon was close to the width of her waist, and also that it was covered with many marks of previous clashes. The grayish sword didn't have any edge that was usually seen on a blade, and its weight alone was enough to squash any one person. For most people, lifting this sword would already be an impossible task, but in her hands, it seemed to only be as heavy as a light blade. How many blacksmiths had she robbed in order to get enough material to forge a sword like that? Ah, Theo thought, if the prince and his witches delay for much longer, it is entirely possible that I will become the next victim of that sword. I heard that the Lord of Border Town is also a Wimbledon. He decided to find something to talk about. Otherwise, the waiting time seemed to be especially hard for him to bear. Roland Wimbledon, she muttered. I have seen him before. What? Theo opened his mouth. I was sheltered by Tilly and began to work as her guard in the palace, so there naturally was the opportunity to meet several of her brothers and sisters. Ashes seemed to already have a good understanding of the 4th prince, incompetent, arrogant, without any learning or skills. It was hard to believe that he was Tilly's brother. Also, in some areas his courage wasn't so small. To the end of her sentence, her tone had become colder. Theo could not keep himself from shuddering. He had heard a lot of rumors of the prince's previous behavior. For example, he would always brag, was also fond of using cunning plots and things like molesting someone else's maid. Although he had never used violence or threatened the other side, it was still hard to avoid someone in his position. Surely, he wouldn't. At this moment, Ashes suddenly stood up, staring into the direction of the road. Someone has come, and they are more than one. Theo followed her gaze, and he could also slowly see the outline of figures gradually appearing from the night's darkness. The one who took the lead was the witch personally responsible for His Royal Highness' security. Nightingale, Chapter 157, Ashes, Part 1. When Ashes saw the people appear, she immediately knew that they were witches. She could feel the magic on their bodies, showing that Theo had not lied. But that wasn't all. She could also roughly determine their strength, especially from the witch leading them. Her magic felt like a sharp knife. Just by focusing on her, she could already feel a faint stabbing pain. My name is Ashes. I'm so glad to meet you sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. Ashes put her sword aside and approached the 4 witches to embrace one after another. No, she thought, there are 5 of them. Ashes raised her head, looking at the black spot circling above them in the sky. Doesn't she want to come down? She acts as our lookout. The witch in the lead answered laughingly, I am Nightingale. Then she pointed at the other 3 witches, their scroll, leaves, and echo. Then she pointed upwards, and the little girl in the sky is lightning. When Ashes looked at Scroll, she was startled. The feeling of magic she got from her body was feeble. It seems like her body was constantly hidden behind clouds. Getting such feeling gave her a big surprise, an extraordinary. Hearing her question, Nightingale became curious. Are you able to see the magic? No, not seeing but feeling, Ashes explained. Since their body got changed by magic, Extraordinary can detect the form and flow of magic. I think this sister must feel it the same way as I do. Scroll nodded and said with a smile, Indeed, it allowed me to find a lot of companions in the vast sea of people. Do you know how rare such extraordinaries are? Nightingale said. Hearing that the other's concern was about the frequency of extraordinaries, rather than what are extraordinaries, Ashes thought to herself, how could it be that the Witch Cooperation Association had already heard about an extraordinary? This term is strictly banned by the church. After all, their abilities are directly affecting their own body, and with this aren't suppressed by the God's stone of retaliation. Any person who got into contact with an extraordinary was the #1 enemy for the church. There will be one extraordinary witch for every 1,000 other witches. Ashes was still thinking about the previous issue, but her face was still unreadable like always. So far, with the addition of Scroll, I have seen only 3 people. After pausing for a moment, Ashes asked, By the way, I remember that the name of the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association was Kara. How is she? She is dead. Nightingale shook her head. She died during the search for the Holy Mountain. That's a real pity. Ashes expressed her condolences in a small voice, but what she really was concerned about at the moment was that the other side hadn't shown much sadness when Nightingale had answered her question. Who is your new leader right now? Let go back to town first. Nightingale just smiled. You will see him soon. They walked into the town like any ordinary civilian, giving Ashes the feeling that there was something wrong. How could it be that the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association are able to just walk along the streets while holding torches? And what was even more unexpected was that the town wasn't dead after nightfall. Behind the paper windows of many residences, she could see the outline of weak fires, like candles burning. Listening carefully, she could even hear many children reading aloud. Candles, although this kind of item can't be called expensive, shouldn't be easily affordable with civilians' limited savings. They wouldn't be able to buy many of them, so they couldn't easily be used. Seeing that the town actually had this many residents lighting up candles at night was such an incredible scene to look at. Also, judging by the constant word-for-word reading, are they all trying to teach their children how to read? However, since the others didn't mention this strange behavior with a single word, Ashes was too lazy to ask herself. Anyway, here isn't the place where we will live in the future. The only thing I have to do is to take you away from here as soon as possible. After many turns along the way, the group was getting closer to the castle area, allowing Ashes to see the walls and the patrolling guards even in the dark night. Where are we going? She couldn't stop herself from asking. But to her shock, the answer she got from Nightingale was, to Border Town's castle. It is right in front of us. Wait, she slowed down. That is the place where the Lord lives. Well, it is also the home of us witches. Were you able to reach an agreement with the Lord? Ashes frowned. Even if the local forces were vigorous and coordinated, it was still difficult to face the church with their God's stone of retaliation. So, the only possibility for cooperation between a local lord and the witches was when the witches had their own way out, assuring them that they would survive. Unfortunately, when having to deal with such a vulnerable group of witches, most lords were reluctant to sit down and talk fairly about the conditions of the contract. It was more often that they endlessly squeezed them dry and demanded more. so the road to reaching an agreement with local lords was usually blocked. "I suppose you could call it that," Nightingale said in a voice without any trace of depression. Rather, it was full of warmth. "Every one of us has signed a contract with His Royal Highness." Ashes wasn't able to feel happiness for them. Those contracts written with paper and pen were not binding at all. As soon as the Lord became tired of paying them or wanted to terminate their relationship of equality, he only had to knead the contract into a ball and throw it into the fireplace. There would be no one who would fight for the injustice the witches would have to face. Their status was like a small boat alone in a storm, always afraid of getting overturned. "Fortunately, now I'm here," she thought. "With me, they can leave from here and go to the other side of the sea. There, us witches have built our own homes and live far away from the church and any other secular threats." Sure enough, when they stepped through the castle's gates, the guards just nodded and said hello when they saw the appearance of the witches. Compared to the king's palace, the lord's castle in Border Town was undoubtedly much smaller and darker. There were so few solitary torches burning on the walls of the corridor that their swaying lights weren't able to cover the entire stone floor. Walking along the dark corridors, Ashes got a depressing feeling. However, this feeling only lasted until they reached the entrance to the living room. There, the room was suddenly brightly lit up by fires. Entering the hall, Ashes could see some more witches. It seemed they had all been waiting for her, and the moment she stepped into the room they began to applaud and welcome her. Nightingale, who wanted to give a brief introduction, took 2 steps forward, but suddenly one of the witches who had previously waited in the room rushed over. "Wendy," somebody cried. Everything that happened was registered by Ashes, but she still decided not to take any countermeasures. After all, she only had the feeling of joy and surprise from the approaching witch. There was no trace of hostility at all. So after a few seconds, she was embraced by a warm body. "You survived," said an unknown voice. Excitedly, "Thank you for saving me." Ashes became confused. "You are." "My name is Wendy," the voice said, releasing her hands. She took a deep look into Ash's eyes. "The little girl in the choir. Do you remember me?" On the second floor in one of the bedrooms, only 2 people were left, Ashes and Wendy. Ashes had never expected to meet a partner from the monastery here. So, calling her partner was a very far stretch. With the exception of that night, Ashes had never had any interaction with Wendy. In fact, she hadn't even paid any attention to the other girls enclosed with her in that underground room. She had not even realized that there were others who had to go through the same horrible acts of people forcing themselves on them. Even more, she had never thought that one of them would also become a witch. "I was able to flee from the monastery and settle down in the Seawind region." Wendy began to talk. After a long time of silence, she continued. "Then someday I got the news that the monastery was set on fire later that day, and that all the children were missing. Did you do that?" "The fire," Ashes shook her head. "It was the church's doing. They did it to cover up the whole scandal. I killed some of the managers and the army of judges who tried to stop me until members of the church's God punishment army arrived. That scar over my eye was left by one of them. If hadn't chosen to escape by myself and had instead waited until the follow-up, if I had to face more members of the God's punishment army, I am afraid I would have died that day." Chapter 158, Ashes, Part 2. They are the most excellent warriors of the church and are used as the top secret weapon against us witches, Ashes explained. "They have the same amount of strength as I, and neither are they any slower than I am, also." She hesitated. "It seems they don't have their own conscience. When I was fighting against them, I was able to cut off the right hand of one of the soldiers from the God's punishment army. But he didn't hesitate for even 1 second to use his left hand to slash at my eye. Even when I turned and fled, his movements weren't affected in any way by the wound I'd given him. This doesn't have anything to do with having a strong fighting will." Even if they were able to keep fighting after losing one arm, they would still be affected in the end. For example, something like losing their balance, it is simply impossible to adapt to that in such a short period of time. I've only heard of the church's army of judges, Wendy whispered. Since they have such powerful warriors, why did they never appear during the previous fights against witches? That, I do not know, Ashes slowly revealed. Even I only heard the name God's Punishment's Army, after I later returned to the old holy city and inquired about it from some of the city's inhabitants. You went back, Wendy asked, surprised. Ah, how could I let those dregs off so easily? She stood up and went to the window. Later on, I attacked several small churches and camps of the army of judges. During one of the raids, I caught one of their presiding judges. Previously, I had actually thought that they weren't afraid of death. But having to face torture and death, his performance wasn't much better than that of any ordinary person. He soon showed a look of fear and began to plead with me for mercy. It was from his mouth that I heard the name of the God's Punishment Army for the first time. Before their ceremony, they were all members of the army of judges. Only the best of the warriors will get this honor, and their acceptance must be voluntary. It seems there is a strong relationship between the success rate and their willingness. The big difference between the soldiers of the God's Punishment Army and us are that they do not get their power naturally or because of their natural talents. No, instead they become transformed artificially. Hearing this news, Wendy was quite shocked. She became utterly speechless. I suppose the reason why they cannot openly use them during wars, like they do with the army of judges, is perhaps because of the side effects of their transformation. When they lose their self, then there is no difference between them and the monsters. Ashes sighed. During the time I was carrying out my revenge, I would often hide myself within a deep well or sewers during the day, only coming out in the evening to start my attack against the believers. But when the church began a complete city-wide search, I decided that I had to flee from the old holy city. On the day of my retreat, the blood on me was tightly sticking to my clothes and my skin, giving me a very grim appearance. Probably, looking at me out of the eyes of an outsider, I wouldn't have looked any differently than a mindless beast. She only stopped her speech when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Now, that time doesn't matter any longer. Here you can live the good life of an ordinary person. Under the prince, the life of me and my sisters has become very good. After gaining the experience of fighting together during the months of demons and later, after repelling the Longsong stronghold's attack, the largest part of the town's people have already accepted the existence of us witches. This town has turned out to be the holy mountain we have always been searching for. Ashes leaned against the window and took a deep look at the woman in front of her. She couldn't detect any sign of the thin women with dull eyes that she remembered from her life in the monastery. Looking at Wendy, it was quite hard for her to imagine that she had ever looked like she did during her childhood, both in body and appearance. When they were compared with the child of that time, it was completely different. Moreover, the gentle and natural tone of her voice made others feel a peaceful serenity. However, there were still some words which had to be said. I won't be staying here, nor was that the reason that I've come to Border Town. She paused. I came to this town to take all of you with me away from here, taking you to a place which is really safe, unlike Border Town, which isn't such a place. You do not want to stay here? Wendy froze for a moment. Why? As long as we live on this continent, we will always be threatened by the church. Because of this, Tilly had gathered the majority of the witches living in the kingdom of Greycastle and has taken them with her to the fjords. That is where she intends to build her own country. Doesn't the fjord also have churches? Because of the special topography of the archipelago and its separation into many islands, their influence can only be maintained on some of the bigger islands, and also, Ashes twisted her mouth, there aren't any soldiers of the God's Punishment Army on these islands either. And if they found themselves there, they would soon have to face the wrath of the witches. Going from one island to another, the church's forces would be uprooted, just like when they had hunted us witches. You and your sisters must also leave, Wendy. She continued to try persuading her. It was a mistake to spread those rumors. You should get rid of them as soon as possible. When I could hear them, the church definitely has also heard of them, and they will never allow the witches to organize themselves. I don't think that it will be long before the church's army of judges destroys the kingdom of Greycastle. When you have to face the gods' punishment army, do you really believe that the fourth prince will protect you? No secular lord will ever be willing to spend his own life to save a witch's. Right at this moment, he may still be good to you, but in times of distress, he won't hesitate for even a second before abandoning you. After Ash's speech, Wendy kept silent for a long time before opening her mouth and declaring, "I do not know what the thoughts of my other sisters are, but I won't leave Border Town." At the moment, you're standing at the edge of an overhanging cliff. Ashes frowned, and with every day you wait, it will become even more dangerous. If you want to avoid the impending danger, leaving the town, leaving His Highness, what difference would there be between your approach and when he would leave us? I do not want to be such a person, and she took a deep breath. Furthermore, in the case that His Highness ever had to face against the pressure of the church, I do not believe that he would ever act as you've predicted. Nightingale has already asked him the same question, and His Highnesses then answered, "I will make this town a place where every witch can live a life of an ordinary person, even if I have to become the enemy of the church." Ashes was unable to respond. She didn't know what to say. She had already heard too many promises such as this. And even if the other party really was willing to protect the witches, in the end, what would that even change? In the face of such an overwhelming power, it would only end up increasing the number of sacrifices. Until now, she still had to grasp the situation regarding the Witch Cooperation Association, more accurately the death of the snake witch Kara. It seemed that the surviving members of her former group have all been fully integrated into Border Town by the Lord. Spreading the news of a safe heaven up to Silver City wasn't done by one of the surviving witches, but rather by one of the Lord's own guards. Although she did not know what cunning plans he had, and how he had managed to make the witches trust him, but under the threat of her greatsword, his carefully constructed camouflage would all soon fall apart, most likely. "I want to talk to your lord, Roland Wimbledon," Ashes finally said. Her appointment to see the prince was scheduled for the next morning. By that time, Ashes was brought into the office by Nightingale, now having to face this disgusting man once again. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was clearly visible to her that Tilly and the prince both shared the same blood. They both had the same long gray hair with a simple beam in the back of their head that during the sunlight of dawn would have a small touch of silver to it. The symbol of the royal family of the kingdom of Greycastle. His forehead and nose were also somewhat similar to Tilly's, and the more similarities Ashes found, the more she disliked him. Comparing his previous appearance at the courts with the normal appearance he showed now, she had to say that his dress today was unusually clean. Furthermore, in addition to well-fitting clothes, she could detect almost no signs of wealth, such as jewelry, earrings, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. Even though he was just simply sitting on his chair, Ashes still had the feeling that he was looking down on her, the aura of a leader. She couldn't stop this thought from appearing. Well, if only taking his outwards appearance into consideration, he really seems to have taken a step in the right direction, Ashes thought coldly in her heart. But it won't be much longer that you will be able to maintain such a posture. "Welcome. I heard your name is Ashes." The other side took the initiative to start the conversation. "You are a messenger sent by my sister, aren't you?" "It was my own decision to come to Border Town. But you can still be called her messenger, right?" Ashes frowned. Why was he so emphasizing on her role as a messenger? She did not want to be entangled in such insignificant banter. "I could." "Well, Ashbringer," he said, revealing an unrecognizable smile. I hear you want to take my witches away. Tien, anyone here who detects the pun at the end of the chapter? Chapter 159, The Most Powerful Persuasion. Before Roland had agreed to the meeting, he had already heard every part of the talk between Wendy and Ashes. He didn't expect that the long-lost Tilly Wimbledon would suddenly become the leader of another witch organization. Not only that, but she had set all of this up right in front of all of them. No, she had even gathered most of the witches in the whole kingdom. What was even more intolerable was that she was now actually wanted to put her claws into his own territory. According to the information gathered by Nightingale, the witch in front of him was an extraordinary, and her ability most likely belonged to the combat type. Any witch who belonged to the kind of extraordinary had to be treated with the utmost care. So, when Roland was meeting with Ashes in his office, not only was Nightingale hiding in her fog, no, even Anna was standing by his side. She had placed several tiny black fires around his desk, all of which were completely invisible to the naked eye, cutting off the area between the two side walls. As long Ashes dared to rush towards him, she would definitely end up cutting herself into many thin pieces. Even so, Ashes was an extraordinary witch. She still wasn't wearing the god's stone of retaliation, but once she put on one of those stones, she would then turn into an unrestricted destructive power. Fortunately, the god's stone of retaliation was hated by the majority of witches, and she was most probably also taking this aspect into account. So Ashes didn't carry such a stone when she was trying to win over the witches in Border Town. You're witches. Don't be so arrogant. They are all living people. They aren't your personal belongings, Ashes declared coldly. Roland got shocked by her unexpected words. This was the first time that he had to feel the feeling of defeat during a battle of words. He had already become used to calling them my people, my subjects, and the like. But now he had unexpectedly faced democratic criticism, letting him feel extremely embarrassed. Although his words were in accordance with the usual practice of this era, the people or items in the Lord's territory, after all, belonged to the Lord, so calling them his wouldn't bring any problems. But if he was to now stress this point in front of Nightingale and Anna, it would only show that his EQ was low, and he'd just be jumping into an already prepared pit. So he coughed twice and tried to get the flow of the conversation into a positive direction for himself. I never thought of them like that. They only stay in the town because they want it. But I have to point out that I myself believe that this place is still the best place for them to live on freely. As for living in the fjords as you have offered, not to mention that the trip itself would already be very dangerous. Crossing over the whole kingdom, no. The fjord's climate is also unpredictable, always having to fear tsunamis or perennial storms. That is simply not a suitable place for people to live in. But there, at least, the power of the church would be at a minimal. Furthermore, the witches can rely on their powers to transform their homes, making them safe against any natural disasters. But there is no way in which you could shield them against the strength of the god's stone of retaliation, not to mention the god's punishment army. Ashes mercilessly countered. Do you know how foolish it was for you to do what you have done? Spreading the news of your witches will only lead to a visit from the church. With respect, you have no way to win against the god's punishment army. Now, the right choice for you would be to let your witches leave your territory, so that you can all avoid the tragedy that your actions is leading you towards. Roland had already heard her telling Wendy about the god's punishment army, so he knew that using force to persuade her would be many times more effective than him using words. Of course, he could also simply ignore Ashes, but in that way, he would already be giving up the fight for the witches that are under Tilly Wimbledon's influence. So, despite only having just a small hope of achieving his goal, he still wanted to give it a shot. Are you able to fight against several soldiers of the god's punishment army at the same time? Roland asked. Ash's facial complexion became clearly puzzled, but in the end, she still stretched out 3 fingers. 3 soldiers I'm able to defeat. Then let's have a fight, Roland said, sitting straight and becoming seriously. Let the test tell you if I'm able to win against the gods' punishment army or not. What do you mean? Ashes became stunned for a moment. Her cold face finally showed a different expression than her usually cold face. A fair test, a fight one-on-one, Roland said, stressing word for word. If I'm able to beat you, you have to accept that I have the ability to resist the church. You and I, or do you want one of your witches to take your place? Of course it won't be me, but it won't be a witch either. The soldiers of the gods' punishment army will all be wearing a god stone of retaliation. Roland smiled. Your opponent will be an ordinary knight. Although he regretted it a bit that he would not personally be taking part in it, the other side was a witch with a military strength completely off the charts. From the description he had heard from Wendy, she alone was powerful enough to make her way through a whole monastery, and in the end was even able to escape from the pursuit of the gods' punishment army. Even fighting empty-handed or with only a wooden sword, she would still be extraordinarily lethal. The actual effectiveness of a revolver was still unknown, and for the sake of safety, he had decided to give this great task to Carter. If he had been able to lay his hands on an AK-47, then Roland would have tried to take her on by himself. Ordinary knight. Ash's face once more turned back to her original expression of indifference. If I win, you will let the witches follow me. Of course not, after all. You cannot offer the same. In the case I would win, you surely wouldn't go back to Tilly and bring all of her witches to Border Town, right? In that case, what would be the significance of your suggested duel? I already said it previously. It's not a duel, it's a test. Roland corrected her. The significance lies in the fact that you will know that in the face of the church's power, I'm not without any possibilities to resist. Furthermore, when you later go back to the fjords, you will remember that outside of the fjords, there is also the Western Territories, and more precisely Border Town, that can provide a place for witches to live. Of course, if you win, it could be that Wendy will start to persuade the others, which would be many times more efficient than you doing it by yourself. I will never lose, Ashes declared. Now call your knight. Not now, Roland waved his hand. We will hold the test in a week. I have to make the necessary preparations first. Until then, you can freely live in the castle, experiencing with the other witches how it feels to live in Border Town. And as a witch with a feeling for the town life, perhaps you will even change your opinion without us having to have a fight. Ashes looked at the prince coldly for a long time, but then she finally nodded. You are right. Maybe I won't have to wait for 7 days. They will change their view even earlier, freely leaving Border Town together with me. Roland just shrugged his shoulders in answer. When the other was already at the door, he suddenly called to her once more. Hold on, can it be that I already have seen you from somewhere? Although he was certain that he had never seen her face before, her stature as he looked at her from behind, he got a strange feeling of familiarity. Roland could also slightly recall something, a sense of familiarity that seemed to be coming from the time he had been living in the king's palace. Didn't your guard already tell you? Ashes didn't even look back at him. If it were not for Tilly who stopped me at that time, I'm afraid you'd now only have one hand left. The moment the door was closed, Nightingale appeared in front of him and asked with a frosty voice, You touched her ass. What? Roland became startled. I can't remember to have ever seen such a person in the palace. And what do you mean with touched? Nightingale showed a dissatisfied look. There was naturally tire, to hell with it. Although I really have touched the maid's ass. If I answer this question, I'm afraid I would be showing some flaws. Furthermore, what is wrong with feeling something up with your hands? After all, I also don't care about your peeping habits. Keek, Anna interrupted their conversation. Are you sure that Carter will be able to beat her? If he fails, it may affect the others' witches' confidence in you. Fortunately, It seemed that Anna was still calm, Roland discovered in relief. Even though an enhanced witch is not affected by the god's stone of retaliation, she still has to fight with their own body. Comparing this with the quick fire of hot weapons, the limitations of the body will always be too big in comparison. I think the odds that we win is at least around 70%. But for that, I will have to finish the development of the ammunition by next week, Roland thought.